Testing. And we are live! Hi, everybody. Give me one quick second. Yeah, okay, everything's good. Hey, everybody, patch 6.35, it's time. Let me pop you guys out. Good morning, everybody. Light, good to see, glad to have you. Raven, good to see, glad to have you. Raven, I didn't sleep at all last night, but who needs that? Not me. Raven, don't pull a me. Don't make me share that tail gift that Tail made. Running on coffee and sour candy. That seems like you. Demins, good to see, glad to have you. My loins are girded and my coffee mug is full. Well, it's time to play. V, is the sour candy to make your blood sour so your cats will stop drinking it? Yeah, Raven, you've been having a hell of a time lately. Jade, good to see, glad to have you. Ray, good to see, glad to have you. Sarah, good to see, glad to have you. Snail Mail, good to see, glad to have you. The thumbnail, did you like it? I made a similar one for 6.25. Want to capture a Lopporrit and put it in the hamster wheel? I mean, maybe that's how they're powering Mare, you don't know. Yukio, good to see, glad to have you. Scarlet, good to see, glad to have you. Think of the renewable energy. They're just so little, I love them. I mean, everyone caught the tweeting way stuff, right? Last night? That was great. Make it power your PC. Oh my god, if you open up your PC and inside was just like a little, like, Lopporrit running on a wheel. Hey, Ray, hey, yo, Demins. Look at this motherfucker wearing a vest at 5 in the morning. Just jealous I can pull off a vest. Oh, well, you know, there are other things that I can't pull off, like hats. Like, my rectangular head makes it so many hats just look ick on me. But yeah, I actually took time to get all my shit together recently. Like, actually do laundry and have everything nice and ready to go. So, both this and for, you know, playing in general. Have you made the announcement? Yes! Yeah, I did over on the Discord. However, we're gonna focus on other things right now. Yeah, my toe still hurts. Oh, I'm sorry, Raven. Yeah, Tweeting Way was amazing. Blaine, good to see, glad to have you. Okay, so the order of operations is we found out that Ray actually doesn't have Endwalker done, so we're not going to have the mods do a stream of Eureka Orthos together. So I'm going to do that with V, and then I'm going to do it again with Bean later on. Bean and V. However, we're going to start out with Hildebrand and then move on to maybe Eureka Orthos, maybe the tribal quest. My reasoning is that, and no one tell me if you know, but my reasoning is that I want, on the off chance that the Hildebrand next stage requires items that you can get in Eureka Orthos, I don't want to lose out on that. However, if you'd like to join us on Eureka Orthos, once I finish all the normal things for today, I'm going to be playing the crap out of Eureka Orthos. So, for now, let's get to the Hildebrand quests, and let's get to our Alex Jonah-like. Because I'm pretty sure that's the voice I gave him last time.
Hey, Ledriel, what's suspicious, auspicious timing? I was just thinking of you, and suddenly you appear. As I'm sure you recall, Master Pupu claimed his purpose in coming to our world was to search for a missing comrade, which of course, merely cover for his true objective, laying the groundwork for a full-scale invasion.
Here, I'll turn it up a little.
But I understand the skeptical masses will demand the proof of this sinister operation. Thus I decided to bide my time, keep my eyes open, and let things play out.
Let me just a little bit. Let me know if that's a little better.
And no sooner had I resolved to do so than when I received a word concerning the inspector. It seems they made progress in tracking down our alien friend. This could be my chance. I'll say my chance, but I can hardly stand against the cosmic conspiracy alone. You coming along, yeah?
The truth will be out! Or something truth adjacent, at least.
Then let's be on our way. They're headed to Palgostan, and we don't want to miss even the smallest development.
Volume's fine for me, but I had a bad habit of putting my speaker volumes up too high. Yeah, Demins, I did the exact same thing. I had to learn to turn my volume on my computer down to 50 in order for editing, because I would turn it up to 100% audio, right? And that's just what I had it as default. And then if I edited a video at that, everyone was like, your video is very quiet. I'm like, oh, well, yeah. Bling, I'm always happy to see you. I also curse your name and everyone involved with you, but I'm always happy to see you. You gotta up your gameplay, Jade. But Jade, yeah, if you want to run with me and V when we do it in like an hour or two, whenever we get there, we'd love to have you. Reminder, my Nashu is awful. My loyal associates come to admire. Oop. Come to admire the spectacle of inspection, have you? As well you should. Oh, look, Master Pupu. Landrill's come to help. I got him.
Boo, boo. Thank you, Landrill. You're too kind.
You speak our language now? No echo or universal translator?
It was no great choice. Try to master your tongue. The grammar and syntax is relatively simplistic.
Such a terrifying intellect. What hope do we have to prevail against it?
Oh, Yukio, thanks for the 125p. I'm just happy to see more Hildebrand. I cannot believe it admit that in public. Hey, it's funny. It's hilarious. I was rewatching the Heaven's Word one this morning, and over the Eorzean archons summary of it, and it's good shit.
So how did you narrow down the search to this particular area exactly?
Why, my tried and true inspector's sense, my dear fellow. All the predictable and imperceptible signs pointed me in this direction, although they did neglect to include a precise location. For that, we must rely on another tried and true inspecting technique: interrogation. Spread out, everyone, and question the locals, only on any poo-poo-shaped sightings. Am I wrong? He's like, I mean, like, less, maybe a little less questionably ethical, but like, conspiracy theorist. This person over there with their ultimate weapon and Manderville costume. Now that you mention it, I did see something like that in the west of the shroud. Might have mistaken it for a small child, if not for the way it moved. Sort of a furtive scamper. Creepy. It's funny you mentioned that, because like I actually very rarely catch those in the background for some reason in the Hildebrand shots. For some reason, I don't know. Like, cause in the MSQ I noticed background stuff, but just not in. Sorry, give me 1 second. Just closing some other stuff. Just having some frame drops. Why am I having frame drops? Oh yes, I spotted just such an odd little creature in the jungle on my way back from the city markets. Only it wasn't alone. It was in the company of a rather unusual gentleman. Sickly pale he was, and radiating an unpleasant smell. I felt obliged to keep my distance. Pale gentleman. Brian, good to see you, glad to have you. Sorry I didn't get back to you this morning yet. I've been a little bit busy. Yeah, there's a lot, yeah. They love hiding stuff in the Hildebrand stuff. Landrill, have your investigations borne fruit? Mine own carefully crafted queries place an individual on Master Pupu's proportions in the south of the shroud. Yeah, I saw something similar. To the west, you say, your sources say.
I asked them around, and there have been a few sightings in the jungle somewhere to the north.
If we have sightings to the north, south, and west, then that must mean Master Pupu has more friends here than I realized.
I'm not that gregarious. I have precisely one friend in this world.
Could it be a doppelganger? No, too simple. Too obvious. It's more likely the same alien wandering the jungle being spotted in different locations by different eyewitnesses. Which just means we need to... I can't believe I'm suggesting this. Split up and search for clues.
A fair proposition. Very well, then. Ho ho ho! Are we launching a search party? Father, have you been following me?
Nothing of the sort! I was engaging in the feats of physicality while my mind grappled with the mysteries of Mandervillian weapon forging, hoping to turn perspiration into inspiration, as it were. But I'm afraid the burning fields wooden men are poor muses when compared to the stimulus of a worthy opponent and what they provide. Mayhap if I join you and the indomitable Lendriel in your endeavor, then happenstance will deliver the challenge I require. You are continuing the case of the silent correspondent, yes. Have you need an extra pair of eyes? As a matter of fact, you can spare. I was about to assign teams to search as many as you can spare. I was about to assign teams as a matter of fact. This village sits in the shrouds east, so let's divvy up the remaining directions, shall we? Nashu and I will head south. Lendriel, Master Pupu to the west, if you please. DeLorean, you and my father have the north. DeLorean.
That's Delian. And also, the Shroud of the Samga isn't awfully big. How are we supposed to keep in contact, much less coordinate our efforts?
Oi, I had special link pearls made just for such an occasion. We can chatter in each other's ears as much as we like.
I will never get down that Nashu.
Are you mad? The Charlians will listen in on everything we're saying.
Oi, really, all the way out here. I shouldn't think that the herring's that good, but seeing as the mislike link pearls so much,
I'm just gonna do a female voice.
Lord Godber can hold the one for your team.
I don't know why the Cockney throws me off so bad.
And link pearls, what a tremendous foresight. Now let's proceed with our investigation.
Oh, you have tea for the tea stream, Sarah? I need to find a tea I like. I only really ever liked green tea. I'm such a basic bitch. Oh no, the cats are at the doors.
The inspector wishes us to search in the rest of the jungle, yes? I will follow your lead.
I love him. I love him so much. And I have such an affinity for him because as a kid I played a lot of PlayStation 2 and he was the save icon for Final Fantasy X 2. And so for years I was like, but I hadn't played 8 at the time, so I was like, what even is this thing? Because it's like, it's not even really in 10-2 that much. Or at all, really.
Look at him! Look at him go! Look at him! Look at him!
That's so good. I love him. I will protect him with my life. Like right now.
If you touch him, you burn.
The strong must protect the weak.
Ah, a river flowing right at our feet. Many stars have I visited in the cosmos, but precious few have such a bounty of water as this one. Your home is a rare treasure. Atheris must be a wonderful star to call home, so rich in resources.
Are there any other things I can talk to him? Let me talk to him more! More! Not a chai enjoyer? I mean, I'm a Dulia chai enjoyer. Does that count, Jade? Yes, yes. Yeah, a mutual friend of me and V's got V addicted to a new drink. I was told about that yesterday.
I see no trace of my comrade. But what are these black furred beings? Are they friends of yours? Fellow people of Atheris?
Those are a type of Sasquatch. Those are a type of Sasquatch, and by that I mean no.
These are a greater variety of species here than I anticipated. I shall have to collect more samples. Let's keep moving.
Yes, more talking.
I mean, why would I hate you? I mean, everyone lies. Raven, I can't even drink coffee at all. It tastes disgusting to me because anything's even slightly bitter tastes gross. So, like, why would I hate? I mean, you're literally like, why would anyone hate you for your taste? You know?
The rock formations on this island remind me of my home star. They have the same vibrant hues, the same stark beauty. If only. But never mind that. We have a friend to find.
You enjoy it, Yukio? This is a very good patch for all skimply creature enjoyers.
Look at him go! Okay, I kind of just want to like make a loop of him running for like an hour and throw it up on YouTube and get 1 million views. I'm an ice cold sweet tea lover like the southern man I am. Nice. I iced tea that I like Arizona's. I like the mango, the watermelon, that kind of thing. But honestly, at the end of the day, I'm just a huge soda enthusiast, which is not good for me. It's probably what's gonna get me in the end.
No sign of my friends here either. But these Wedgeford individuals, they're surely one of your civilized races, yes?
Also not people. Mind the poop throwing.
I find it difficult to tell the difference. One semi-intelligent life form is much the same as another. Well, never mind. Moving on.
You just called us monkeys. Also, Raven and everyone, thank you for buying the balloons for me. Look at them. Look at me fly. I can't tell if this is because it's a 0.5 patch, if it's because everyone's doing Eureka Orthos, or if it's, or maybe the Loporrits, but it's interesting how much smaller the groups are. Like, I didn't see a bunch of people all ganging up for Hildebrand. And I wonder if that's also partly because we're right now in the patch time where, like, the difference between 0.3 and 0.4 is, like, 0.4 and up until the first Fan Fest, when we start getting to the hype cycle for 7.0, things are going to be a little dead. It's definitely interesting to watch. Thanks for the 50p, Yukio! Master Pupu minion. If there's not one already, I bet you we get one from this quest. I love it. Look at the animation. Look at your searches. So good.
Not even little burnt circles in the grass. The friend I'm looking for. We grew up together. We were always together. We even shared the same dream to roam the great expanse of the cosmos. We worked hard and supported one another until we both had starships of our very own. Then the universe was ours to explore. How fleeting that feeling of triumph.
That's not applicable at all to Endwalker and post-Endwalker vibes.
Nah, but that is another tale entirely. I simply wish to express how dear this friend is to me.
Hello? Is this thing on? This is Nashu. We think we may have found Pupu's friend. Come to Perusa as quickly as you can.
Okay, let's go. Yes, let's take my starship. It's the fastest way.
Tons of people emoting in the noob tribal area. Okay. That's gotta be what it is. Meanwhile, at the Perusa. Have they ever done that for Hildebrand? I know they've definitely done that for MSQ a whole bunch. Oh yeah, Scarlet? Interesting. Use him like a cape. Mandragora? Are they gonna say that Mandragora are aliens?
Hail, dear comrade. A Master Pupu, we come in peace. Pray, reveal yourself.
Dude, are the Mandragora aliens?
Wait, you're the Mandragoras.
Ugh, I know the Gentleman Overlord's voice. Who could it be? Ah, 'tis the return.
Master Zombiebrand, they said you were trapped in slumber, but I rejoice to see that this is no longer the case. Gods, it's one of the Walking Dead! Love that show on AMC. Greetings, friend. I'm a proud member of the Gentle Dead Man and disciple of Master Zombiebrand.
VeggieTales got weird, man. Only slightly bad, yeah, Sarah.
Yeah, Demins, they really did. What brings you here to Thavnair and the company of Lenosia's infamous vegetable menace, no less? Allow me some precious few moments of your lifespan to explain. It was a time when the maggots in my skull grew restless and wiggly. Tales of spoiled seedkin terrorizing the region of Bosnia reached our undead for eternity, and so, on their behalf, I traveled afar to recruit a rotten mandragora.
Aw, hey, it's from the Baja fate. Hey, now you guys, hey, to everyone who's been doing Baja lately, you remember that first fight? Remember that the critical engagement that's like the easiest one, where with the hearts and stuff?
After making his acquaintance, the festering fellow wished to introduce me to his brethren, who he assured me were no less rotten. Thus did I make next for Lenosia, that I might extend a fetid hand in friendship.
He has a fork in his head. And a bow.
When I arrived, however, I learned that one of their companions had been abducted by a strange flying vessel. What was a gentle dead man to do but aid in the search? I turned to the Thavnarian truth, the reliable bastion of supernatural rumor-mongering, and lo and behold, an alien craft matching the Seedkin's description had been spotted here on this isle. Needless to say, we embarked on our journey forthwith.
Ah, one of our faithful readers. I'm pleased to see that even in undeath, the hunger for truth is not wholly subsumed by the hunger for brains.
So we found ourselves in the case of a misappropriated mandragora. This abductor will not evade my power of discernment.
Soon we'll need a case to carry all these cases.
And an abductor. I have a feeling we won't need to look far.
That has to be a mount we get, right? At some point, that's gotta be a mount.
That may have been me.
The fucking Mandragora's seen some shit. He looks like he's seen some shit. Buddy, he looks so sad. Aww. Aww.
Forgive me for taking your friend. In my simple collecting frenzy, I must have mistaken him for an edible plant of some kind.
Understandable. You would have not be the first to confuse Mandragora with the salad ingredient. The main thing is that he is returned to us unharmed and uneaten.
Would uneaten not be unharmed? If you were eaten, would it...
All's well that ends well. Now, if you will excuse us, we should be getting back to Hydaelyn. Rotten flesh and humidity is an unpleasant combination.
Friends. Yeah. Mind demands. Yeah, hey, I will say, Lendriel's like facial expressions for a lot of this is so good.
My apologies, Master Pupu. We seem to have missed the mark this time, but I swear to you, I shall not rest until you are reunited with your comrade.
I almost believed your keen inspector sense to be a form of prognostication, but it really was just following your gut. And I'm afraid vague inspectorial feelings will only take us so far. We have an entire world to search, and for that we need, I don't know, a veritable army of inspectors.
An army of inspectors? Of course! I can simply clone a multitude of Hildebrands as I did before!
Oh no. Now, let's not do anything rash. Oh lord.
Pupu, no!
Pupu, yes!
Where he must always go flying.
right there. The ship's matter duplication facility has been temperamental for a while now. It's broken down completely. This clone is the last it will ever produce.
Wait, is he low poly? Is that model low poly? That wasn't an accident, right? I swear to God that part of that model I could see. Oh, I'm right. Oh, fucking nailed it. The clone's gone wrong. I saw the facets and I was like, wait a second. That or they just played a lot of the Toy Story 3 level in Kingdom Hearts. Oh my god, I love it so much. I want to do that as a cosplay. Like a Pepakura cosplay or something. Issa, good to see you, glad to have you. And it's 8. This is cursed. It is PS1 Hildebrand. Yep.
My name is Brandihild.
Inspector Brandihild, why is he so blocky?
The cloning process must have failed partway through. Allow me to euthanize this abnormality. Allow me to euthanize this abnormality.
What a fucking line.
Now, let's not do anything rash. Unlike my former replicas, this one is highly unlikely to be mistaken for me. And seeing as we were looking for an extra helper, I say we press this undefined fellow into service. Welcome to the team, Inspector Brandihild. A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Godber over here. Just walking with it. Oh my god, this is amazing. It looks like Sora in the toy box. Yeah, the type just as Elio says the same thing. Yep, we have the exact same thought. All I hear while walking out of my room for a moment is Pupu no, Pupu yes. Oh my, this is an FF7 cross. I'm counting this as an FF7 crossover.
I know the duplicator has been unstable, but I pushed it to perform anyway. Now look at what I've wrought. Not only is this clone a poor imitation of the Inspector in form, but in force of personality as well.
Blocky though the Inspector may be, that Master Pupu could so easily attempt to replicate a living, thinking being. And alien technology is so advanced, can scarce differentiate it from magic.
What was that? Is that Asimov? Any technology sufficiently advanced appears to be magic. Blocky Brandihild.
Oh ho, never a dull moment around these Manderville men.
Assistance, please allow me to be of assistance.
We made quite a mess of that temple ruin, but thanks to Father, it looks as good as new. Or would that be as good as old? In any event, I look forward to be tackling the remainder of the case with my charming new contemporary. I am delighted to be a part of it.
Oh, look how shy he is. He really is very charming.
An unexpected but invaluable addition to our ranks. With our numbers thus bolstered, I say we are ready once more to dive into the fray.
Perhaps, but what of our strategy? We need a new approach.
If I may, assuming Master Pupu's acquaintance pilots a craft of similar design, then might we not instead attempt to locate the starship? Such a striking vessel will have drawn more attention than the comparatively tiny being in question.
He has the point. The Truth receives a large number of reports from readers claiming to have observed unidentified flying objects.
We could review said reports, those that meet the criteria of shiny silver and saucer-like naturally, and then remove instances which we know to have been Master Pupu. That should narrow things down considerably.
Oh my, wait, he's good. He's actually good at his job.
Indeed, what a fantastic idea.
Just the kind of brilliance one might expect of one's clone. I was about to make the very same suggestion.
Well done, Inspector.
I hope I've not overstepped my bounds. I am but a shadow of the original, after all.
I have a stack of back issues stored in the workroom. I use in the city. Pupu can help me sift through them and cross off the sightings that were definitely him. Shall we?
Okay, but now I just want all NPCs. I know it's not literally they didn't literally just put up a level of detail, lower detail model and call it a day. So I know there's more to it than that for crafting them. But I also desperately want low model Y'shtola, low model, low poly, Dankrid, low poly Nafka.
Dorian has taken Master Pupu to peruse his stores of past publications. Let us enjoy our brief interlude until they return with the results of their investigation.
We've finished going through all the back issues. If we discount the areas we know Pupu to have visited, it turns out that there was only one other sighting of a flying saucer, in Garlemald. The account itself was sent to me by an Imperial soldier named Numerius, who appears to be a loyal fan of the Truth.
All the way from the Empire, your publication has an impressively wide readership.
Our audience has always been universal. After all, the desire to know the unknown transcends all borders and creeds.
The saucer was spotted during the Imperial War of Succession. Beyond that, there was no meaningful details.
Then we must visit the soldier fellow in Garlemald and wring from him the entire tale.
I agree. This is our only lead, and we've no choice but to follow up on it. To Camp Broken Glass.
To Camp Broken Glass, then. I know everyone's playing content right now and we're doing this, but just remember, we also did just put out a video last night. It's an explanation of why I think where I think 7.0 is going to take place and why. So if you have interest in that, you should definitely go check it out. Bob, good to see you. Glad to have you. Did you do Loporrits yet? No. First thing we're doing is Hildebrand. Then we're probably moving on to Loporrits.
Everyone present and accounted for? We appear to be missing Master Hydaelyn.
My apologies, but I had a hunch that I thought I might save us some time. I spoke with some contingent officers, you see, and our numerous is on the roster of allied Imperial troops.
That does certainly make things easier. And were they able to point you in the right direction of this numerous chap?
Yes, Numerius is currently with his unit, organizing the supply dump at Forum Patents. We should head over there and hope we can spare a few moments to talk. Ugh, the chill here seeps right into your bones. How are you not all shivering in that unseasonal attire?
No, a Manderville man on a mission feels neither heat nor cold.
Now, I'm not sure how one's frame of mind can overcome the reality of frostbite, but then again, reality always seems relative around the Mandervilles.
Oh yeah? Like emotional issues, Raven, or specific issues? Like. We can help you try to clear it. It's very good, yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm very excited to get to it. I'm torn between going to Lopporrits neck or Eureka Orthos. Sneaking quest. Do you just struggle to do it? Cage, good to glad to have you.
Good, he's learning.
What do you want from me? Of course I'm flying. Don't trust reality around the Mandervilles? Yeah, straight up. Well, Raven, when I have a second, I'll help you. We'll sit down and we'll get you through it. Sound good? Balloons! Yes, you can thank you guys for being able to help me get those. So thank you, Raven, and the others. I'm sorry, I forget who all gave money that day because 3 you did succession. I think it was Raven, Bling, and Dest, maybe? Also, the current goal is we're going to do a second drunk stream with me and Aniri. So if you had fun at the last one, which was a time, that is where the current funding goal is for.
Hello, is there a Numerius here? I'm Dillion, the editor-in-chief of the Thavnarian Truth. I've come to follow up on your eyewitness account.
The editor-in-chief himself! What an honor! I wish there was more to the story, but everything I know was in my submission. I've not left to tell. Unless you've something else to share. Didn't you say you saw the saucer as well?
Oh, I did more than just see it. This was around the time when the fighting with Nerva's faction had escalated into all-out war, you understand. I had been assigned to an anti-aircraft cannon and was actively surveying for enemies when this silver vessel flew into my view. Some new kind of war machina, I presumed, so I opened fire and knocked it out of the sky.
Presumed? You mean you never got a look at the wreckage?
We were at war. I wasn't about to venture out into the battlefield to indulge my curiosity. It's probably still out there, somewhere. We have to find that flying, or should I say fallen, silver saucer. Do you have any idea where it crashed? Not an exact location, no.
Then we best...
There's the Lala.
Then we best have the gods' own luck. Garlemald's capital region encompasses malms and malms of icy wilderness.
If I may, do you happen to remember the approximate speed and bearing of the saucer, and the position and firing angle of the cannon? More or less, I think. An artillerist without a head for numbers wouldn't be long for the profession. That should be sufficient. Thank you. This look... when it...
It's like a WarioWare Smooth Moves minigame.
I have it. The starship impacted the Earth 1,360 yalms to the northeast of our current location, give or take a few yalms.
How in the seven hells did you arrive at that conclusion?
Elementary algebra, my dear Hydaelyn. Assuming the crab belonged to Master Pupu's comrade, is of similar construction, determining its trajectory is trivial. My brilliant clone. Ladies and gentlemen, I was about to offer the self-same conclusion, but once again, he has beaten me to the punch.
Hooray for Inspector Brandihild!
Ha ha ha. I seem to have stolen my progenitor's thunder. My apologies.
1,360 or so yalms to the northeast of here. That improves the chances of our search from near hopeless to rather hopeful. Let's go and find this fallen saucer, shall we?
He's competent, therefore he's not long for this world. Yeah, I'm getting that same vibe. There's the Lalafell. Oh! And a stalker stalking the stalker. He had a brain blast. What is it? So there's white, here, I have this track. Scarlet, are you in the Discord? Because I can pass you this track. I believe there's white snow, black steel, and then there's black steel, cold embers are the two themes. Yeah, if you're in the Discord, I can go pass you it. Speaking of, V or Ray, if you're here, if you want to toss in a link to the Discord for anyone who would like to join our Discord, where we team up, do all sorts of content together, and have a good old time, talk about Final Fantasy 14, all sorts of good stuff. I still need the Chill Remix album. Demins, message me in Discord. That's all I'll say. Oh, the Brandihild one? Oh! Fuck yeah, I need that. Yeah. They gotta release that soon, right? Actually, I wouldn't be surprised. So here's what you do, right? You just, during that cutscene, you go do that cutscene, you turn off all other sound other than music, and then you just record it. I wouldn't be surprised, I'm forgetting their name, but there's a player who does that for all the musics like that and always has them up pretty soon after a patch.
Wherever could it be?
Godbird over there just doing squats. A pot half buried in the snow. Nothing alien to speak of. That's a good question. Here, give me a second. Well, it's about half a mile. Yeah, I would say so. In game definition, here, how much? That's a. What's my range on that? Is 5 yalms. Yeah, I would say. I bet I wouldn't be surprised if it is about that much. Reaching level, do you mean the end as in level 200, or do you mean the end as in level 50? To unlock Heaven on High and Eureka? Not very fast. Very, very, very quick. Thank you, V. If you enjoy the stream and aren't a member of our Discord, why not come join us at discord.gg/Eorzean-archives. A scorched and twisted scrap of metal plating. A starship like Pupu's could well have been reduced to a similar state were it hit by artillery rounds. You can also do Eureka Orthos without doing Heaven on High.
Oh ho ho, what have you found there, Lendriel?
Oh, an exterior panel. This is for my friend's starship. I'm sure of it. Debris from the crash landing.
I see no other pieces in the immediate vicinity, which means that the vessel may have weathered the barrage and made good its escape. Another possibility is that our comrade recovered most of the wreckage, or as someone yet unknown party did. You're saying someone may have made off with our cosmic visitor, saucer and all? I say this on an altogether different kind of alien abduction.
Yep, that's correct, Scarlet.
Has anyone seen Nashu?
Now that you mention it, where is my loyal assistant?
It's the Lalafell.
Help! Help! You have to help! My beloved Miss Nashu has been kidnapped. Some cad claiming to be an agent of Dr. Luge came and took her away. He told me to tell you, and I quote, "If you want your precious companion returned alive, then Lendriel must present himself at the Tower of Babel, specifically the Magitech Servicing Facility. Don't forget that part. Nah."
The gall, the temerity, the audacity! My stalwart aide speared away under my very nose.
My apologies, but who are you? A close acquaintance of Nashu, I assume?
Me? Oh, no, I just happened to be passing through the snowfield. I'm a snowflake inspector, you see. No two alike on all that. Anyways, enough about me. You need to go and save Miss Nashu. Kathra, good to see, glad to have you.
The Lollithum whom smells of cheese. At last, a chance to stretch my legs. What say you, my son? Shall we get this rescue mission underway? Indeed we shall, father. They left us even though this doctor fellow asked for you by name. Curious. And off they go. Yep, surprising no one. Ooh! I've collected what evidence remained of the crash, but solving this mystery will have to wait. The case of the abducted assistants calls.
So this is where the fight was, because you could see in the trailer for 6.3 there was Godbert doing some stuff in a fight. Meanwhile, at the Tower of Babel. Is Luke still alive?
Yeah, all shall fall before Supre, Luge. With this new and improved body, revenge will finally be mine.
You're still fucking alive.
You will release Nashu, this isn't it.
What are you two doing here? I specifically asked for the adventurer. Be gone before I unleash my fury prematurely. Yeah.
No ho ho! This promises to be a proper battle. I see no reason to trouble Lendriel. We tackle this menace's father and son, the Manderville men, together. Agreed!
Yeah, I'll not waste my appetite for vengeance on the side dishes. Hired thugs, time to earn your pay.
This ought to be good.
No ho ho! A little warm up before the main event! Haha!
Get them!
Yes, basically, Yukio, he did. A little more, but a little bit, yeah. Wait, am I playing as Godbert?
No!
This is quite a crowd of admirers. Did someone send word we were coming? Dude, I want this as a job.
Oh ho ho! Shall we dance a little?
Woo-hoo-hoo! Why did we even bring the Ilsabardian contingent? We should have just brought Godbert. Oop. Oh my god, if you turn on sprint, he just like does the actual run. Oh my god. This is so good!
Your lackeys were found lacking. Come out here and face your fate.
Insolent worms! The sun will be the first to die.
What is this impending dread?
Mummy, Daddy, if you could be so kind. I only wish I could have my shortcuts set up for this. This is amazing. And honestly, like the movement for this feels good and fun. Like I want to get like I don't literally want this as a job, obviously, because it's partly because it's broken, but also just like flows.
You survived my missiles, then enjoy some of my leftover war machina.
Please say I'm gonna suplex him. Please. Oh ho ho! This may indeed. Oh, sorry. They may indeed survive a few more taps of the hammer. Oh my god, the fucking drop kick. This is so good. I don't know how to say this because it's not like this is going to be the basis for any new jobs or anything, but I kind of hope they actually like take some lessons from this. This is a lot of fun. This is by far, I think, the most like fun like playing as another character in the game. An amusing diversion, but you'll need to do better than that, Luge.
My war machina. If reasonable means fail, then unreasonable measures are called for.
Stand back, Hildebrand. Let your old man handle this.
I knew it! He's gonna, yeah, he's literally after imaging it! You stop them, all by sidestepping? Ow! Very well. It seems I must crush you myself.
Oh ho ho! Finally decided to take us seriously, have you? Prepared to pay for your crimes, Doctor.
Hey, I know this mechanic.
I've had worse Kygo bites.
I know what those are.
What manner of fiend are you? This move was meant for another, but you've earned my ire.
Haha! Hildebrand's mother hits harder than that.
The hardness of these Mandervilles, it's unnatural. I am more surprises. This one may shock you.
Oh, I'm gonna be pushed too far in, yeah.
Ah, a mild zap to improve the circulation. Invigorating!
How? That much power should have rattled the teeth from his skull.
I can literally just even ignore the mechanic. I mean, we have been asking for a hammer job, yeah. People have been joking about a Manderville job for forever, too. They actually fucking did it, the Mad Lads. Look, I'm not saying the hammer is his penis, but...
You're aggravating, vermin! My plans are in ruin! You force my hand. I will bring this place down on your heads!
The doctor leaves himself wide open, so the seas are advantage.
Oh boy, here we go. I also never got to finish my breakfast, so forgive me.
Now's our chance.
Do it. Oh, what are they gonna do? And away they go. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, he's going for it. Oh, he's gonna suplex him into his suplex. How are we doing this?
The Manderville man! Victorious again! Manderville, generational bonding, overdrive!
This is the true meteor. So... that was glorious.
Ah, things seem to be well in hand.
Wee! Don't get just ahead of yourself.
Who is it? Is it Luke?
There you are, my loathsome nemesis. I've saved something special just for you.
Oh my god. He's gonna leap in front of it. No, we can't lose him already. He's so good. Look at his low poly teacup. We can't lose Brandihild now. If he can move this fast, why doesn't he just move us out of the way? Goblin? Get it ahead. They make each expansion just to make another Manderville arc. He's just volleyballing his head? Yes! Blitzball confirmed!
No! That was a lovely nap. Oh, did someone build a Magitech servicing facility while I was asleep?
Goldsmith, new combat jobs, goldsmithing and blitzballer. Yep. Nicely done, Inspector Brandihild. Once more, the clone has put the original to shame. Inspector, please. I am but a pale shade of your ideal. Ha! I knew keeping in company with famous Landrill would lead me to a worthy challenge, worthy of breaking a sweat at least. You've done all the work for me. Wait. It's done all the work for me, exclamation point. You've done all the work for me, comic ellipses. You did all the work for me. Work? This was but a playful skirmish compared to our usual do-or-die dilemmas. The villain is vanquished, and Nashu is returned safe and sound. I say we head back to Eorzean to regroup and rethink on our position. Your comrade yet lives, Master Pupu. I'm certain of it. Take heart and let us continue the search. Same, Kathra. I know some people are not fans, but I desperately would love a blitzball job. Or just blitzball as a minigame or something. Which is funny, because I love blitzball as a concept. I didn't love having the minigame in the single-player game in Final Fantasy X because, like, I don't like side content in single-player games, but I love side content in multiplayer games where it's like you're, like, you know, your wide breadth of doing different things over a long period of time. Are you not a fan, like you're against, or are you not a fan as in you're not, that wouldn't excite you? Because I'm not talking about, I'm like, there's some people who like actively would be upset if Blitzball wasn't there. To Garlemald and back have we journeyed, yet this is just the beginning of the case of the silent correspondent. Come, my friends, the shard of saucer we secured shall lead us onwards to new discoveries. Des! Good to see you, glad to have you.
Wait for me, Inspector. I don't know which way is onwards.
Wait, but why would Blitzball... That's like saying why would... But then, like, that's like... Then you should feel the same way about Triple Triad as Blitzball. Because, like, Blitzball, like, and Triple Triad and all those other games are side content that have existed in other Final Fantasy and are reference to old ones. So that's like almost any... Basically, then you should probably be mad about the gold saucer. I should follow him, shouldn't I? Or Mahjong. Wait for me. A final word from yours truly, if I may. The complexity of Godbrand's technique had me flummoxed, I confess, but I do believe that this recent spot of exertion has provided just the inspiration I required. When you are ready to proceed with our endeavor, pray drop in a word in Master Geralt's ear, and I shall make myself available forthwith. Until our next meeting. Right, but I'm confused by your level of annoyance. That's what I'm saying, but like, if you don't have a problem thematically, what's the annoyance? Because then if it's like mechanical, you just don't play it.
Thank you for assigning with my investigations, Landrill. Once again, our travels were rife with inexplicable phenomena, and yet I am no closer to exposing Pupu's well-concealed conspiracy.
Have you even played Blitzball in 10?
He will slip until one day, though. He will slip up one day, though, and you and I will be there to catch him.
No. Meanwhile, somewhere in Thavnair. Oh my god, they've got the head. Oh, I've got a jar of dirt. I gotta have an evil scientist's head. Oh my god, is there a shadowy cabal in Eorzean? That is a suspicious way to hold that.
You took my coin and you failed. What audacity that you should return, seeking my largesse once more.
I deserve your scorn, but I promise you, your plans are in danger so long as the tenacious pest yet lives. I know a path to victory, a forbidden path, one which demands the manifestation of the divine.
A primal?
You have my attention.
Cathra.
Oh my god.
Alien friends with strange technology. Cloning yourself can lead to tragedy. But sometimes you get what you don't expect. A blocky man of quality. Inspector Brandihild. Flat-faced for sure, but still sharp as a tack. Right, but then that's like saying... But then that's saying that every single... Yeah, you can argue I don't have to do neither, yeah, or PvP or triple triad, but if your content is in the game, it's unavoidable on sub-level. I don't think that's true, though. Like, I don't have to do Mahjong. Like, I don't like playing Mahjong, and I'm not mad Mahjong exists. And, like, lots of people... There are people who literally... I know of at least one person who plays this game just to play the Mahjong, you know? No, I know you're not saying they can't. I'm just like, I find it strange to be annoyed. I get annoyed for Nier because of because of like how that story stuff negatively can affect. It can be jarring, you know. But I'm just surprised by that it's annoyance, not like ambivalence, you know. I want Blitzballer because imagine the ego is shattering if you lose to someone with balls. Like, to me, having more regular sports in the world of 14 would actually be a really, nice thing for, world building. Especially between, the new world of Marasidia. Like, if they did something like what, the Mesoamerican ball game, I'm forgetting its name. Which Blitzball isn't so different from. Other than the giant water sphere. Oh, there's Jay. My noise is predicated on the fact that I'm sure I would have to interact with it at some point. And seeing Glams having people make jokes about balls is Yu-Gi-Oh! Shows. Yeah, but I mean, that's like, okay, but then don't put anything with, spheres in them because people can make ball jokes. And then also, what do you mean with seeing glams? Like, the glams for it are, sports gear. Like, there's already glams in the game from it. Like, it doesn't look that different than the armor that's already in-game. And if you mean, because there's glams and you won't be able to get them, I mean, it would be gold saucer stuff, so you'd be able to still buy them. Yes, I do have a paladin.
Lendriel, how you find the Manderville weapon of yours? Seeing as mine was the hand of the forge, the answer you're looking for is bloody marvelous. Still, can always be better. It sounds like Godbert's ready to build on the bare bones of what we produced so far. I shall call upon his lordship. Lendriel, so good of you to come. I had my nose buried in the mystifying manual for what feels like an age or more, but my decoding efforts have at last borne delicious fruit. It would seem that to further enhance the ethereal conductivity of our weaponry, we must apply yet another variety of meteorite, much as one produces sparks by smashing one rocks against another, a rare chondrite in this case. The true key to this process, however, is something rather more intangible. Well, don't leave us hanging, you overdramatic peacock. Take us already. My ancestors' tomes as well. It is as much a journal as it is an instructional guide, and Hildebrand details a history of failure to elevate his creations. As he was an accomplished warrior as well, he thus removed himself to the furthest reaches of the world, and where he sought to vent his frustrations upon the most fearsome fiends that crossed his path. Post-battle clarity filled his spirit, and miracle of miracles, his very next attempt at augmentation was a resounding success.
Oh, it's gonna be light. I think Mr. Happy was probably right.
So you see, the missing ingredient in Hildebrand's recipe for refinement was the sublime tranquility achieved in an invigorating victory.
Oh man, I hate light.
I myself received the blessing of battle-based enlightenment on my travels with Lendriel, following a mildly strenuous encounter with one Dr. Luge. However, I contend, Master Geralt, that your material meditation is as yet woefully inadequate.
You think me smashing skulls instead of ingots and I'll somehow improve me forging instincts?
I guarantee it, in fact. Until you triumph over this trial, I suspect the next rung of Manderville mastery will forever remain beyond your reach. Not that I expect you to charge blindly into fisticuffs. Nay, sir, I prepare you for the perfect opponent. Lendriel, if you would be so kind as to join Master Geralt at Wind Weft, I shall be with you momentarily.
Actually, they introduced Blitzball to 14 with the players have excellent lung capacity or something similar to our blessing. What allows for underwater yeah. That, or it could just be that the water's breathable because it's a special concoction or whatever, or it's like they could just not worry about questioning it, or yeah, or maybe there's common blessing over in Mara City or the New World or wherever where it's played. Okay, fibers. I lost track of which Pokemon cards are worth much, but here's hoping you pull something nice. Yeah, good luck on that, Light. Those whitey tighties are always, to me, so startling to see in game. Good, Raven. The only one I know of value is Gay Pikachu, so I hope you all pill Gay Pikachu. It's funny, Jess, you kept saying that, and I was like, I still don't know what you mean, and then you sent me the card, and I'm like, now I know what you mean. Because literally, that is just a rainbow Pikachu.
Well, here I am. So where's me perfect opponent? Eager to begin, I see. Capital. Follow me and we can get this clarifying combat underway.
Maybe it won't be light. Maybe it's just going to be this quest and there'll be something, an item after that. Oh, the mammoth.
A flimsy little mammoth. Now I ain't a warrior, but feast your eyes on these corded arms. If there was a tavern brawl, the smart coin be on the smithy. As it should be, which is why I've set this fellow's battle parameters to the maximum level. Right, then let's do this. This thing's gonna whoop his ass.
Girl, you're really bad at this.
Tricky little bastard. I know what this calls for. A generous application of Manderville mandated lubrication!
I want to send someone just this and pitch them on to play Final Fantasy XIV based off of nothing but this shot right here. That man's lubed up.
What did you just slather with me with? Only the finest salamander vial, my good man. Feel it sink into your muscles and augment your natural powers. 'Tis the oil of champions. You know, I do feel oddly powerful.
Oh, is he gonna slide? That's a concussion. He did win.
Ha ha! Take that, Tin Man!
A victory is a victory, I suppose.
What a rush! I never wanted to forge something so badly. Is it that battle enlightenment you was talking about? The very same. In your heightened state of awareness, our enhancements are sure to be flawless. Then let's get to work. As before, your job is to bargain for meteoric chunks from Jabruna. Rowena knows the supplier with chondrite we need.
Wait, is it just gonna be tombstones again?
I'll head back and I'll head back and warm up the furnace. No ho ho! Even at its weakness, watching my mammoth do battle is always a treat.
Black Flame, good to glad to have you. Thanks, Black Flame.
Yes, I actually had this axe-wielding gentleman set to his lowest parameters, and while Salamanderville does stimulate circulation, it has no other special effects. The more daunting opponent you see is the prison of the mind, even should the battle itself be a charade. The positive momentum one gains from prevailing with what perceived to have been a mighty struggle is no less real.
It's all relative.
Now, if you will kindly see to procuring the chondrite, I must attend to my part of the preparations.
Don't compare how hard the thing is compared to the amount of struggle of what you had to overcome from a relative standpoint.
I think that's a fractured skull, yeah.
Chunks of complementary chondrite can be obtained from Jabruna. Oh, I think this is just to get to the glowy stage, and then the actual upgrade is probably a different thing. I bet that's what it is. Ooh, I'm so excited to see what the glow looks like. I really love that all the baseline relics look like, they look kind of like if you made a version of the job armor, a weapon version for the job armor other than the actual ones we got, and like if you like took a second pass. Like it almost feels like that's how they did it. They did like 2 different pitch versions for the job armor weapons for Endwalker, and then one of the versions they kept to use as like this. Thank you, V. Join our YouTube channel. Hit the join button next to the subscribe button to become an Archon. The more members we have, the more emotes we get. You want more Deadpool, don't you? Speaking of which, who wants to see Deadpool? Oh, did I not save up? I really wasn't expecting it to be. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna have to pause there for now because I don't have the tombstones. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go do Loporrits first. I think we're gonna go do Loporrits, and then we'll also be able to do Eureka Orthos. You get tombstones for doing Eureka Orthos, so we're gonna do that for sure. Oh, Jade, I'm sorry. Well, on the bright side, Eureka Orthos gives you what? 120 per run of going to level 30. So we'll get a bunch just from doing that. Yep. I think it's like 20, 40, 60. I think it's something like when you do level 10, it's 20. Okay, I'll go get the good boy. He was asleep on the couch because it's very early. Wave it to people. Another treat. Light, thanks for Archon. Enjoy the emotes. Oh, Catherine, do you have a... Hey, will you do something for me? Absolutely. Open up the map back up and show me where Mirror City is. Yes, I can show you that. Yeah, Mirror City is here. So if you open up the regular map, Mirror City is not on here. But what I can do instead is I will open up I have a map of Mirror City right here, right now. Give me 1 second. So, this is Mericidia down here. This Australia-looking thing. This island right here, this is Thavner. So this is Ilsebard, and this is Othard over here. So like Hingashi will be over here. This is like the, right over here is like Girabania. It's like Eorzea is over here. Or not Girabania is over here, basically. So if you just think of this as Thavner, this is Mericidia. I don't know what those isles are. I wonder if those are supposed to be... I don't think that's Uznair, because I think that's Uznair. So this might be the South Sea, although that's kind of way far to the east. That took me a second. But yeah, this is Mericidia here. And then if I open up... Give me one quick second. Yeah, friendly reminder, if you want to know more about Mericidia, I have a video out today on it that you should definitely go check out. This is the new world. So this is the new world. Eorzea is over here, so you can see the very tail edge of this is Vilbrand down here, and this would be Dravania up here. So if you go west of Dravania or Vilbrand, you would end up in the new world. And then if you keep going west, you would end up, this is like Hingashi, like right over here. So, hope that makes sense in physical space. What is Elio doing? I am about to go do the Loporrits next because I don't have the tombstones. Hi, buddy. Hi, one moment. Is it breakfast time for the sleepy good boy? Deadpool, you want some? You want some? Okay, here. Deadpool, here, just 1 second. I don't know if I can show you. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Do you want some? Yeah, let's go. I swear to God, I just watched that dog drift. I just watched that dog, like, literally drift. He was going so fast. Okay. I'm assuming I have to be culinarian? Yeah. Or hand job. Don't make the joke.
Oh, Landriel, my friend, my chum, my pal, my old earthen flatware. How delighted I am to finally see you again. You do remember me, don't you?
Of course, Streamingway.
Phew, you had me worried for a moment there with how your eyes glazed over like that. In any case, I'm truly glad you have found you at last. Theris is quite a bit larger than one anticipates, isn't it? And it is ever so intact. A touch of widespread destruction, yes, but you and your friends did a remarkable job of saving it. And I can see why you prefer to stay. Really, I do. But you must understand, you've left a fair few of my fellow Loporrits in a bind. Their sole purpose in life was to prepare the moon for mankind, and now that you're not coming, well, they're depressed. Not to mention bored. I know what that's like, to while away the days drifting from one dull task to another, occasionally bumping into walls. You managed to set me right, though. My days of listlessness are over, and I'm happier pursuing music than ever I was before. So I wondered, could you not help my fellow Loporrits as you'd helped me? Not all by yourself, of course. I promise that I'll be there every hop, skip, and jump of the way.
I'm sad that they couldn't just name him Hummingway.
I knew you'd agree. It would be best if you met the Loporrits in question yourself, so please join me in Betsway Burrows as soon as you're able.
He doesn't get morning zoomies, Deadpool just gets excitey zoomies. And, well, but like, it takes very little for him to get zoomies. And also when he gets real zoomies, he goes, like, he just, like, pauses to look at you. And then he goes, he's so cute.
Thank you. They're in a sorry state at the moment, but surely we can find some way to help. Did you just murder my barista?
Got it. Dude, the Omnicron quest was so good. So we don't know for sure what it is yet, but based on what we knew in lore, well, I don't know because I haven't played the content, any new details, but from past lore, Eureka Orthos was an installation underneath the Crystal Tower where a lot of Allegan weapons were studied. And it was like where Eureka, for instance, was housed. And there's like a lot of probably Xandays or things from the late Alleg that are kept there. We know like there's like Melosine and like things like Melosine and stuff like that. Doga and Une clones. So what's still down there, what sort could be held within the installation is unclear. It's also what at the end of the Crystal Tower when Nero dropped his thing down into beneath the Labyrinth of the Ancients and it started beeping. That's what it was responding to. So we know a couple of things, but not a ton.
Well, come, Lindril. Now that you're here, you've likely noticed that some of the other Loporrits seem a bit, well, floppy? Perhaps if you speak with them, you can get a clearer understanding of their plight. Once you're done, we shall formulate a plan of action forthwith.
If you're willing to put Deadpool in a baby sling and carry him in convention, I would be willing. I don't know if he'd like that, but definitely would be willing. Oh, there's V.
You know, those days that simply feel bad, when the carrots taste bland and nothing sounds like fun, and you don't want to talk to your friends, even though they're right here.
Did they have to like call my emotions out and call like my struggles out, and did they have to do it with the Loporrits?
Bing! Good to glad to have you.
Lala, it's early, but we get to move back to Curl now, and I can't sleep. Ho! Well, welcome, Bean. Yeah, the dragons did get some closure.
Well, all of my days are those days.
Oh, fuck! I was not expecting this quest line to be more depressing than the Omnicron quest line. Yeah, Omnicron quest made me feel happy. Yeah, me too.
Why do I seem so sad? No, I don't know. Perhaps because my entire life's work was all for naught? What a question! Yes, a few representatives from Atheris have come to visit Livingway's new archive, but it's not the same. The moon was supposed to be hustling, bustling, even, with people who would all live happily ever after in our wondrous residential facilities. But not a single one of you has moved in. Body. To think my carrots will even remain untasted by mankind. And what of Lopporrits? Day in and day out we eat carrots. We grow carrots, we eat carrots again. It's as if our carrots are growing us. Was that their plot all along?
You okay, Elio? Oh yeah, I'm good. I just relate. I just like struggle with a lot of anxiety and depression. I like suffer from chronic anxiety and chronic depression. So like I was not expecting the Lopporrits to call us out to be you know.
I see from your face that you've met some of our wayward ways. Depressing, isn't it?
I love how the fucking Lopporrits are written in English.
I wish I knew how to bring them out of the doldrums. Did you have any ideas?
Maybe they can find dreams of their own, like you did.
New dreams? Why, I can't believe I hadn't thought of that myself. If each of my fellows had their own dream to guide them, they'd be cured of their melancholy as surely as I was. Of course, finding one's dreams is easier said than done. Perhaps we can help them out in their respective ways by introducing the myriad options available. It's a significant trial and error in my case, after all. If we gather the Lopporrits who already have dreams together in a centralized location, that should make for a decent start. We simply show my listless fellows the fun to be had in various pursuits, and bam! They'll be struck with inspiration so hard that we'll have to carry them out on stretchers.
I fucking love the Lopporrit sense of humor.
An operation of this scale will require permission from Livingway, though, and I am but one of the frankly excessive number of Lopporrits under her authority.
Just like let them there, instead of just being like, and I'm only just one, I'm only just one Lopporrit under her, under her command or whatever.
I am but one of the frankly excessive number of Lopporrits under her authority. As she often reminds us, our passing whims must be processed in the order they are received. Your whims, on the other paw, are practically the whims of Theros itself, and you would be prioritized accordingly. You'll lend your support to my petition, won't you?
Even adorable bunny people can have existential crises. Yeah, that's definitely what Final Fantasy XIV has taught us, right, V? Much appreciated, Raven. And no, I have struggles. We all got struggles. And, I recognize that and contend with it. And it's most, I don't feel uncomfortable or, it doesn't make things worse that it's pointed out. I just feel for them. And I wasn't expecting it as much.
It's her! Quickly, put on your best person of Theros with high hopes for the future face.
I love the Lopporrits and how they're written so goddamn much.
Why, Lundriel, what a pleasure to see you. May I say that you're looking especially person-like today? And Dreaming besides, is there something I can assist you with? I have yet to find a willing instructor in the Ishgardian Horde, I'm afraid. Oh, no, that is to say, you will have doubtless noticed that many of the Lopporrits' fur is looking less sleek lately. As to what can be done about it... I see. I have been grappling with the self-same concern. Large though projects like Excitedtron are, they're simply insufficient to occupy everyone here. So I say, why not? We have the whole moon at our disposal, and there's no reason a small portion of it should not be dedicated to Lopporrits enrichment. I even know a few folks who I am certain would be willing to share their dreams. Wait just a moment. And here they are. First, allow me to introduce Coining Way. They have the zest for monetary matters, big and small, and dream of minting their own currency. Though your venue will primarily be a marketplace of dreams, you shall doubtless require a more tangible system to ensure your collaborators are compensated fairly. That, I dare say, is where I come in. Rest assured that in your participation in my experimental market will be invaluable in proving the moon's viability as an economic powerhouse. Managing Way here will also be happy to join you. They were responsible for determining the layout of our facility, delineating development projects, ensuring goals were met by each work division, and other such administrative matters. Unfortunately, with the Exodus cancelled, much of their work has been dried up, and it has been difficult to find another suitable outlet for their enthusiasm. According to my projections, each and every stage of this project must needs be strictly scheduled in order to meet the target metrics. Would you like to see my charts? Oh, it's Yoshida. Oh, charts. How fortunate we are to be working with true experts in whatever it was that you said. As well as Lendriel, of course. You'll be staying, I hope.
You got it, bud.
There's no greater expert in helping Loporrits find their dreams than you, even should we scour the moon. Nay, the universe. If I may. We will require a skilled artisan if we are to meet our goals. My files indicate that you have significant experience in this area, yes? I have already added your name to the list of staff. It would be disruptive to remove it now, so I too must ask for your cooperation.
Let's build some dreams.
Phew, I feel much better knowing you'll be here to help. Do try to avoid causing Lendriel undue trouble, yes? Now, I have taken the liberty of designing a space for your activities.
Designating him soon.
Just beyond that door is a room in which we never assigned a real purpose. We've been using it for storage, but no one will be terribly put out if you use it as your venue. I can't thank you enough, Living Way. I suppose the best way to show my gratitude will be to put that room, and my staff here, to good use. Come along, everyone. I fear they know not what trials lay in wait. One trial in particular. Whatever shall we do with our most wayward way?
As someone who is also overly flowery and symbolic in rhetoric and sad, I relate to these minuscule lapines. Lapines? What actually is the what is the right? Rabbit in Latin. Should be lepus, right? So lapinine? So this is what it looks like currently. Jade's over there having a rave with nothing from my standpoint. I love that.
I didn't think it was possible to dream any bigger than I already have, but look at this place.
I love Dreaming Way. Yeah, but wouldn't the plural be like Leponine?
It still needs a lot of work before we can open to the dreamless public, however, so without further ado...
No, that is the plural? Huh. There you go.
If I may. Before we begin to build, it is vital that we clarify our vision to ensure unity of purpose and stoke the flames of motivation. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves giving up halfway through, or worse, executing inefficient processes. I see. In that case, I suppose my vision is to build a stage for musical performances. That is my dream, after all. We will require commercial areas where my new currency can exchange pods. I imagine we might procure a variety of merchandise as well. No objections there. Then I assume you will take care of the more tedious labor. Meanwhile, I shall be polishing my currency and meditating upon the finer points of value determination. I can scarcely wait to begin pricing. As far as labor is concerned, I am happy to contract building wave services. The construction system at his disposal should see our task carried out that much swifter. That said, the components we use in our construction efforts will greatly benefit from a master craftsman's touch. Lendril, that is to be your responsibility. I like your attitude, Lendril. I can see that you'll go far here. For the moment, you should focus on creating a varnish for Dreaming Ways stage. It is vital that we prevent errant splinters from hindering our performance potential. Do you mind the aesthetics? Do you mind the aesthetics as well? I had to take charge of our inventory, so you'll need only deliver the fruits of your labor to me.
Aw.
This should be everything you need, but if you require additional raw materials, you'll find this dreaming supporter fully stocked.
Do you have the money to pay for a new subdomins? If need be, I can I can loan you some. Thank you for your material request. Oh dear, it appears that the necessary supplies are in your possession. Project Manager requires that all materials be used before more are provided. What was it called? Station. Oh my god, that was not what I meant to spell. Nice. Pretty much. Is they had to dress differently? I don't know. I feel like I don't know if they would hate dressing differently. I think they just don't because it's more efficient. I don't get the sense that they need, like, desire any form of individuality, you know? Okay, Dimins, just let me know if you're sure. I can always loan you like $15 for a month. I have no problem doing that. This is the nice part of already having something at 90 is that finishing these is so fast.
You're finished, if I may. These are precisely what I asked for. Well done, Lendril. Now, for livability reasons, I must ask for you to wait here during construction. Bray, give us a few moments to activate the building systems.
Percy, good to see you, glad to have you. Using cooking to craft when it's not food is always so weird. I love it. My favorite was cooking tank parts for dwarves.
Behold, the stage of my dreams, from which we shall share the joys of music with all Loporrit kind.
I love it. I want to hang out there. Dude, I wonder if at FanFest they're gonna have like a booth that's like built out like this.
Impressive, is it not? Even more so when we turn up the music.
This is not the music I was expecting, but I like it.
I wrote this one myself. Does it make you want to hippity hop?
I love it!
Frankly, you've exceeded my expectations. Rarely is the first stage of a project such a success. Allow me to draw your attention to the shopping station, where you are handsomely rewarded with my original Loporrit carrots. You will doubtless enjoy spending them here. You've certainly outdone yourself, though I still have my doubts as to whether you'll find anyone to purchase that slide. But wait, there's more, if you will kindly follow me.
Dude, imagine if his tooth had been gold. Agreed.
Not bespeaks a well-running organization with plentiful financial returns like uniforms. I do feel rather more official now. These shirts should keep our mutual goals at the forefront of our minds. A friend mentioned to me that the bards and musicians of Atheris often don peculiar accessories, so the glasses seemed appropriate for Dreaming Way, and now we can locate our leader at a distance. Thank you, Queening Way. They do lend a certain weight of possibly of expectation. I will do my utmost not to disappoint. Pardon me, but what is this place? I couldn't help but follow the music, and before I knew what was happening, I had hopped all the way here. This, my friend, is a workshop. The workshop of our dreams. That does have a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Almost musical. In any case, feel free to stay for as long as you like.
Look at that fucking bunny go. Oh my god, their lights are carrots. Dude, I wonder if they're gonna give out carrot lights at fam. Oh my god.
Where am I? Everyone looks so happy. Am I allowed to join in? Oh, I wish someone could tell me what to do. If I may.
I think this is footballs, not in the distance. Carrot glow stick is perfection. It really is. This is really curing my depression. Good, Raven. Thank you, V. Yeah. Since it's YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Don't lick the like button. V is looking at you. Okay, sounds good. I'll message you in a little second here, Demens.
I do hope that they find their way. Surely there's a dream out there for everybody. Thank you for helping to make mine a reality. But we're just getting started. There's still plenty of dreams out there to make space for, and Loporrits to lure into our hopeful clutches. I'm counting on you, Lendriel.
I love how much this game is about just trying to make the world better as much as you can.
What is this ruckus? Can't they just be quiet? Hopping around like fools won't change anything one whit.
Evil Lopporrit. Dreaming Way's Dreaming Workshop is now open to the public. Patrons can dance the night away at the musicking station, or shop until they flop at the shopping station. There is much yet to be done, however. If each Loporrit is to find new purpose, continue expanding the workshop to see what dreams may come. This is where it starts with all this stuff? I'm wondering where it ends now. He's sipping that haterade, yeah. Demands, if you want to send me a message on Discord, I'll message you back in a second here. Oh, sweet. Then we got a linked portal to the Aetheryte. Nope. I'm gonna take a second to enjoy this. Men's with a massive move frame. I'm expecting big since I look at the Pikachu quest. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we build an entire outpost in the Archosodra one, and then we build an entire star in Omnicron, so who knows for this. I mean, there's still this station over there, that station over there, that station over there. I bet you it's those 3 other stations. Remember, you only have to level up one crafter, and you only need them to level 80 in order to do this. So you could do the other job. So like literally, you could get all the way from like 1 to 90 just by doing the different tribal groups. Plus, you can also level up from 1 to 90 in an afternoon real easy just using leaves. Ooh. Oh, $15. Thank you, V. Oh, helping to fund Dimin's sub. Sweet. Yeah, we're furthering our goal along towards getting the drunk stream, and then also there's the money for Dimin's. So there we go. I will make sure to get that going. Oh my god, this sounds like rebuilding Dome and Enclave for space bunnies. I mean, that's not what it's not is. They're turning it into the gold saucer. Yeah, basically. The Garlands are gonna have a massive surprise, yeah. You know what? Honestly, from one of the community streams, one of the things we should do, I should just like teach everyone how to level in crafting. This is gonna be another danger zone on Balmung. Oh my god, Jade, you're probably right. It is, isn't it? Oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh, of course, Raven. I'm glad it's helpful. Glad I enjoy it. I would just like this song on repeat in my Gabi helm. Please, K, thanks, please. Yeah. That, honestly, I'm glad that like I have a second it's a park where I'm at. Yeah, no, but PayPal works. Okay, cool. Let me get that. Forgive me real quick. I'm just gonna make sure to help Demins. PayPal. Look, there have been so many months in my life where I have not been able to afford to play like games like 14, able to, you know, haven't been able to eat, haven't been able to, so I'm more than happy to take a second to help you out, man. Sorry if it's not that entertaining for like about 2 minutes here. Cool. One moment, almost got that finished. I just gotta check my... Cool. Should be good. Okay, cool. And then, just in case that doesn't, in case there's any like tax or anything, just gonna send. Just in case, I'm just gonna send that. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. Should be sent. Let me know when you got it. Okay, cool. I would appreciate for the community day struggling doing it unless someone is with me and breathing down my neck. Yeah, Des, we'll do that. This weekend we're doing Eureka Orthos, but the next I'll teach people how to level in crafting. What is a danger zone? I mean, it's a Scum of Hive ability, D-Gen Central. to Limsa. Yeah, you're not wrong. Limsa got nothing on Valmont Quicksand. Okay, well, maybe we'll put it off. We'll find a time. Okay, cool. Demins is taken care of. Thank you for dancing for us, Jade. Look at those dance moves go. Okay. Now we're off to Eureka Orthos. I'm assuming we have to go to Mordona to talk to... I'm sad that they removed the old quest. I'm also absolutely thrilled that they removed the old quest and they're making it so that we're doing the Noah stuff through... There used to be a whole thing with a character and like Archmagus of Alag named Noah who was possessing the body of a Mikote. And they kind of got rid of that now so that instead that questline's going to lead to this, which is probably for the best. Yeah, but go Rabnata. Are they just gonna pretend like it didn't happen at all and now they've changed it? Or no, she's smoking, so maybe not. Ah, fancy meeting you here. Have you been well? Doubtless your adventurous duties have left you with little time for our humble organization. Still, I trust you have found a spare moment here and there to contribute to Noah's ongoing research. You are so very good at it, after all. Splendid, splendid. As you can see, my circumstances have little room for complaint. My vessel remains intact. Okay, yeah, they're just assuming. And this age is yet to lose its luster. All told, Ko's discovery of the orb containing my essence in Circus Tower was a happy twist of fate indeed. Not only have I been able to drink my fill of this world's mysteries and delights, but Ko seems more than happy to allow me all the time I need to indulge my curiosity. Basically, she has the soul of an Archmagus is also inside of her. So, and right, it's kind of like if you've done the Black Mage quest, like the Shitoto thing. Now, before you pass judgment, I must remind you that this arrangement has been carried out under our mutual agreement. I fully intend to relinquish control of her as soon as my work here is done, and just so happens you may be able to help with that. Rambrosi can scarcely stop talking about your adventures with the Cylons of the Seventh Dawn, you see. I've heard the stories countless times. How in a strange turn of fate, Grahatia was awoken from his slumber in the Crystal Tower, far earlier than he should have been. How the Asian Fandaniel, who set our star on a course towards the final days, was in fact Amon all along. Events of earth-shaking import, events in which you invariably played a pivotal role. Your pedigree means there is none better suited to receive my request. Firstly, however, I would ask that you summon Grahatia to the 8th Sentinels. I suspect he will answer the call of a comrade in arms much more readily than any anonymous researcher calling themselves an Archmagus. I'm assuming you did the quest before they were removed? Yeah. I wonder if the dialogue's different otherwise. Yes, I wonder if they kept, like, the first quest where she gets possessed in the first place. I know, from what I read, I thought all of the quest chain was removed, but maybe only part of it. Yes, this is he. Landriel, what a pleasant surprise. I can't remember the last time you called. Oh my. Are you, Graha, you okay? No, that, 'twas nothing. Nothing at all. I'm more interested in you, my friend. Are you well? You aren't in any sort of trouble, are you? I love you too, Graha. That's quite the yarn. You say the Archmagus Noah, inhabiting the body of a young researcher, has asked you to ask me to make haste to the 8 Sentinels. Have I got it right? That's about it. Absolutely fascinating! I'll be there at once, as soon as I can conclude my current business, that is. I promise to be quick. I always love how much of a fucking researcher, like a scholar he is too. Ugh. Tell Noah, or is it Ko, that I'm eager to make her acquaintance. Until then... He's just so excited for the world. Well, I certainly did not mean to rush the poor lad. I hope his haste does not come at the expense of caution. Even so, hearing the loyalty you inspire in others makes me feel secure in my choice to place this task in your hands. Now then, It would be improper for us to be late for our appointment after pulling Grahatia away from his work. Feel free to go on ahead. I shall be not far behind. Bean, are you here? Are you up and going? Because I was gonna do a blind run through with V, but if you're here, we could go ahead and grab you in too, and then we could fill maybe Jade with the last spot. As long as Jade doesn't mind us like taking our time and kind of like just exploring and like not being hyper efficient. Being a giant nerd is half of his charm. I love him so much. Yeah, he is a giant nerd, and I love. Yeah, it's definitely one of the things I relate to him on though, like his enthusiasm for the world and curiosity and like his excitement for that stuff. I deeply relate to that. Okay, cool. I mean, you usually are, but you know, I know that like you have a large amount of patience for other people learning, or not even just learning, but like taking their time. Raha is a himbo, but really not. Like, definitely himbo is like incredibly like beautiful and like muscular, strong, and like kind and caring, but dumb. And, like, Gra is, like, one of the most intelligent characters we have. Jade gonna clear the entire floor while we stare at wall drawings? Yeah. Shall I throw caution to the wind and do something exceedingly reckless? Graha male wife. Those balloons, though. I'm glad y'all like the balloons. I'm quite a fan as well. Look, it was either that or the Sabo Tender. Like... Honestly, like, the reason that I wanted them so bad is because they make me think of my good boy. Oh, I can't fly right now, but when you fly around, balloons come out of his body. Gra is a scientific genius who never lost his childhood wonder for the world. He's the opposite of Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's interesting. I feel like usually when I listen to him talk, he more marvels at the world than not. Yes, he only had to mention it 10 times a day for 2 weeks before someone broke down and paid for it. Why are you making fun of me? I came as quickly as I could. I haven't kept you waiting, have I? Good, good. When you told me that Noah herself was imparting in all this, I knew that this was an opportunity I would be loath to miss. When placed against the rebirth of both Xande and Amon, the survival of Noah's essence seems almost quaint. Still, I can't help but be excited to meet her and hear what this request of hers entails. If I were to hazard a guess, it has something to do with the Crystal Tower. Your instincts are correct. Now let me see those eyes. A deep crimson, the like of which I have not seen in many an age. Oh, this? Magics are required on the road ahead, and I had to prepare accordingly. While adept enough as a researcher, I'm afraid Koa's aptitude in ethereal arts is non-existent. It was, It was necessary for me to acquire the proper attire, that I might in some small way make up for this deficiency. While my abilities are now but a shade of what they were at my zenith, they shall suffice. You can thank Rowena's House of Splendors for meeting even the most esoteric of my demands. You've truly captured the spirit of Allag. Why, thank you. I did try. Every magus knows that the function must be married with looks. Those that fail to learn that lesson seldom last long. However, I do wish I could have added a touch more flair. Amon would have clucked his tongue in disapproval at the sight of me. Alas, I had to appease Ko's preferences as well. She insisted that the first few outfits I selected were much too gaudy, and eventually we landed on this compromise. Beauty truly is in the eye of the beholder, I suppose. Yes, yes, truly fascinating, most illustrious Noah. I could listen for days. Yet there is a question of why I was summoned here, and Lendriel for that matter. Why have you gone to such lengths to seek us out?
Yes, quite right. To understand where we are heading, I must first tell you what came before. In the twilight of the Third Astral Era, with the Allegan Empire at the height of its glory, a laboratory was constructed beneath the Crystal Tower. There, the Empire's most sensitive research was conducted. So far we know all this. The means of achieving eternal life and resurrection, clone technology, control mechanisms for the Icons, and the eventual completion of the Dalamud prototype. Those were but few of the many projects pursued deeper under the earth, all in absolute secrecy, with the full blessing and guidance of the royal family. It was dubbed Eureka Orthos by the Emperor himself, a fitting name for a place which became a nexus of creation. Eureka! You can't mean what I think you mean. I believe you and Kral are well familiar with the Forbidden Land. When the island appeared suddenly in the waters of the Far East, it was dubbed Eureka after the Allegan legend. The stories say that it is the center of a vast labyrinth. In the center of that vast labyrinth slumbers a weapon of incomprehensible power. Oh, so the passage of time has not erased our deeds entirely. The legend has a hint of truth in it. The development of a specialized weapon was the main subject of research within Eureka Orthos. It comes as no surprise that the rumors of what transpired there would eventually grow into the tales of which you speak. However, Eureka Orthos is no myth. It exists as surely as you or I. It was every bit as magnificent a feat as Syracuse Tower. I have reason to believe it survived the chaos of the Fourth Emerald Calamity relatively unscathed. I know where it is, and I know how we can gain entrance. My peerless knowledge of teleportation magic shall take us to the gates, and the royal blood flowing through Gahatia's veins shall open them. I would very much like to once again set foot within those halls, where I refined and perfected the means of transferring my essence to and from various objects. Which brings me to my request. I would have you delve into the deepest regions of Eureka Orthos and drag its secrets kicking and screaming into today. With the flow of time within the Crystal Tower restored, the laboratory should be fully active, its unfinished experiments and long-dormant security measures wandering aimlessly in search of intruders. The first order of the day shall be to put these obstacles to rest and advance to the 13th floor of the facility. I'll accompany you. If this place is as dangerous as it sounds, you'll need every extra weapon you can get. I'm afraid I cannot permit that. Your role in this ends once the gates to Eureka Orthos have opened. I understand your disappointment, but the same blood that makes you useful as a key makes you a hindrance fulfilling this mission. It ties you too strongly to the Empire. Unlike the Crystal Tower, there's no need for Eureka Orthos to inspire hope. Allag is gone, its inheritors long dead. I wish for the Empire's deeds, no matter how unsavory, to be beholden with the eyes unclouded by legacy. That might be judged for what they were. That they might be judged for what they were.
Yeah, it's the moon word top. It's the like Rydia top thing.
So Lendriel, I know you have been long in asking. I have been long in asking, but will you accept this task? Naturally, I shall offer all the help I can muster, and you are free to take any spoils you may find. There is much that could be of use to one such as you.
Thank you, V.
I knew you would find the scent of adventure irresistible, but I thank you nonetheless. Drink your fill of ancient secrets and buried sin. Well then, I suppose it's time to make our ingress. Allow us to borrow the key that Une and Doga entrusted you so long ago.
She says so long ago. How long even was it at this point, I wonder? A couple of years? Well, I guess for him, multiple centuries. I want to mug her and steal her outfit. Yeah, it is very Ray Ray. Yeah, ever the glamour fiend Ray Ray.
The connection seems to be stable. Very good. Promise me you'll come back in one piece, Lendriel?
Oh, promise me you'll come back in one piece, Landriel. Return in any other shape, and not even another calamity will convince me to open these gates. Must you fuss over him like a child, he to whom allied ruins are almost commonplace, who bested even a Mon in combat? Compared to such trials, this will be but a footnote in a long list of heroics. Once Landriel returns from his expedition, you are more than welcome to return here and listen to the report. Rest assured you shall remain fully appraised of any world-threatening developments. That's a small reassurance, but I suppose it must suffice. Should you find yourself in an impasse, do remember that I'm only a call away, won't you?
Yuki, thank you for the 50p.
Aw, for Deadpool. Now then, let us make ready. The secrets of Eureka Orthos lie in wait to be found.
Okay. Okay, we got the bean. Sweet. So we got everyone then. So invites. There's Jade, and then we just need V. Who should be in my friends list? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Populate faster.
Here we are. Rambos has finished me with all the manpower I requested. The capable researchers of the Son of St. Koinak stand ready to organize your expeditions and appraise any rarities you might find. As for my part, I have managed to offset the magical limitations of this vessel with my boundless knowledge, procuring 2 tools that should be of great use to you. First, special armor. You see, in the days before the Fourth Umbral Calamity, the researchers of Eureka Orthos fortified it with wards that enervate the faculties of any intruders. Even the most masterful weapons are rendered useless if they cannot be swung. To overcome this, I've imbued a set of armor with the opposing wards, which should nullify the effect, thus allowing you to fight with gusto. Second is a handy little device called a demi-clone generator. As the name implies, it is capable of creating near clones in a matter of moments. Such clones, while imperfect, were often used in experiments. If you come across tombstones containing data on such experiments, the generators can make sense of them. Furthermore, while the aether of the clones dissipates as quickly as vapor in the hot beaker, an extra hand or two may prove useful in pulling you from a perilous situation. Take these tools in good health, and may they serve you well. Once you have steeled your nerves and sharpened your weapons, speak with Khatun to begin.
One moment.
Well met, Landriel. I'm Khatun, and Mistress Noah has tasked me with overseeing all manners of support for your expedition into Eureka Orthos. The lass over there is Valerian. Valerian? She praises the worth of any trinkets or treasures you may find. Mistress Noah has also provided us with a synthesis node, and we're standing by to offer whatsoever aid we can. I take it Archmagus has given you the 2 pieces of equipment she was so proud of making? Excuse me, but for your own safety I must ask you show them to me before I allow you to set foot into the unknown.
Dude, that looks like a Jedi holocron.
Everything appears to be in working order. Now then, you're ready to go. Our first goal is to reach the 13th floor of the facility. Go forth, and show the realm that Alag's most deadly creations are no match for our heroes.
Okay, getting into voice. Getting into the voice. Stream. Oop. And there you go. Very odd choice for a name. Well, I mean, she's an Al Ra, so like Khatun. I mean, like, you know, I guess you're right. You know, it's weird for an Al Ra to be named, you know, Khatun. Yeah. It's like naming a girl princess. Yeah, literally. I was about to say, well, it's appropriate, and then I was like, well, it's basically exactly what you're saying. And even no places without aetherites could be instanced. I guess it counts the same as Mordona, so never mind. Yeah, I mean, yep. The chocobos are mating. Yeah, they were just walking into each other. I just noticed the earring in your glam. I'm loving the point of light on the face. Thank you, Percy. I love
because I started playing a lot right around the, like, during Stormblood, I pre-ordered Shadowbringers. Like, I started wearing that a bunch because I was playing a lot more around that time that I pre-ordered. So I was still pretty early on. I was like sub-level 70, even though I technically had been playing before that in a lot of stuff. So I ended up wearing it a bunch, and then it just became very familiar, and it became like, and then I just like kind of associated it with every one of my glams, and now it's just like a thing, and I really love having it. Jade, any class preference? Yeah, I'm assuming V, if you don't have a preference, you on healer, I guess makes the most sense. Time to take our revenge on Eureka for Pagos' crimes. Stay heals? Okay, cool. Let's do it, guys. Whoa. Oh, V, you have to be here with us. I'll wait for you for a second.
That's annoying because I am here. I'm just in the wrong instance. I don't know how to. I guess I gotta go back to Mordona.
If you leave and go back,
No,
in,
I already
leave
tried
and go back
that.
in now
I already tried that, and it still kept me in the different one.
Huh, that's weird. Well, wait, did you do the quest?
Can you check your instance number? Yes, I did the quest. I haven't unlocked.
Okay, well, I'm just making sure because if I could just imagine like it may be because we would have the. I don't know how do I.
Okay,
we're in instance 2, says Jade.
Cool. I am switching over.
Let me turn down you a little bit. Sweet. I forgot now everyone has that earring. Yeah, I mean people forget, right? Because not like, and I'm torn because on one hand I kind of like that it's a thing that's like I use that I don't see a lot of other people use, especially because newer players don't have access to it. But I also feel bad that other newer players don't have access to it. There's an odd thing to ask for Square Enix. We need a Graha outfit and let's pull you Stoll and have his outfits up for purchase. This is an odd thing to ask for Square. Is that an odd thing? I don't think that's really an odd thing. It's the thing is just saying you want the Graha outfit and your Stoll outfit. Isn't the Stoll outfit available? Am I crazy?
Yeah, the Ashola outfit is available all the way up through Endwalker.
Yeah, Brave new Yashol outfit is totally available.
All right, I'm in here now, I think.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, Light, thank you for the €5. Treat for Deadpool and currently in talks with the local card shop as they have procured some rather unique Pokemon decks. On that Pokemon kick, I see. Yeah, okay. I really need to do Pals of the Dead. I think last time I tried, a bloody chest killed me. Well, Raven, you've got a week, or you've got a couple days until we do the community event. I'm sure multiple people would help you get to level 50 in that. Beyond that, we also, I'm sure people might even help you day of. Okay. Now we enter. Let's get them, guys. Oh, okay, you can get a teleport from Mordona. Thanks, Jade. To get to the... Interesting. This is just like the green goo that was below in the twinning. Very classic. Is this a new rendition? So because we're at the top of Eureka Orthos, you'll notice that all the architecture doesn't look very technological. It looks like very, stonework, which means that the top of Eureka Orthos was probably built sometime during the earlier part of Alag's history, because this is early Alagan architecture rather than late Alagan architecture. Okay, I'm gonna be having to look at a bunch of stuff because there's a lot of important, interesting stuff there. Pylon of Return. Okay, early Alagan architecture. Yeah, okay. Orthos Succubus. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, that makes sense, right? They had the pact with the Void Scent. Ooh, those weapons are pretty. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, those Paladin weapons are really good. Now I can make like a good, like, technological... I can make like an Alagan Paladin glam. Yeah, okay.
Ooh,
I bet we're gonna see... Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, the sage ones are really nice.
Ooh, new Newless! Ooh, technological Newless! Let me look at them. Ooh, those are pretty. The other thing to remember is that we're going to see probably a lot of magic tech and a lot of void sense, because those are I mean, you know, Magitech, literally Allag, and then also we'll see aetherochemical monsters, but the Zende made a pact with the Cloud of Darkness, which is why there's gonna be so many points in. Sounds good, Raven. Jumping in the ghoul. Awesome. Thanks for helping out, Yukio, Ray. Ah, Aether Pool level 1. I'm also going to want to read some of the Pomanders, so forgive me. I may have to take a second for that. Also, gold chests are actually kind of useful for us because it's so early on that stuff in them might actually be useful. So, V, Bean, Jade, how many of you guys have done any kind of deep dungeon, any kind of regularly?
I've run Heaven on High a lot with these.
Mm-hmm. Have you completed a level 100?
No, we kept dying in the 70s. I'm very mad. Need to go back and finish it.
Past 70 is when it starts to become a real headache in Heaven on High.
Ow?
It's not your thing. Interesting, Jade. I'm always fascinated by what things are your thing because, like, you'll do things like go kill the same mob over and over and over again in Baja and enjoy it. What makes it not your thing? Okay, what we got? We got Pomander Strength, Pomander Steel, Pomander Safety. Okay, all the usual ones. Punishment for death and also getting other people for it. Well, so you don't have any interest in solo runs for it? Yeah, okay, interesting. Oh, we started at 80, okay. Well, right, I guess that makes sense. That is just like Heaven on High. I guess I was gonna say but like, you know, Baja will punish you for metal loss for death, but I suppose it's different. Yeah, okay. That's interesting, because I do like doing things like solo runs for this, but I'm also not, would it be fair then to say that you're not a huge, roguelike fan in general? Or wasting like 5 hours? Yeah. It's just interesting to me, because I know you'll like learn to do things for the sake of doing them. I love Hades, it's just the time wasted.
I could see time wasted after your like Aether Pool is capped and stuff. It might feel like that, but you know that takes a while, so it seems like get a lot of runs out before it's really like.
Well, I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm curious what the difference is like in terms of like Hades versus this, right? If you die in Hades, you still go back to the beginning. In this, you can still get Aether Pool, you can still get items, you can still be like building towards some rewards. You know,
Hades is the same because you get like.
That's what I'm saying. They both do that, so I'm trying to understand what's different for Jade. Because Jade says they love Hades. In Hades, I lose like 30 minutes. In this, if the floor is 50, I lose 2 to 3 hours. Okay, fair.
That is true. Yeah.
Although I don't know it took me that long to clear, but maybe it's just been a while since I've been trying my Heaven on High.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I think it would help these maybe if they ever did like a better checkpointing system, like because I know it's like, oh, okay, you get up, you know, you beat the main story and you can start there, but it would be nice if like when we died on 70, it would be nice if we could be like, can we start there again instead of having to go all the way from, you know, 30 or whatever.
Yeah, I think that'd be fine as long as like like you don't get the reward that is for like clear, like the same way that like if you start from 30 you don't get the achievement. If you start if you like solo run Heaven on High and you start from 30, you don't get Lone Hero. You have to start from 1.
Yeah, I would be
like that, like yeah, no, so that's just always curious to me, especially because like, so I guess then this is, let me get chat real quick. Okay, no, we're good. So why doesn't like running if you're doing a party finder with a group of people who are progging something, but they're not making like good progress, like you know joke about or say doing like party finder for DSR, right? why does that not feel like time wasted for you? I mean, it does feel like time wasted. Okay, interesting. But you still do that? But it's something I enjoy more. Okay, all good. I mean, it's very different, right? I like pressing buttons, right? Like if you like doing the dance, yeah. Going invuln, I'm just gonna use it early, so we'll get it off cooldown again. Don't forget, by the way, if you want to level jobs, you can level jobs in Eureka Orthos. Level a job from 80 to 90. It'll be a great way to get XP if you want to. You could just do a whole bunch of this. Or if you want to build up tomestones for the relic weapons, you will get tomestones instead. And you get regular tomestones. You get your green, red, and astronomy, causality, and just poetics. If someone wants to check my math, I believe it was 120 astronomy per going to floor 30. Have we seen any bronze chests yet?
Not that I recall. Oh, Jade says yes.
Okay. Oh, Pomander of Lethargy. Slows all enemies on the floor. That's going to be fun to use. Okay, we're going to use Flight, and we'll use that next floor. Just because we're tapping out. Although, honestly, we'll probably not have to worry too much about... If we're only going to floor 30, we're not going to probably... Well, maybe we'll struggle. We'll see. We got one Accursed Sword. Nice. Hey, unlimited sprint. I'll take that. Interesting. Stormblood music. I mean, I know the music I shouldn't always take. There's like a lesson from the music in these games, but in the deep dungeons, because sometimes it's just random shit.
I was pretty sure Heaven on High was like...
Oh, careful with this Orthos Vasigo. I think that's one of the like stronger enemies that they were talking about. That'll give a buff if we kill it. It may just be a normal glow effect, but they definitely were mentioning that there's some enemies that have. Nope, just a wandering. That's not the one, yeah. I'm assuming they'll definitely be harder than that for sure. I just know the Melusine that they showed looked like it was glowing red in a very similar way.
I was not in that. Okay.
Luckily, we got a beam with a res. I keep pressing I when I mean to press C. You made it past 450? Awesome. Well, hey, better to have done it and forgot than to not have done it. So far, all the assets we've seen in this, for the most part, have already existed in the Crystal Tower. So nothing particularly new as of yet. Also, it's because I don't like the feel of rewarding to try for solo, just like a title. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I see, I go crazy, like, I prefer to be on my head. So, like, I like to solo a lot of things because then it's just about I just need to improve and I don't need to think about whether or not another person is... I'm holding someone else back, they're holding me back, or, like, you know. I wish a Relic was behind it, to be honest, then I'd do it. And the weapons glams just aren't enough by themselves. Like, you want something that's more of like a meaty grind for it. So like, did you like it? Did you enjoy it then when the Shadowbringer's Relic did have a thing tied to it? Someone used Pomander of Steel. Doesn't matter who. Yeah, like that. Okay. What about UV? I mean, like you said, you got to floor 70, but did you enjoy Heaven on High?
I think it's a little tedious. Like, it's fun. I would not do it solo. Like, it's definitely much more enjoyable running with someone. It's just so they're so effing slow when you're by yourself. So I feel Jade there. Like, it would still feel like so much time wasted. At least when you're running with somebody, you can just like hang out and have a good time, and it's be kind of funny. I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny because I bet you most people feel that way. But before Endwalker came out, I spent a bunch of time running Heaven on High solo and actually really enjoyed it. Which is just one more example of like the ways in which I should not trust whatever my fundamental like baseline assumption or gut is on compared to like what I'm like, oh, this is how other people must feel, right? Are you guys just super OP or is this dungeon easier than others? This is a deep dungeon. So right now we're in the earlier parts of the deep dungeon. It's gonna get harder and harder as we go along. And part of it's also we're good players.
I was gonna say to you though, like I could see enjoying doing it solo if you're just in that like Zen state. The way some people just really enjoy gathering or really enjoy doing other tedious things, like. But you know, you could get into a Zen and just enjoy it. I don't know.
Well, I guess the thing is, especially from like level 50 on up for like Heaven on High, right? You actually do need to really pay attention. Like there's a bunch of strategies and a bunch of things, and you need to think about different enemies and how you're using your resources. And it's also kind of like what I like about survival horror games, where I need to be very thoughtful about using my resources. And I like content and games that incentivize and reward me for being very mindful and judicious about when I use anything I've got. You know, like hoarding ammo, health, Pomanders in this case.
Yeah, I guess it does have that element to it, but I don't find it nearly as satisfying because I still feel like RNG can just F you over, or, you know, you just make one mistake and your whole 2 hours is gone, and yeah.
I agree.
Yep. I'm not going to try to defend it because it is that by design. It's just always interesting to me. It's interesting to me because, like, for instance, I don't actually end up liking something like most roguelikes. Like, I love Hades, but I don't necessarily... How do I put this? I don't like it. I think it's an amazing roguelike. I think its conceit is amazing and perfect for what it is, and it should not be something different. But I might have enjoyed Hades more if it was a different kind of game. I don't know how you couldn't make it a different kind of game because literally part of what makes it as good as it is like rooted in the repetition, the coming back, the like talking to new people, but
yeah, I mean that's very interesting that your takes are kind of opposite because I like Jade enjoy Hades so much more because I feel it's less punishing in RNG, even though like there's even, you know, in game as you purposefully make it more and more punishing as yeah, it's funny. Like
here's a big part of what it is. My skills are not RNG in Heaven on High, right?
Your skills aren't, but the enemies that spawn are, the stuff you get out of treasure chests are. Yeah, anyway.
But my skills aren't. The tool that is me is consistent. Whereas I don't like different gods and different. I just want, give me a weapon, one weapon at the start of the game, and like a set of skills, and then let me master them. You know, like that's what I tend to enjoy more. I want to like master my skill set, and then the randomness around me is about learning to master every different fight and every individual circumstance, so that even though something might be random, I can. It's just about me being good enough to know how to deal with it each and every time.
I guess that's interesting because I would say Hades is actually a little more consistent, and it's like the enemies that spawn, you know, and things like that are a little more consistent. So I think I actually like it the other way around. I like that, oh, here, build a random kit, and because the enemies and floors are a little more predictable, your skill is shown in how you manage your kit, how you balance your abilities, and use them against the enemies that are a little more consistent and you already know. Whereas I just hate the deep dungeon ability to just F you over with a single patrol that appears behind you, and oh, there you go, you've just lost like 3 hours of effort. Like, is really
I guess for me the thing about it is, so like I don't like dungeons to start with and do one just because I'll go do something else. Yeah, well, this isn't even like dungeons, this is deep dungeons, which is kind of a misnomer because it's very different from dungeons.
Yeah,
Often when I do stuff alone, I put on YouTube videos in the background. It calms me. Yep. I'd get to 10 floors done and I'm okay. I'm done. I would never do
God,
deep dungeon
we got a
alone.
minute.
I can't.
Save me, please.
I got it. I'm ready with Sun.
The later floors, you probably need to interject. That's how it was in Heaven on High.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I also just prefer roguelike that aren't turn-based because you can run through it like with Dead Cells. Yeah. Well, honestly, I will say, in terms of roguelike that are turn-based, I did really like Slay the Spire and stuff. My problem with Slay the Spire, so going off of our earlier point, right? My problem with Slay the Spire is I didn't like that it kept, after every run, after you would start adding new cards to the pool of possible cards you could have. It's like, I just wish the game had been like, there are 50 cards in this entire game. There will be no new cards. What cards you get might be random, but like, just learn to adapt to this. I don't like when I keep getting more and more power. I don't like when the game shifts. I want to just master the game, not have the game shift on me. I cannot interject them. But so to your point, the thing is that in all my runs of solo, I never had a group surprise me that if I hadn't been paying attention would have surprised me. Does that make sense? So like, part of it for me, just talking about for me for Heaven on High, is like, I never felt like I got random bullshit. I felt like I stopped paying attention and I suffered the consequences bullshit.
I've definitely felt like, okay, well, because my camera was not swiveled to the perfect angle at this moment, I got jumped and dead. And it's just like, you can't compete with that. Like there's no skill that overtakes that.
Well, yeah, there is,
No,
but like
no,
if
there's
there's
not.
only two, yes, there is. If there's only two entrances into a room, you just need to be paying attention to or like 3 entrances into a room. You just need to be looking at the different entrances into the room.
Not when your camera
Like-
literally cannot do that though. Like that's not a thing.
But you can't, like, literally the rooms are like this.
Not all of them, but you know.
I mean, all of
There can be
in Heaven on
rooms
High.
with 4, like all 4 pathways. You literally cannot have all 4 covered with your camera. Unless you have, camera hacks or something I do not know about. I have my zoom.
Well, no, you just
I have
turn,
my
but
zoom
you
at
just
max.
turn your
I
camera.
have my zoom at max.
Right, but they're slow, right? So you just turn your camera
Not when
around.
they spawn on you.
Right, but the spawn zones are consistent. So like you can learn to like pay attention to like if you clear a room, right? You have a limited amount of time before they start spawning again, so you just avoid that room. And then if you have to go back through that room, you like know based on what you've cleared how much time it's been.
All right,
Like,
fine. Have it your way. Have it your way.
I'm not saying it's not hard. I'm not saying it's not like annoying or not fun for most people. But like it isn't just random. Okay, have a good one, Kathra. Like, so we cleared this, and then the dragons spawned out about 30 seconds later. Decoy, good to see you. Glad to have you.
Yeah, the dragon's not a patrol, but yeah.
Yeah. No, just talking about spawning. Yeah. Well, no, so they can keep spawning in the rooms. Yeah. So like Decoy, they can keep spawning in them. It's not about they can't spawn back to back. It's that there's intervals of time in which they can. It's not like if you clear them, there's a random chance that it'll spawn, something will spawn in that room like 5 seconds later, right after you've cleared it. My point is, like, I had to learn techniques and stuff in order to do it solo. Right, but when you don't have this stuff memorized or do it a lot, it can be harder. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not hard. I'm not saying it's not, I'm not even saying it's fun. I'm just saying that, like, there are tools. I can tell that you go look up guides. If you go, like, look into the people who do, like, nothing but deep dungeon, there are, like, people who do, that's their end game. And there are strategies that, like, can absolutely be used to We still want silver coffers, so we want to look for those. Or
I
actually, wait,
guess
no,
I just disagree on whether that's an expression of skill or not. I don't find it skillful to have to deal with that stuff. So I guess that's why it annoys
But
me.
how is that any different than a tactic of like having to like learn a fight? Like there being a thing that you can do, but you have to like. So for instance, if a boss has multiple permutations of an attack, but you don't know which one it's going to be, so you need to be paying attention and ready to adapt, but you also have to learn them. Why is that different?
Because a boss is still like a PvE scripted encounter, and yeah, I don't really. I mean, I don't know. I see them as very different, but.
Because I mean, like, if you did an ultimate and you didn't know the ultimate or whatever, it almost feels like it takes time to like know what's going on, because there isn't much RNG to PvE content.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay, Gankana. Okay, I think something's gonna go on with these melons. We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, there's just like a big difference between the quote-unquote RNG of I can choose between 1 to 3 types of abilities or something in this moment.
Deploy mines.
I think it's just as simple as whichever ones are electrocuted don't be near. Proximity. I wonder if there's anything to like the ones that are moving. Okay, the order in which they
lovely.
explode. This is just it's just
Yes,
in
yes.
lines. But I bet you they're not going to be in lines for after this one.
Nope.
Oh boy. Look at him with his little beret.
No mercy. Explode. Explode.
Okay, 1 down, 2 to go.
The death of Allegan Monstrosity.
Le Motor de Allegan Monstrosity. Is that because he like looked like he was freaking French partisan or something? What with his beret? Jellybean over in the corner. This is so cute. Oh my god, are we already at 11 and 6? Wow. Allag is just France. Today we learned. Today in history class. Oh, now we getting funky. Oh, dude, it's the remix version of In the Balance. This is from the chill tune CD thing that they released, I'm pretty sure. Yep, no dummies yet. Can I get to 90 so I can have access to my full rotation, please? Thank you. Yes, good. Oh, wait, why did it turn? Oh, that's why it turned off my freaking Iron Will. Without dark, the heart seeketh equilibrium. Of balance will your worries part. The spoken melody. Yeah, well, let's see if there's a second silver coffer in there. Actually, it probably always defaults to whatever the highest coffer
It
is,
does,
doesn't it?
yeah. So sometimes gold copper rooms you want to check. They might have silver in them.
But bronze, you can just go ahead and skip.
Yep.
Ooh. Sounds good, Light. I think most people are either playing right now or lurking, so no worries. The fact that there's all this foliage and stuff now, I wonder if that's any bearing on... I think, Bean, you might need to step in a little bit. Thank you. I wonder if it has any bearing on, like, if they house Sephiroth here. The fact that they're playing I mean, this is Sophia's song, obviously, but... You know why they call it the Accursed Horde? Because you'll curse when you find it's just sparklers and prisms. What happens if you bite the grass?
I do want these lambs though. These roulets.
Well, the nice thing is that we're gonna get them by playing. We don't need to worry about removing pox, but I'm just seeing if there's any other ones. I'll save them for now. I think we're doing pretty fine. What does it taste like out of silica? Elegant germs. Grass, it's got, this is gonna sound stupid because it's not very informative, but like it's got a little bit of a leafy taste. It's like, it does taste kind of like sand and leaf. Does that make sense? Great Orthos Morble. Yeah, it's interesting. Orthos Keter. We're seeing only Seedkin. I gotta imagine they housed Sephiroth here at one point. Before they moved him to the Warring, before like they moved the Warring Triad to Azizla to be used as power sources. That must be what's going on here. That or they like housed a bunch of things that they got from Air City or something. Because Spirino, Netzach, Keta, the things that we're seeing them have are, yeah, we'll continue, it's fine. Oddly specific. Oh, you're gonna go for it? Okay. If we're here, we might as well hit it now. I wonder if we'll hear any other songs from the remix. Ah, fucking crap baskets. I got a mimic on me. There it is. Gotcha. What were you looking for? Bandit?
Can a mimic coffer spawn another mimic? Cause that would be awful.
Yes.
I
They
bet they
can?
can.
Oh my
They
gosh.
can.
Yeah. It was a mimic inside another mimic. Mimicception. You know what? But like, you know, we were talking about this. You know, one thing, you know, roguelike I did enjoy was, help me, horror game, Leshy.
Oh, inscription?
Inscription. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you said you like Slay the Spire too, right? Because they're
Yeah,
similar.
very
in
much
ways.
same vein.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, one of the things I
But I
didn't.
mean, that's interesting.
No,
'cause
I think
you
I.
build your deck, and that's kind of like how you build a kit in Hades. So yeah, it was interesting that you
Right.
find them different. I guess.
No, I don't think I find them different. More so, like more. My point was more to point out that there are a lot of examples of games that, like, I in theory don't necessarily like a certain thing as much or prefer a certain way of playing, but still love the shit out of it, right? Like, and just I was more thinking of more examples like Hades, where it's like I think this is an amazing game and I love it, and not even but also, you know, I crave games that are like you know. Here's an example that's interesting, right? One of the reasons I don't like, I'm the biggest bird.
Oh, you're adorable. Oh, look at Jade. So cute.
We're oh my god, Jade's an owl.
So cute.
I thought you were making a reference to something. I didn't realize you were an owl.
That's the trap I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. At least we're not all animals. Orthos microsystem. I bet those are. Why would they keep? Okay, an actual water. I'm noticing the water features more and more too. Okay. So this was very intentional. Maybe Seedkin just managed to end up in here, and then they started running rampant. And then if the systems were keeping things alive.
Jade, do you want to use a Palm of Strength?
But so like I don't like Elden Ring as much as I like Bloodborne, for instance, with Dark Souls, because in the FromSoft games, because Bloodborne is kind of the enemies are giving you PTSD from crit. Oh my god, from like some of the end opening.
Bean can use a Strength, Palm of Strength if you want to.
And I will go ahead and use the refresh my steel. Actually, I'm just gonna use that strength myself. Screw it. So like in Elden Ring, the game's designed for it to give you like hundreds of different weapon options and like a bunch of different choices in how do you engage. Whereas Bloodborne or Sekiro are much more very, very, very limited in your options. It's just kind of master the fight. But the difference is that because of that, the game's tuned around there being a very specific subsect of options.
Oh my gosh. It's an owl again. So cute. I'm sorry.
They know who's the strongest member of the party and are making sure to debuff them. But I think like part of the reason that Elden Ring's not even necessarily just like more accessible, but is like probably a lot more approachable to some people, is because it is designed to have so many options, so many different ways to potentially engage with something. So what I, not to say don't like about it, but like what appeals to me less is something that's one of its greatest strengths. Did you find out how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know. 1, 2, 3. How old are those commercials?
One if you're ambitious.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how bad am I dating myself there?
Oh yeah, I totally didn't get that reference. I'm definitely not that old.
I mean, I bet those commercials are like older though than all of us.
They are.
Now, oh no, okay, you know they're younger than I thought. Only 82.
Well, they brought him back for a while in like the early 2000s.
Oh, yeah, I mean that's where we all would have saw them, right?
Yeah, wasn't there an age of Nickelodeon where they started replaying like all the older commercials and stuff? I swear.
Mm-hmm.
I was much more of a Cartoon Network kid, so.
I mean,
I feel like that's
why
the
not
difference,
both?
though. I mean, no, the answer is I both, right? But like, I think that is the one slight difference in tell between our ages, is that if you were born in the early 90s or like late 80s,
Sorry.
versus like mid 90s or late 90s, is the like cultural touchstones you have for like commercials or even shows. I mean, like, because if you were born in like mid or late 90s, you end up seeing like, you're seeing reruns of Angry Beavers, right? Like you're not, you know, or Rocko's Modern Life or all that stuff for the most part. Hey, there's our first demi-clone.
Ooh, nice.
Onion.
Do you think this has the floors that are like the big open ones like Heaven on High has?
I don't know. I hope not, because with those at least you had the like materia that like would, or the crystals that would break, and you know you get the primal and then it would clear them.
Is that not
right?
what the
But these don't. No, the demi-clones don't do that.
Oh, what do they do?
A tombstone containing data of an onionite. Read the data with the demi-clone generator to enable. Basically, you get an NPC that follows you around and battles with you for a bit.
Aww.
Yeah, they summon a little
Well,
guy.
I mean, are they at least like super powerful? Because otherwise, that seems kind of like underpowered, especially compared to the Heaven on High
so-
ones.
Well, I would wonder. So especially if like you're doing solo runs, which I know it doesn't account for most people, so it's like, who cares to an extent. But if you're doing a solo run and it's timed, you might be able to actually get through 2 floors, and that bump up actually could be a much bigger and more interesting tactical bump than just being able to clear 1 floor at random. Assume Onion Knight tanks for you? Yeah, probably. Yeah, you unlocked it. Awesome, Raven. Orthos Soldier. Interesting. Now we're seeing even more of the Allegan tech.
But yeah, I could see those then being really useful, like solo runs on bosses and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we just got a Doga clone.
Ooh.
As it is, Ooh, more Leshy. Yeah, it's... I mean, we can go ahead and pop one, too. But, like, if it is timed, right? If it was, like, 5 minutes, then in some ways, like, yes, that's worse, but it's more interesting. And maybe that's better for the health of, like, a deep dungeon, you know? Rather than just, like, hey, I've got I've saved up 3 charges of clear a floor. It's now you at least have, like, you know, 3 charges of one of them's a spellcaster, one of them's a tank, one of them's a healer. Who's the right person to bring to this fight? You're actually doing pretty good on coffers. Hey, what are we looking at now? We are at 11-7. Not bad, not bad.
Jade's now looking for the trap.
How much do you dislike Deep Dungeon? Well, I spend most of my time trying to become a bird.
I want Bean to get trapped because I want to know if Bean's owl is
How
smaller.
small it is? Yep.
Well, I learned this
tiny,
weekend
itty-bitty.
the otter in Heaven on High is only marginally shorter than my Lalafell.
Thanks for taking one for the
That was
team.
the wrong kind of trap, Jade.
You can either burn or be burb. No in between. Okay, a Rafflesia. Interesting. That's not supposed to be a boss. No, because those are both 2 Rafflesias. Oh, that's not good. I'm so used to playing this solo and I'm so used to being like, if I have that debuff, I've got that debuff forever. So having a healer is like breaking my brain a little bit. It's like, congratulations, you've got 25 seconds of figure it the fuck out. Do we have Pomander raising? Oh, no, we don't. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and toss.
We may or may not be dragging a patrol behind us.
That's all good. We'll get him. We got a lot of leeway right now. We still haven't even used our demi-clones. Do you guys want to save them and use them on the boss, or do you want to save them instead for packs and try to like get through packs faster?
Good question. I think for us, actually. Oh, can you do
Just
all
60
three?
of them on the box. I don't know. Let's find out.
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason in my brain, I was thinking it would, like, one would overwrite the other.
Limit us?
That, yeah, you can only have one out at a time.
Yeah. Yeah, well, so I know we can have 3 slots, but I'm wondering if, like, they don't overwrite each other and you can only have 1 out. But then again, if you have 3, you would have a full party of 4, so... maybe that makes kind of sense.
Maybe each one of us has to use it separate, because you can only have 1 minion behind you or something.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know.
We'll test it. I'm interested to see what, like, the, like, 50 and max, like, glam for the weapons are, too. You know how the glams evolve in, like, Heaven on High and Palace of the Dead?
Yeah. That'll be cool.
I also kind of love how the, like, Palace of the Dead, the different weapons kind of demonstrate 2 different eras of, cool glam reward philosophy, because like Palace of the Dead is just let's give them the most glowy thing possible, and this is like here's something very ornate and nicely detailed. And didn't you say they were trying to get to the 13th floor? Didn't we? We've already. Wow. This is the music from Siren Song. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of any of this goddamn music.
Oh yeah.
Well, some of it.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, Heaven on High. I think it's just a random assortment. I don't think it means anything, but I could be wrong.
But no, I mean you may be right, but like you'd think at least okay, it's a random assortment from this expansion, or it's a random assortment, but like it's not that it could be any song in the game, right? Like there's a very limited subsect of songs it can be. So like there must have been some thought.
Oh, we have all 3 now.
Oh. Well, we're almost to the boss too.
Sorry.
All good. Thank you for the Asuna. Hey, there's the horde. Oh, whoops. Aubrey, good to see you. Glad to have you. Happy patch day to you too. So far, we've done Manderville and the bunnies, and now we're doing some Eureka Orthos. Then I gotta figure out. I have Omni 90. I mean, I have a lot of I have weapons I want. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna be doing for the next 2 months.
Yeah, I was really surprised that the Manderville weapon was just, oh, here's some more tombstone stuff to buy. I don't know.
Aren't there 2 stages though? Because we get the glowy stage and then like the beginning of the next stage in this patch, don't we?
There was no further quest for me. That was it.
Huh.
Somebody can correct me if I
That
missed
is-
something, but that was it for me as far as I saw.
Yeah, well, that's wild. Oh, I'm a verb. Verb. Whenever I get a hat from my Deep Dungeon treasure bags, I just have the Peanuts Halloween special reaction. I will say, living in the Midwest, Peanuts is, especially in Minnesota, Peanuts is more of a religion to some people than a comic. Like you go places here and there's statues from like Peanuts everywhere. Due to Hrothgar limitations. And I got a rock. One day, it's coming. I know that's like the most hopium thing I could possibly say that's like useless, but like also, at least there's hope. It's like, what's the meme? Like, don't give me hope. It's the Hawkeye from Endgame. I'm hoping that the boss is themed appropriately for these levels, seeing as they're all like grassy. I wonder, do we not see late Allegan installation tech until after level 30 or something? Oh, I also forgot they have an extra quest. So like they have the quest to get in, they have a quest for when you defeat like level 30 of this, but they also have some sort of quest or something for when you get to level 100 of Eureka Orthos. So there's actually even a further thing. It may just be like a little like side comment or something, or maybe like there's a boss at the end that has to do with the lore. I guess, speaking of, are you guys interested in trying to go to 100 today?
I'd go for it.
Yeah, I'd give it a shot.
I'm out after 30. No, all good. Although I will say it's a very bizarre feeling, Jade, to have you be the one who's out first.
Jade's got to sleep eventually.
What is sleep?
I was gonna say we can't all be you, Elio.
Reclears wait for no person.
Actually, that's an interesting question then. Jade, like after you have every role geared, right? Would you bother re-clearing them? Like, is the thing just inherently fun to you to do those? Because like pushing buttons? And not really intentionally. Okay, cool. I like clearing on all jobs. Okay. Oh, to be a bird. Let's see how long I can stay up. I need no sleep. So what's the over-under that Raven's asleep at their desk, like drooling in the better part of like half an hour?
Yeah, I'll take that bet.
I'm gonna go with, yeah.
I give it till this afternoon.
Just don't fall asleep
Dude,
with
I
your
got-
cats, Raven, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh my god. Raven, we all love our pets. We all, to an irrational degree sometimes. And look, it's important to treat your animals well, but I think your cats might actually just be demons, and that you should consider carefully whether it's safe for you to live in the same household. Okay, are we gonna throw all 3 of them on the boss?
Go for it.
Oh, Aubrey, I feel you. I was really lucky. I woke up at like 3 a.m. Okay, I'll throw Doga and hit it. Oh no, it blocks them out. Oh no.
Oh.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Each player can throw one.
guys.
Yeah, so you're right. You called it V. Each player can throw one. Oh, and they last for 5 minutes, like I was saying. Okay, so yeah, okay. You could potentially get through multiple floors with them.
The dragon.
You could easily do like...
I guess we don't want to be in front of them.
Oh yeah, these are Mercidian dragons in the background. So they must have stored this. I wonder if this is where Fandaniel got them.
What the?
Thank you for the call out, Bean.
Ooh, my bad.
Cloning node. Oh, they were cloning Mercidian dragons, of course. Sustain enemy presence detected. Threat level increased and attack pattern elevated. Oh, I messed that up. My bad. I was so focused on the lore, I wasn't focusing on the mechanics. Le Molte de Allegan Strosite.
At least it dies fast.
You guys can go ahead. Okay, the fact that there's nature all around here definitely makes me think that this is just grown naturally at this point, because you can even see it in the containment cells.
Are those anything specific
But especially-
in there, or just random dragons?
They're Mercidian dragons. They're the dragons that were used as part of summoning and keeping Bahamut alive, and were also stored in Dalamud in order to keep his faith. So like when you go through the Binding Coils of Bahamut the first time, you see these same containers filled with dragons that I captured from Mericidia.
Very cool.
And if we're going to Mericidia in 7.0, which I bet you we are, it'll be very relevant. Yu-Gi-Oh, thank you for the 50p. Last one. I want the Exarch outfit and
I
staff.
need
Yeah.
just 1 second.
Yeah, go for it. Mericidia, you say. Mericidian, you say. It's me, I am the weak. I keep my desk covered in various detritus purely so I can't fall asleep on it. It's definitely not because I'm lazy, slovenly barbarian. Also, I can stay up. I won't fall asleep. Believe in me. I believe in the you that believes in you, Raven. But also the idea of you being like, yeah, and then smash cut to 30 minutes later, like Sour Patch Kid in hand, completely passed out, is pretty funny.
All right, I'm ready. And also, that is hilarious. Like a hilarious image.
Still waiting on Jade.
Oh, what happened to Jade?
Yeah, it makes me sad too, being like their fate. I was just rewatching the scene in 5.5 where you free Tiamat too, and I just love her like utter empathy and compassion. It's like, my children, like those of you who can be saved, I will save you. For those who can't, I know you well enough to know that you'd rather not live like this, and I will. Yeah. Tiamat's a good mom. I love the new video. Totally think you're right. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Aubrey. And yeah, I think I'm right. I do think I'm right. And I also think that if I'm wrong, I want people to make fun of me for it. So like, that's why I double down on both sides of that. If it's Mirror City, I need to find a nice glam for the new world then. I would say look at Lorenz's outfit. Just hints that Lorenz has been in the new world this whole time. Oh, Jade went out to turn in their sacks. Okay. Is there anything interesting in them? Demi Materia. Hey, Crystal Rain. Okay, nice. I don't know what song that is, but... Hey! I don't know if this is going to end up being rare or not, but I got the umbrella.
Ooh, I bet that's worth a fortune right now.
Oh, I'm gonna go see if that's worth anything.
I bet it's worth a lot,
I will
because it's
be.
really cool looking. It's like lights up.
And I definitely want it, but I definitely rather would make like 10 million gil right
I
now.
would do that too, and then just rebuy it for way cheaper later.
Yep, exactly.
What was it called?
Oh, it's because we're in different instances, Raven. I appreciate you coming over, though.
Why'd you go to Limsa? There's a certain website. But anyway.
Because if I'm gonna sell it, I'm gonna have to sell it.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
And I may need to teleport back to Zalera to do that.
What was it called?
Raindrop defense system. It's going for about 2 million.
That's pretty good.
Honestly, yeah, I'll probably.
Not bad.
I'm gonna sell that now and then. It's not a ton, but I'd much rather
Oh, I would
sell
sell it
that.
now.
Make a,
It's gonna be worth like 50K at most in the future.
Yeah.
I bet if that,
couple of
if it's a lot of
days.
people are run. Yeah. And then like, I'm also gonna be running it a bunch today. Raven, no. Yes, I was very lucky. I'm sorry. I'm really bad at remembering who does what, just because there's a lot goes on in my head. I think it might have been Issa, but someone gave me an umbrella, and I'm really appreciative of it. So yeah, I did end up getting my Cactar umbrella. Oh my god, it's selling for 13 million on my server.
Nice.
Okay, what's Crystal Rain? Crystal Rain can't be sold. Oh, no, I can't. I'm tempted to just, like, put it for, like, half the price and just make sure it gets sold before, like, it starts going down in price. Oh, the music scroll I got is worth 5 million. So I got... If the price for what the thing I got held.
That scroll. I got the song too. Maybe I need to sell that.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna do that thing I just said. I'm gonna like drop the price way the fuck down.
Yeah, I mean, I would go for maybe like 7 million sounds good, something like that. See, it seems like it'll go.
I'd much rather get 7 million than wait too long and get like 100,000.
Or be in like undercutting war. I don't know. I hate that.
Yeah.
God, I had a price war for /WoW for like half a day on 6.25 release. I got so frustrated with that, I just gave up and went sit by the fire. Aw. I will write you a fine eulogy. Thank you for the reminder, Jade, by the way, that there's the person you can teleport with. It might be more cheaper. Yeah, it definitely was more expensive on Zalera, I'll say that.
Yeah, I think the scroll was too, because it's only 2 million on Carl. I think you said it was more than.
Yeah. I'm assuming Bernal is who we're supposed to talk to. Yeah, travel to 8 Sentinels. Y'all better play Scream during my funeral.
Make sure you're in instance 2.
Just, can I get an invite back to the party?
Jelly?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
I was like, wait, it was your party.
Yeah, but then I had to teleport. That was actually a pretty good haul, too. Is this the only place you can get... Is the raincoat new? No, right?
No, it's not new.
Yeah. What's the synthesis node? Yeah, exchange artifacts. Okay. Actually, what items are available? Orthos potion. Okay, if I want to do solo runs, I'm gonna need that. Anyone know what the achievement name is for the running solo? For if anybody in the chat wants to go look up whatever the achievement name for getting a solo clear is, I'd love to know. I love that they use the little 8-bit art for, or probably more 16-bit, but like the little, I guess that was 8-bit. Oh! Yeah! Now we're talking.
We're not in Kansas anymore.
Late Alag. The once and future king, or queen. Nice. I love this musical so much.
Hopefully someday.
Working on it. Look away. Did this first show up in coils? Dude, I love this little dip. I know that's a stupid thing to like be excited about, but like it's just like I love the architecture. Shame only one of you has their portrait made. Hey, at least for once it's me.
Oh, hey now. I literally just got a freaking upgrade today.
I'm not giving you. I'm usually the person who's not the person with it all.
Did my portrait break
So-
again?
Yes. Like mine broke, I think, because of the Manderville quest. What I think.
I don't think.
It's so annoying how they did the portrait system for this.
It is.
Like, why doesn't it auto update? It just drives me crazy.
I wonder if it's just stupid jank. Oh, I keep forgetting that it keeps turning off my iron will. Maybe it's just bad decision making and jank. I wonder if part of it is a byproduct of the things that they had to change to prevent people from making dirty glams.
But you still can.
But it hasn't stopped people.
It has not stopped people. I mean, it could be. I don't know.
Because the old system didn't have that during beta, and then they added it later.
Maybe.
Where there's a way.
It's so weird to me because it's like the worst balance between like snapshotting versus just auto updating. It's not either. It's the worst of the two worlds. I don't even know how they manage.
It is. It is.
It's like either it should be
Was it
straight
Skyrim?
snapshot or it should auto update. I don't know why they chose what they did.
Hopefully they'll update in future, or if not, we can make sure to either on the forums point that out, or try to ask Yoshi P during the Q&A panels with multiple fans.
I would love if I could get up there and ask, like, why did you make this system?
You just start asking back end questions.
Can I see your
You're
code
just like,
please?
yeah. Where's the panel for software engineers? Thank you.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, girl's gonna get. Did you get turned into an owl again?
Yay!
I was trying to figure out why Jay was so excited, and then Pomander of Storms. Ooh, I'm gonna go. Just keep going. I'm just checking the last room to make sure it's not that one. Pomander of Storms. Reduce the HP of all enemies on the current floor to a single digit. Nice.
How the cursed works over here.
Do they start healing? I wonder.
Huh. Good question.
I need to get back to guild farming since I want to buy a house in the Imperium District for purely kosher reasons. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can do map farming. Hell, I bet, like, Jade could teach you some of them. Even just the Bajan one. Because that one didn't the Bajan method didn't seem hard, right? Like, because as long as you have the duty actions, you should be good. Or is there something I'm missing? For killing star mobs, yeah.
So how did the Aether Pool fragment thing work? Do you have to, like, trade your levels of Aether Pool to get that?
To get, I'm sorry, what about Aether Pool?
So, you know, outside
Yeah,
this
you-
place, you trade Aether Pool fragments to get the things. How do you get Aether Pool fragments?
Yes. You can trade in 10 Aether, like your Aether level, like your Aether Pool armor,
Oh.
to get one of
So
them.
will actually reduce?
So yeah, so that's why there's always reason to like still get the silver chest. It's not just like once you get to 99, there's no point anymore.
And it's not like that in Heaven on High, right? There's.
Yeah, it
Oh.
is. Yeah, it's the same for Heaven on High and House of the Dead.
I never did that then.
They're just called Aether Pool grips instead of shards in that.
Yeah, just with Heaven on High, I was able to buy the stuff with like the shard fragments you just got as drops in the dungeon. I never had.
Yeah, those are. Yes, that's a different thing.
Yeah, but this I didn't see. Is there a different vendor? Maybe I missed one.
Yeah, and you also get it at floor 30. Sorry, the floor 30 one is the one I'm thinking. I'm thinking of two different things, but yeah, at floor 30 you'll get one of the ones that you get in Heaven on High, but then there's also the Aether Pool grips that you can trade in. The 30 is the Aether Pool shards, yeah. Jade is right.
Always mimic.
Mimic? Look, at least they're not the ones from frickin' Dark Souls.
Thing is very scary.
Poking to make sure that the mimic's interrupted.
Oh,
Oh,
that
boy.
was very scary. Use a thing of rezzing.
Yep, working on it. I don't know all the palm menders by heart, so I'm working on it. One second.
Go tanks to solo strats. And yeah, as Jade said, there's the return thing was in the room behind us, so just go click on that. It'll be good.
Bum, 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 ba-dum, dum. I do love that it still has Nafka's symbol on it. Like, that's specifically because of the symbol from the Cairn of Return in Palace of the Dead. Oh, wrong way. Like, one of the fun, cool things, too, I'll say about learning the different enemies is that they all have different triggers. So, like, some are sight, some are sound, some are proximity and stuff. Crap, I'm yawning. See, we were... Raven! Raven, I may be owed some money soon. Damage dealt down. Okay, what's the... Flight, let me... Purity. No, that's Pox. Crap. Oh, well, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't think we have any of the cleansing ones. It's usually in that last slot.
Man, how long has it been since I was doing my Heaven on Highlands? That was lead up to Endwalker. Probably would have been that summer. So it's been approaching 2 years. Wow.
But yeah, for reference, I think it was one of those dragon things. Whichever did that room-wide AoE, like that cannot be.
That was what it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it. I guess it needs to be stunned because, I mean, I suppose it can be mitted through because you lived just being a tank. But I did throw up the mitt I had, and we still all died. So.
Normally I would have stunned that guy. I was so focused on the mimic that I wasn't like to make sure that the second that I had stability up, I was interjecting it. But I will be on top of it.
Oh
next
yeah,
time.
no worry. That was more as an open to people as like that would be the strategy
Yeah.
to not die, I guess.
Oh, there.
Oh.
Oh, I see. So they combo together with the Ortho guy. I will watch out for those Ortho Knights. Goshen people forever fight against the horny, but that's one battle he cannot win. I mean, it's the Tolkienian idea, right? It's fighting the long defeat. Oh boy. Okay, just 60k. Okay. Well, that's weird. If it just say, oh, because I had mitigation. I was gonna say, how did I live through that? What? Oh, that's stupid. Let me put that back over where shirt was.
I'm going to eat some food.
Yeah, I did too.
Extra health seems like it might help right now. But yeah, see, we are getting into the tougher stuff for sure.
I do like it. Yeah, and also because we have like a lower Aether pool. That's the attack, get ready. Or at least it's one of its attacks. Okay, electromagnetism pulls you in, but then he has the attack after. The problem is that does major damage. The attack after is what's really starting to get pummeling you. Maybe I'll have a 5 hour day. Or a Raven. Okay, hear me out, right? So your body has this really cool natural way of dealing with exhaustion. It's called sleep.
Yep. And I love the pot calling the kettle black here.
Yeah.
I'm not do as I do, not as I wait, do as I do, not as I mess that up. Mine doesn't do that naturally, what the fuck? Oh, Jade. I'm not saying that I shouldn't be, look, I do go to bed when I'm tired and everything's done. The problem is everything is never done. I'm not the fault, it's the universe
excuse.
for having too many things for me to do.
Uh-huh. What a convenient excuse.
Yeah, I hear that, Raven. That's like that. I grew up with chronic anxiety. That was a struggle with most of my life. What I'll say is a couple of things that might be helpful. I don't know if you ever tried, but audiobooks. Or something that you can engage with that'll help you while you drift.
I actually found just white noise machines to be really helpful for me because it kind of helps drown out the like brain activity. So yeah, white noise machine was about the only thing that really helped me fall asleep. But I think it's in the same vein as like an audiobook or something that you can find to kind of be in a very relaxed state. But it's also something you can kind of focus on in a weird way. It's strange. You have to find the right balance.
100%. Like that's the problem for me with white noise. White noise is great for like studying, but it's not enough for sleeping. So like I totally agree with you. Yeah, and it's just about figuring it out. Unless I take a Benadryl and a ton of melatonin, I either can't sleep or can't stay asleep. You know,
Ooh, try not to do that stuff.
That's not-
That'll, I mean, that like fucks you up where you'll become super dependent though, and yeah.
I will say though, that does make a lot of sense with what I know of you, Jade, though, in terms of like, I'll be like up, and I'm like, how is Jade up? And then I'll be up again, I'm like, how is Jade up? He's gonna pull us in, be ready. Handle the trophy cropper. Delicious. I don't know what this sleep thing is. Sounds made up. Well, it tastes mostly like, well, I guess it depends. There's two flavors of it. The good flavor and the bad flavor. What if I told you don't have to put your bodily functions behind tasks? Well, what if I told you that in order to get good rest for my bodily functions, I have to complete the tasks so I'm not stressed about the tasks and therefore don't get good rest?
I know.
I appreciate you trying.
That's just something
deeply.
I have to constantly tell myself too.
Well, and I mean, I don't know. I guess it's debatable as to whether bad rest is better than no rest. Oh, there's a patrol. Two patrols.
Yeah, I guess for me, I would tend to prefer to stay up and be miserable a little while longer so that I can then get.
Oh.
That was a nasty snapshot.
So they're like that boss in.
What?
Was that?
Yeah, it's literally the
Stone
same
Vigil?
monster.
Yeah.
It's also they're the exact same as the last boss we did. I like that. I like how they're integrating it so that fight from earlier. Also, they have the same pods as from inside Dalamud and stuff. So, makes sense. Okay, let's go south. Everyone good? Yeah, just still on weakness. I'll be careful. That was gloom bluffed. Okay, that was part of it.
Oh yeah, so everything's gonna hit like truck.
You sleep during the day? Yeah. I sleep pretty much. Honestly, I mean, one of the nice things about streaming with you guys and doing YouTube and having videos and stuff is that my entire life I have struggled to have consistent schedules or like sleep. And while I haven't had consistent sleep, I've had much more consistent sleep thanks to this because I have to be up for you guys. I have to be like, stream has to go on, you know? And which I know someone could be like, well, I mean, that's true of like a regular job. I literally find it easier, not even because like, oh, it's fun. Like even on the hard days, it's just easier for me to be like, okay, get out of bed, get up, start performing and like ease into like doing stream and stuff than I did ever with like, even it wasn't about like it being a shitty job. It was just like something about like 9 to 5s was a lot harder for me than that.
That makes zero sense, but okay.
Okay.
Oh, don't I?
I mean, like, that ain't Falcon. I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like that's strange because I mean, think about it. The difference between, traditional jobs. Not only are you operating under like, okay, someone who you care about is relying on you to do something, which would be like the streaming. It's like just someone, some group in general is right. And then also, you often need to leave your house versus the ability to be able to immediately get up and do something.
Another path.
I get like it not being not being same for you, but I don't think it's like zero sense.
No, the way you explained it seemed to kind of make no sense because you're like, it has nothing to do with whether I liked it or not, or it's just like, anyway, but,
Well, because enjoyment has nothing to do with exhaustion. For me.
Right, so I was just like, then what's the difference between the stream and the regular job? It didn't seem to be a difference. That's what I was saying didn't make sense. But I think the not having to like commute makes a lot of sense.
Well, so like the difference of like people, so like, okay, I can ease into this job, right? And no one's going to immediately like criticize me. But also on top of that, so on top of that, I have people I care about relying on me rather than just a thing I have to do.
Well, I mean, so that does sound like a difference of like a shitty job, right? Because like I've had jobs where I work with people that like I care about or care about me and that I can also ease into. So like, I've
never had that in my
life.
life.
Right, so that all I'm saying is, so that's a difference of like shitty job versus not, right?
I guess, but like then I guess not having a shitty job was not an option for me up until then.
I'm sorry.
I kind of get where you're coming from, especially if you don't enjoy your typical 9 to 5, you just don't work with that kind of work mindset. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm also very task-oriented instead of time-oriented, so it's like, okay, I do until the thing's done. You know, to be honest, as long as something works, it doesn't matter if it makes sense. Yeah, no, and I mean, like, my point is less so much to defend myself, like, oh, like, how dare you say it doesn't make sense? It's more just like, I like in this case, right? Feel like your point was more about how I was describing it didn't. Then what was the difference, right?
Yeah.
So like I just need to better explain my point.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. It was mostly just the way you were describing it to begin with sounded like there was no difference. So I was not sure what the difference. You know, like there's supposed to be a difference. But also, I might disagree with whoever said like, well, it doesn't need to make sense as long as it works. I feel like. But I don't know. I'm a very introspective person, and so it's very important to me for things to make sense, so that it's like, if you can figure out why that works, then you can apply it to other parts in your life, and you can, learn from it. Whereas just accepting that it makes no sense, it's just like, I cannot do that. Sorry.
Well, yeah, no, and you know me. You know I'm 100% the same way. I would guess I would say for me, my thing is like, no, I would want to interrogate that. But I think the thing is that I can also recognize for someone else the ability to not have to, not about interrogating it, but more about not judging it, and just appreciate that something, you know, especially when you have, or if let's say you're dealing with irrational things, right? Like when it comes to things like anxiety, where it's like, okay, doing this kind of stuff, there isn't a specific reason that it's not, that it's easier, right? It's not, like sometimes there are certain things that are harder or easier with me due to like anxiety that are just, there just is no rhyme or reason that I spend hours thinking about or trying to figure out like the core of it, and there just isn't a rhyme or reason to it. And so being okay to like just say, okay, it's illogical, but it's working, I'm just gonna take that as a win. Sometimes I think there's a value, there can be a value to that, you know?
Yeah, fair.
But on the whole, I think introspection is not just a good, but is more often than not not just like the greater good, and I don't want to say fundamental, but kinda. Sorry for get all Eventi up. I grew up with panic attacks, yet I have issues handling them because my old schools kind of didn't teach nor try to help me. Instead, they kind of shame me for it. Thanks for the advice. Yeah. No, I mean, look, talking about that, look, there's a big difference between if someone's in the middle of a full-blown panic attack and they're, like, messaging a minute and, like, just, like, you know, flooding with, like, all the things that they're feeling, that's one thing. But if you're just, like, meaningfully talking about it, have a conversation about, like, you know, like what we're doing right now, I think that's, you know.
Yeah.
There's a difference between dumping on people and talking about a subject, you know?
Yeah, and I'm sorry for your
Right.
experience, Raven, but it's also like there's a little bit of compassion there to just understand that like a lot of people have no idea either about panic attacks or how they really are. You know what I mean? Like until you experience one, you kind of have no idea. Or you might just think, a lot of people might just think, oh, you're just having anxiety. It's like, no, this is like next level anxiety, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
And it's just, you know, it would be nice if they had a little more compassion, but also just people don't quite understand, you know?
It's hard. I mean, the thing is too, like you can be compassionate, but there's the difference between, you know, like sympathy and empathy, right? Like you can be deeply sympathetic, but if you can't empathize just because you literally don't have the like life experience to be able to like I think there are sometimes thresholds of like you can try to imagine, but you can't actually put yourself in someone else's shoes when the thresholds to understand and experience are like outside of your own. And so like, but yeah, so like I think sometimes it doesn't even come from a place of like people failing to be compassionate. I think it's just from, you can only imagine so much sometimes.
Well, for sure. And I also, I don't know if other people experience this or agree, but I also feel sometimes that like the increased awareness of mental health and stuff has been overall like great, but there's also because now people know how to say things like panic attack or whatever, it's like almost sometimes gets overused, or people use it when they're not actually experiencing it. And so then it unfortunately becomes almost like a boy who cried wolf effect, where some people just like won't take you seriously because they're like, oh, you're just hyperbolizing, you know, you're just saying the thing. So yeah, it's a little bit of a double-edged blade right now.
It becomes very minimized.
Definitely. Yep. I mean, that's kind of the problem of, not ubiquity, but just like, I don't even want to say casualness, but like, yeah, when it becomes more normalized, yeah, is that it quickly can become that. And I've experienced that in my own life, so I definitely think you're right. Light, good to see you, glad to have you. Oh boy.
Y'all need to stop walking in the middle of rooms, please.
That's me. That's 100% me. And it's also, not only do I do that, I like not panic, but like I'm trying to dodge stuff. So I start moving in a circle. So I'm like walking all around the room, like just like trying to trigger every trap in existence.
You're just trying to find all the owls for Jade. It's okay.
Can't get used to yeah. Totally same for most things. It just happens sometimes that even after introspection, there may be silly things that work even if there's no sense to it. Yeah, totally. I know I can definitely speak to that. For me, like, a lot of time my anxiety, I understand the roots of, oh, there's the big monster.
Oh, he's big, Willie.
Before we do that real quick, Jade, do you want to explain Melusine real quick to Bean and V? I don't know that they know Melusine, and I don't know how much of their mechanics might become relevant. But the thing I'll say is a lot of my anxiety is not, some of it is about fixation surrounding specific things, but sometimes it's literally like a physiological thing. I don't mean just mean like, oh, I feel physiological panic. I mean literally, there's no like cognizant thought. There's no like something happened. It just is flood of cortisol. Nothing. There's no cause. Just happened. And so like that is another example of the like it's sort of antithesis in a way of like there's no rhyme or reason for this negative, and trying to like introspect only causes me to fixate rather than just allowing it to be and trying to just relax and move through it. Jade, you are one of the best teachers I've ever met. Did I have ever told you that?
It was a beautiful lesson. I learned so much.
Okay, let's kill this Lamia queen. Look away.
It's a very long cast.
It'll turn you to stone permanently if it gets you.
Oh god.
It literally is just freaking Melusine. For those of you who don't know, Melusine is one of the bosses of the Binding Coils of Bahamut. God, they really need to introduce a normal version. I feel like my number one question is, if I get to ask No Should Be a question, is can we get a Bajan pity system? And the second is, can we get a normal version of Binding Coils? Also, I guess the other is, just so it's on the record, will it ever be possible that we get a revoice of ARR or like further voicing of it? Just so like, even if the answer is just no, just so we don't ever have to like want, you know, I mean, not so we won't have to want it, but like, so we don't have to like, whether we like it or not, it's like on the books. Yeah, I understand. I just think they didn't shut me away from my friends. One teacher once told me to leave them at home. Yeah. I'll stop my sad talk, no. No, I mean, like, again, like, you know, Raven, happy to talk about stuff like this, so, you know, sometimes. I mean, sometimes it's can't focus on it because you gotta focus on other stuff, but no, look, a lot of us have seen our fair share. I don't think you're gonna make it's gonna be a problem of too depressing. But know that people here empathize. I hope it makes you feel better. Loporrit area may finally get me to buy Songbird cheer set. Hey, I mean, it's a good emo. Oh, I honestly, look, it's $6. I think I sent you 25, right? So you should be able to buy it. Right, Demins? Like, you should be good to go. Because it's like $2 per each one. It's like $6 for the sale. And they're still on sale, too? Yeah, okay. Now's the time, Demins. I gave you an extra 10. Use that. Are you a burb again? Jade, I love how, you're still getting so Jade excited.
Them all? She has like, yes, please help.
Thank you.
Jade has skills.
I love how excited Jade is about this.
Oh no!
Burp down.
I wish I had that as a sound clip. Oh, Bean, I forgot. I forgot to tell Roasted that I changed his costume to make him look like a Popoto in the video. I hope he's not mad.
Oh, I doubt it. I'll tell them.
It was amazing.
Because I got there and I was like, there's something about this joke that just isn't hitting quite right. So I put him in the pig outfit and made it the color of a potato.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. Because as long as you don't show the like hands or the like back end, it just looks like a round body.
It did. Yes, it was great. I have to say though, I was still the interjected joke, like just very funny.
Just the fucking interjected falling out of Bahamut's mouth. The little tank roll symbol above his head.
It was beautiful. I loved it.
That, I will say, one of my favorite parts, but also the most like flummoxing parts of making video is the jokes that land versus the jokes that don't. I listen to so many podcasts, watch so many behind the scenes about like directors and writers for film and stuff. And one of the things that all of them like will mention is that how they like write a joke or make a joke and they're so sure it's gonna land. And then like something else they totally didn't even plan or was like just an accidental thought of theirs that they just threw in is the thing that gets everybody laughing. And
Yeah.
the amount of times I'll like make a video that has like, I'm like, these are the jokes, and people are like, oh yeah, that's funny, and then like some just little thing is, yeah, it's so,
I mean, yeah,
so
I would
funny.
say comedy's hard, right? And then so much of it is just the timing, and yeah,
Yeah,
it's hard.
no, but I appreciate hearing it too, because that's the other thing is you make this shit in a vacuum, and like you don't know, you like, is this funny or is this just cringe or? Oh, actually, let me. Okay, I'm gonna go find that cursor real
Oh,
quick.
I'm dying.
Nope.
I thought we were killing the thing.
Well, I was just trying to find the cursor.
No, it's fine.
Let's go! Demins, did you get it? Did you buy it? I'm trying to start saving my money for FanFest tickets. Nights, if I'm lucky to grab one. Emotes will have to wait later, even if there's a sale. Yeah! I know we have a couple people potentially with extras, and there's also generals, so definitely don't give up yet. You know, there also may be people who like actually have to bail out last minute, so Tenant Sparare, hold to hope.
I mean, it's just as an FYI to everybody, the tickets, when you buy them, do have to be by name, and they're going to ID people, so it's not like they're transferable, if that's what you're talking about, but in terms of being able to
Right.
buy.
No, that's a fair point. I didn't think about that. Though I wonder, I don't know. I was gonna say, like, I wonder if someone tries to refund it, can that go back into the general sales or something? But I probably bet they won't do that.
Yeah, I think they're non-transferable completely.
I definitely think they're non-transferable. I just mean, like, so imagine someone like buys a ticket, right? Then let's say they allow refunds. That person refunds it. Would it go back into general?
Jade is
pop?
saying you can change the names on your tickets according to Dynamics. That's interesting. That doesn't.
I guess they'd have to have a.
I'm curious why though, because the whole reason for the ID in the name is to prevent scalping. So if you can just put a different name on there, that's not going to prevent scalping. I don't know. So
Yeah, I wonder if you can. I wonder if it's made
we've
like
got
a
a mimic
very
back
big
here, by the way.
process. Thank you. On my way.
oh, I think it's gonna get jelly. Oh, okay. Jade,
Here's what I would say. Don't stress about the ticket thing too much. And also, as someone who has been doing ticket stuff for forever, this system was going to be a lot better than if they had done it the other way. Like, if they had just thrown them all up, the amount of scalping that would have been a problem, and the amount of, like, hey, if you have a kind of shit internet, you're just out of luck, that would have been a problem, would have been legion.
No, yeah, I'm happy with the system. I just wanted to point out in case anybody was.
To be fair, V, you did also happen to get tickets. I mean, that does not take away from your point at all. This does not literally.
I understand. I would have been super bummed if I didn't get picked, but I just mean like the way we coordinated as a group, where it can be like, okay, well, you have like a lot of people who can sign up together and stuff. Like I still think it gives you better odds than, and because of the preventing scalping and stuff, I think overall it's just healthier. But
I feel like the one person per email, though, Jade, would have caused a lot of problems. Because the thing about 2 people per email is that what happens is that, okay, now everyone with 2, like if you're a couple, right? You don't have to worry about one of you got it, one of you don't. It's, okay, one of you got it, cool, now we can get our tickets together. But let's say both of you got it. You don't buy both tickets, and then those 2 go back into Gen Pop, you know? So I feel like the headaches that would have come about from 1 per email would have been way worse. Hey, demi-clone.
And,
oh, I got
you're
the
in hell. What does the storms do?
I feel the same issue on a bigger scale now. But how so? Because that would have been an issue if it was one person, because there was always the same. There was never one changing it to one person for the email doesn't change the amount of tickets, right? Like the fundamental problem right now is just the sheer amount of people who want to go versus the amount of tickets there are. Like whole FC's not going because only one got out of the 7.5k emails. Right, but that wouldn't have fixed it, because like if 2 people got it, the FC problem would have still been there, right? Because intruder detected, initiating countermeasures, commencing energy deployment of Proto-Dalamud. Okay, Proto-Dalamud, so what's being held within it? Something's got to be powering it. A virginal primal? Is that yeah, that's answers. What is it going to be, like a prototype Bahamut or something? What could be in it?
A prototype, I was gonna say, what's the dragon's
A
name?
prototype Tiamat!
Yeah, I forgot her name. I couldn't remember.
It's Tiamat. Twilight test subject, Tiamat's clone. Of course, cloning the first brood.
Oh boy.
Solar bomb.
Oh, this is
Of
cool.
course. How could it have ever been? I love it when you see something and you're like, how could it have ever been anything else? Like, you're like, what is it? What is it? What's it? Oh, I'm such an idiot. Of course. How could it have been anything? Okay. Yeah. Did you just throw the...
I used one.
Okay, I'm gonna throw the... Throw the Une.
Have you used a steel yet? Elliot?
Tossing it. Let's get him. Okay. Commencing memory fabrication. Thou stands before Tiamat, guardian of Mericidia. Dude, we're going to Mericidia. Go forth, my
Go on.
children. Drive these foul invaders from our home.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, there's spaces.
Okay, where's the complication gonna come in?
Oh,
Okay, Dark Worm Wing was her wings.
and they're coming
But
from the
there's a claw
sides
attack,
now.
too. Bear witness to the power of the first brood.
Mega Flare is usually AoEs. Yeah. Oh, there's some more faces.
Yep, sorry.
Holy crap! There's so much.
I love it. Don't forget to keep moving if you got the arrow around you. The flames of retribution consume these. Way more.
It's a tail, so sides, I would assume.
Yep. It's just like fighting Midgard Summer. The darkness coalesces. Don't forget we have limit break. Tail, so be on sides. Ah. Oh, it's 9 a.m. And done. It's me, I'm the ten. Beautiful and tragic. God. Bean, if that Mericidia stuff got you, I've got some bad news about 7.0.
I know.
Also, thank you for the PSA. If you think your bank may throw a fit over the purchase amount, contact them before the purchase. Had issues last night and my bank gave me the runaround. God, I'm really love that my bank is not. I have a credit union and I've literally, they're from a different state. And I've had them since I was 13. And even though I haven't been in the state that they're from, I've had no problems for years. They've been amazing.
Yeah, I have a credit union too, but they were like, oh, you need to talk to the card department. They sent me to the card department. You need to talk to member of circle.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the timer just ticks down. And I'm just like, great, I'm not getting tickets now.
Yeah. Did you get all sorted out?
No, I have to go into the bank today.
Oh, do we need to take a
Okay.
picture or anything? I guess we already exited.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was gonna take me out like that. We can take a picture out here though, like with the crystal tower. I spent too much money. My bank won't complain.
I said that in party chat for a
Oh.
reason.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rewatching your 7.0 new job video. Oh, thanks, Yukio. Credit unions are great. For the EO event on Saturday, do we need just to unlock Deep Dungeon or do we need to get a certain floor? You have to finish floor 50 of Palace of the Dead, which is very, very easy to do, and you can do it, like, no problem. Just go in, don't even need the Eorzean Archive people, but if you want, so you can go in, you just join and do with a matched party rather than a fixed party. Matched will do random people joining you and you'll get through no problem, or you can do a fixed party and you'll be able to get through pretty easy. I need an owl minion. I love birds so much. I'm pretty sure, Jin, I'm 99% sure.
You can buy that owl. It's
That-
pretty cheap on the age.
Yeah.
I think. Owlet?
I'm pretty
I think
sure.
it's just
Yeah,
called
owlet.
Yeah, owlet. Yep. It came from a fate present or a material container thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and they're pretty sure they're in the containers you can get from the, your grand company now. So they're pretty cheap. I'm pretty sure I just bought one. It wasn't that expensive.
50 also unlocks Heaven on High, right? That is correct. I think I've done that already. Okay, then you're good, literally good to go. You just gotta do the quest for Eureka. You can? I'm buying 50.
And you have to have completed Endwalker, which Ray found out this morning. So, but assuming most of you have.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Other thing. You have to have finished 6.0 if you want to be able to do this. My first bank was Wells Fargo's. That's what everyone around me up here has. And yeah, they suck. I do not know anyone that does not talk their frustration about it. I mean, to be fair, I don't use them, so I shouldn't say they suck. I purportedly only hear that from multiple people. You are returned, and with no grievous wounds that I can discern. I take it that means you have proven equal to the task of plumbing Eureka Orthos' depths? Well, we dealt with some stuff, like a clone of Tiamat. I knew the contrivances of Alag's brightest minds would be no match for you, but of course, what else should I have expected from an adventurer of your caliber? I am very much looking forward to your full report, but first you should summon Grahatia. I did make the boy a promise, after all. If you'd impress upon him that the matter is one of the utmost urgency, although I suspect he hardly needs the extra prodding. Something else cargo. I haven't heard that one before, but that's good. Oh, they're using Heaven's Word music, so we're going to talk about some tragedy to do with the dragons. 50, Yukio. Although, in some ways, 50, but also in some ways continues on with the bosses. Oh, they're talking about Mericidia and the dragon. Dude, we're going to 7.0 is so fucking Mericidia. Oh my god, it's so Mericidia. Oh my god, 7.0 is Mericidia.
It so is. I mean, I'm sold. Did you show the thing you found about the Endwalker trailer? Did you?
Yes. So if you watch the video, if you watch until after the credits, I have 2 secret stingers at the end. One of them is that when the Endwalker trailer plays, when it zooms out on the Warrior of Light, if you look in the background, Mericidia is behind them. Let me just pull this up real quick. if you look at wheels unbending, swords defending, now our steel shall sing. Okay, if you look at the Endwalker trailer, when the Warrior of Light turns around, behind them is Maricidia. So, I'm not saying they're teasing us, but
I feel like that is exactly what they would do, honestly.
that is exactly how they would tease us, to be fair.
Also, I might need to cry a little bit. Like, this cutscene.
Fascinating. It was as Noah said would happen. The vanguard of Alligand research came to meet your advance. Artificial organisms and clones, each more fearsome than the last. And at the end of this vicious parade was none other than a clone of Tiamat, one of the first brood. When Xande began his conquest of the southern continent, the dragons which held dominion over the region offered fierce resistance. Thus was every available resource poured into creating a species of worm, which would bend to Alligand will. Once Tiamat and her kin were captured, they were used to hasten the subjugation of dragonkind. The many clones born from this research were also used as fodder for different projects, which aimed to perfect the means by which Bahamut could be used to power Dalamud. When we encountered Tiamat on Azazla, it was plain her thoughts had never strayed far from Bahamut, even after thousands of years of imprisonment. If her clone was forced to watch as he was reduced to a power source for the Fell Moon, even if that Bahamut was merely a primal, the sight must have torn at her heart. Is that compassion I hear in your voice? Towards Tiamat? My, how times have changed. I know not how the deeds carried out in Eureka Orthos will look when viewed through your eyes. I imagine they might not paint the Empire in the most magnanimous of lights. Yet, as an Alligand myself, I can say that at the time, they were not only a symbol of our eminence, but also a means of our survival. Perhaps you think we went too far? I do. Before rushing to judgment, allow me to remind you that civilizations thrived by bending nature to its will. Alligand science is but one manifestation of this inevitability. Yeah, but you chose to take over and conquer the rest of everybody else. Like, it's... Your advancements are not in and of themselves evil, but the use to which they were put were. None would bat an eye to see a river dammed to prevent flooding. We breed plants and animals with the intent to make their next generations hardier for our own benefit, not for the subjects. Look, as someone who's generally a very moral relativist, that is some relativism up the wazoo. I am interested to hear your opinion, Lendriel. What impression has Eureka Orthos left upon you? The Alligans crossed a line, then went far beyond it. You know, you never did say why you wanted them to delve into the facility. Was there some manner of impending catastrophe that you hoped to prevent by clearing the laboratory of threats? Oh, 'twas nothing so noble as that. Naturally, with no researchers to maintain them, the remaining experiments would succumb to the march of time. I knew this would be my final chance to share them with another, to share what Alag's researchers wrought. Their endless experimentation produced the answers to questions few thought to even ask, and now in a way, their work shall live on. My time in Eureka Orthos was merely a diversion, but my pupils devoted heart and soul to their research, knowing that their fate, and the fate of their nation depended on their success. Your pupils were here. I've heard that Archmagus guided the education of the Imperial family. So when you speak of your pupils, that can only mean... Doga and Une, yes. The direct descendants of Emperor Zande. They agreed to be cloned that they might serve the Empire forevermore. I wanted the world to know what their sacrifice gave us, how they spurned the advance of technology further than any before them. I thank you for going along with my selfish request thus far. If you would allow me another indulgence, I would like to dedicate your expedition to the memory of those children and their fallen homeland. Thank you, my friend. Now then, let us move on to a lighter matter, yes? Eureka Orthos is not the sole repository of elegant ingenuity. For the Empire was vast. Oh, they're fucking referencing Corvos! Okay, and they were loath to put all their eggs in one basket. They're talking about the other installations! So to speak, doubtless other similar facilities dot the realm, like the ones in Bosnia! Ah! This is... Should you stumble upon one during your adventures, do not hesitate to venture into its hall. Why, I dare say your most thrilling discoveries are yet ahead of you.
Yeah!
I look forward to hearing of them.
That Mericidian confirmed joke at the end totally went over my head when I watched it. Oh, I should have drawn like a circle or something over his shoulder. Oh, dude, Mericidia is so fucking 7.0, and boy, am I now starting to think that in 7.0 we're gonna get another deep dungeon in Corvos or like something like that. Boy, howdy. Boy, boy, boy. It's so Mericidia. It turns out to be Pupu's home planet. I mean, maybe. I see you, Team 3, considering Yoshi likes to tease classes with shirts. This is exactly the kind of tease I come to expect. Yep. That's some deep lore. Here's the thing that's funny to me is like the Mericidia stuff seems so upfront, and like they've been like really heavily like laying it on in terms of like nods and references and connections and establishing, hey, you didn't play Warring Triad? Well, here's some knowing about the Warring Triad. Here's some know about the Ukulahai. Here's knowing about the Void. Here's knowing about like they're clearly like keep doing this thing. We're getting variant for sure. Yeah, definitely a variant. Definitely gonna get a variant dungeon at some point. But remember, like the Diablo's armament was found in an elegant installation that was in Bosnia. I think it was in Bosnia. Might have been Zatnor. But so the thing is like in this game, if you know the lore about stuff, like paying like the things that you'll like realize they're like hinting towards, like even here there's a great example, like when people play Eureka Orthos, a bunch of people may not have like either they hadn't done binding coils or they didn't really remember Tiamat or you know or didn't remember any of the things about Mericidia, or they didn't do the Warring Triad or what. So this has to account for people who didn't engage with that and kind of a little bit explain it. But boy howdy, man. Like here's the thing, could it be the New World? Yeah, I mean, they could. I mean, there's like little things that reference that, you know, set up for it, like Emmett's lines and stuff, but like there's just no real direct tie to it, so they would have to literally 180 pivot out of nowhere to do that. But Mericidia, boy, are there a lot of ties to what's going on, and content like this only furthers that shit, so. Yeah, I'm feeling only more confident.
Allow me to offer you my thanks once again. Your efforts have seen a long-held wish of mine fulfilled at last.
I also want to be very clear about something I said earlier. I do think Allegan crossed the line and went too far. The Alleg went crossed the line too far, but I don't think everyone in there did. I think you look at people like Amon, you look at what people like him did. I think there are plenty of people who did good. I think there's a lot of wonders and beautiful, magnificent things that came out of Alleg, but I do think they crossed a line at some point. Did we get a job tease? Yes, we did. It was in the Manderville quest line. It was Goldsmith's battle job.
But no, we haven't gotten a specific job cheese. Yes, I mean, the closest thing that we've gotten to a job tease, I think you could argue currently, would be the Shugendo stuff with Gosetsu in the range rule quest. And while you have no more obligation to me, Eureka Orthos reaches deeper still into the earth. On the lowest floor, the most volatile experimentations were carried out. I cannot in good conscience suggest you delve further, but if riches and adventure are what you seek, I can think of no better place. If you find aught of interest, I promise to share with you what I know of its history. That is, of course, assuming you survive the journey. Farewell and happy hunting. You know what else is interesting to me is that the top option for that was saying, Alag did amazing stuff. You know, like Alag created amazing wonders. And then it got progressively more and more worse. Okay, have a good one, Jade. Enjoy your sleep. Thanks for so much for joining in and joining on the stream. And yet, so like typically it tends to be that the first option kind of tends towards like being the canonical option. But I wonder if that's the case here. I don't think it is. I think it clearly was supposed to be different. What is my Bean and V? Do you guys happen to want to do some duty roulettes to try and get enough tomestones?
I'd be up for it, yeah.
I will pass for now. My stomach's kind of hurting.
Oh.
Yeah, no worries.
Feel better.
Thank you.
Yeah. We should be good for now. I think what we'll do is we'll do that. I'll finish out the Manderville quest line. And then I may hop off stream and just keep playing and just relax and enjoy playing. But if anybody would like to join me for, oh, hey, there's Raven. If anyone would like to join me for doing Eureka Orthos, feel free to join on in. But in the short term, you good to go, V?
Yep.
Okay. Also, Raven, did you enjoy being in the video? You came in right at the end, so I couldn't get you in the G-Tribe shot, but I threw you in the shot at the end of, like, someone being like, I think you're crazy. Okay, thanks for lurking, Bean. Hey, Bean, actually, if you want to throw in some links while you're here. Okay, let's do 90 Dungeon. Booyah, what we getting? I'm gonna go with Dead Ends. That's what we're gonna get.
I hope so.
What are you betting,
I
V?
still need the burb.
Let's get that bird. Ah, Smileson.
Oh, Loporrits is on point.
Yeah, true. Red hot chili tester. I've been hearing this music a lot lately because this is the music in the video I did. So I've been hearing this on loop a lot.
This is my first time ever healing as a level 90 white mage. I hope you don't die.
I will try to make your life easy. However, I will fail because I'm going to pull everything and I'm going to pull them very fast. Because he's red. Ooh, this is going to be a good run. This is going to be a fast run.
I do actually really enjoy healing white mage in dungeons though, because the stun on like holy is entirely too OP.
Fucking glare mage. I love that feeling though. You're like, haha, I'm immortal, and then it starts to fail because their resistance gets too high, and you're like, oh no.
Well, that's what, because you time the first 3, because they're gonna get resist after 3, and then yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's good
But
shit.
you can space them out, and yeah, I don't know, I like it.
I enjoy playing white mage in dungeons too. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Raven. Demins, would you like to quote Zardoz for me as we fight this boss? I don't know why, but every time I freaking hear this song, this part coming up just makes me think about the poem, the Rage Against the Dying of the Light poem. Like when it gets to the main, like, chorus part. Say what you will about Lopporrits city planning. It's at least easier to navigate than Dallas. I do find it, like, it makes sense, right? That, like, as we go along, our gear gets better, so bosses die quicker. But at the same time, it also makes me kind of sad that the longer something's out, the less people have to learn it. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like that is the function of time. It's kind of unavoidable if you're gonna have any kind of power increase, but also...
That's true. Although, I don't know if I've just had really bad luck in the roulette lately, but I feel like everything is taking 10 times longer to die.
Interesting.
Like, it's been awful.
Do you think that was mostly because of people's DPS, because of the tank?
I have no idea.
Or just all around?
Like, I even, like, was putting up my, damage meters to, like, see, and I'm like, everybody looks like they're doing, like, more or the same damage as before. Why does everything, like, bosses are getting through, like, 3 extra phases, you know? I'm like, what is happening?
Here's my suspicion. Even if everyone, like, there's no individual person who seems particularly low, it may be that a lot of the people who are, like, a little bit more hardcore are currently taking breaks and stuff, so the average player might be slightly weaker.
That could be, yeah, that could be.
It's just a hypothesis, because, you know. The gun is good. The gun is... Did you just catch up to my Zardoz joke? Raging Against the Dying Light fits. Isn't that Endwalker main theme? Is it? I didn't remember what the main battle theme was called. If it is called, then that may be why I think of that. And I mean, like, right, but like that is literally, isn't that in some ways kind of the theme? Do not go gently into that good night rage against the dying of the light. That is, I mean, not in and of itself singular the theme, but it is part of it. No battle theme, but the story theme. Yeah! Definitely a story theme. I'm sad we kind of didn't get dead ends because I love, if you don't know, so the dead ends is called the dead ends, right? But the battle theme for the dead ends, like the main dungeon theme for it, is called of Countless Stars. So together it is the dead ends of Countless Stars.
Yeah, that hurts.
I don't know why I just tried to go the wrong way on that one. I know better than this. Probably because I got streamer brain on. I will tell you, like, the amount of, like, stupid things I'll do sometimes just because I'm because, like, part of me is making sure I'm looking at chat, part of me is making sure I'm, like, not doing something weird on camera, or, like, not slouching, or... Hunter! Good to see you, glad to have you! How's it going? I haven't started many streams. Like, no! Life happens, man. No worries. Just always glad to have you guys when you're here. Just make the best of the time that we got together. Ain't that an Endwalker thing? How you doing, man? And it's going well. Things are going well. Or your DPS aren't caring about big numbers, go burst shutters. However will you deal with it, Dest truly is your nightmare.
I mean, it's my nightmare too.
Yeah, fair. I will go ahead and bass on the gear because I don't need it. My gold descenting's already at max.
Oh, nice. Congrats.
I think I've had my gold descenting at max since like week 2. Because like, it's so easy to get accessories to descent, you know? Compared to like, you know,
Oh, yeah.
descenting for like woodworking where you like, hey, there's like 2 things you can use.
Well, and because like, is this a? I think it's a trend in a lot of the things where the end dungeons just drop accessories and that's like it.
Yeah, for at the end of an expansion.
Yeah.
Or like, so that the 3 dungeons, they all just drop accessories.
Like, what's the reasoning on that one? It's very odd to me, but.
I can't defend what the specific reasoning is. I assume there is one. It may just be about ease of gear acquisition at the end of an expansion, because then it's always the point 1 has gear for the dungeon.
Okay.
But I don't know. It may be so that people don't have to worry about getting your best gear right at the end of the game. So like, you know how they have your roll armor? You get your roll armor and that's kind of like your BIS for going into the final. You know, that way people aren't thinking, oh, I should run the dungeon over and over again because I'm going to do the story. I'm about to do the story final.
Yeah.
The trial. I have no idea if that is true. Oh my god, I've never noticed this before. This area? Have you looked at this area's name?
No. Did I miss it?
This area's name is under construction and then has in parentheses after it, sorry.
I mean,
Like in like the map name.
did you notice?
Like open up your
it
map.
had Bunny ears on it?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you notice this weird slug blob has bunny ears on it?
Yeah, with the bunny ears. Yep. Yep, there's so many good touches in this map. Thank you, Bean. Part of why I'm happy to get Star Arbor is that the dead ends hurts to run after a certain point. It's painful to watch world self-destruct. Yeah, I think, to me, the countervailing force we act as in it, I love playing the dead ends because it's hurts, but it's also remembering why it's there, and it's the emission of all these worlds' pain and of Medion's pain, and not the refusion of their suffering, but of the determination to continue on. And you can, like, the thing, you can't fix their pain. You can't undo what was lost and what happened, but you can have empathy, you can have pity, you can feel for them. The thing you can do is bear witness to that suffering and hold on to it as you make a better way forward. That is the one thing you can do with what's past, you know? That's just my philosophy on it, and that's part of why I don't mind doing it multiple times. So far so good. Went full time at my job. That's awesome, man. How's it going? Are you enjoying it? Or at the very least, is it like is your everything else comfortable in it? I didn't realize my stream was delayed. Yeah, I mean, right now it is 9:29. So whatever time it is when you read that, that's how much you're delayed by. Yeah, you never noticed that? I mean, I've done this dungeon how many times and I never noticed that. And it's funny that I noticed it this time when I'm usually more distracted. Did you ever notice the little sad Loporrits off to the side? Yes! The amount of, like, this dungeon is a great dungeon, just run and look around. There's similar naming touch in Emirat, yeah. You can, remember they once lived. Exactly, Igor, exactly. That's what you can do. And I think Endwalker 14, and I'm feeling a lot of stuff lately that maybe it's just I'm self-selecting for the type of things, but I swear a lot of the stuff lately that I'm just reading and experiencing, there's a lot of like people suffering with existentialistic, quandaries, which has always been true, but I've just been noticing it more and more lately. It's a very common thematic theme to go through, but is this idea of like, I can't make what happened better, but I can find peace in this moment, right? And I can find peace in, or maybe I can't stop the future, but I can try to find value in this moment. I think that's a worthwhile endeavor in and of itself, and I definitely think that's what Endwalker would say, because it's literally, was your journey a good one? Okay, let's see. That's 396. Okay, so we should be able to get it from expert. Do you think we'll get Lapis, V? I never get Lapis.
Really
it's
hope
always Troya.
it's not Troya. Please.
It's always Troya. It's gonna be Troya. It's always fucking Troya. It's always Troya. Troya for days.
No.
God damn it!
Oh, you cursed us. See, I get
Whoa,
Lapis a lot when I kill my own.
I have gotten Lapis twice since it came out.
Wow.
I have had to manually do and I do expert roulette every day. So I have, in order to do Lapis more lately, I have had to I have sometimes just like selected it and manually gone in because I was so tired of not getting it. The hardest to get used to is a 3-2-2-3 schedule going from 10 to 12-hour shifts. Yeah, I bet. Would you say you're happy, at least? I mean, I guess, like, for me, that's the thing, is, like, hard is... There's two types of hard, right? There's the type of hard that's, this is hard, but I'm happy, right? Or content. Because that hard is, not that it should be, not that it's easy, but it's, like, you can keep up with it, but then there's the kind of hard where you're just miserable and it's not something like you can do perpetually, right? I'm content with a job, yeah. So like to me, I don't know about you, but I tend to like prioritize, can I be content first and foremost? Because it's kind of the most important thing. Because as long as you're content, you can deal with a lot, or at least I can. Do you feel that way, V?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, because like honestly, I can really like when things are challenging or hard, right? Like you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But,
like even like long hours, right? Like sometimes they're like it's long hours, but it's an interesting task, or at least, right? Or there's like a fun challenge. And sometimes there's just long hours, and there's not a lot of upside in the thing in and of itself, but at least like you're content with what you're doing, or at the very least like, okay, but it's gonna be easier again, and I'm gonna be fine as I get through this.
Yeah. And I mean, it's probably a little bit to do with the job I have, but I'm usually most happy when I'm working many hours in the week, because that means I have a project that is really engaging. So,
yeah. I have only done Lapis once for MSQ. Granted, I haven't done as many expert threads. Yeah, I do them every day just because tomestones, and then also, like, if I like get on the game and I'm like, I've been working all day on like videos or other archive stuff, but I want to play the game, but I just don't have any brain energy. One of the main things I'll go to doing expert roulettes, frontline, and 90. Where can I post clips? So you can post clips. The easiest place to do that is to post them in our Discord. In the, where do people tend to put them? Is it videos? I don't know. You'd have to ask the people who post them. But yeah, you can also, I don't know if you're able to post, you probably aren't able to post links, so I doubt you'd be able to post in chat. What's the difference between Eureka weapons and Manderville? In terms of what? Eureka weapons are just glam. So, do you mean beyond that? Like, do you mean stat-wise? Stat-wise, you want your Manderville weapon, it is your bis. Videos, typically? Thank you, Bean. I didn't know how stressed my old job was making me until I got laid off, didn't have to go anymore. Yeah. I will say it's especially hard, Raven, for people with anxiety, because like you can have what is a job most people would be able to do like consistently without any problems, and you like every day is just is like a struggle and an agony. So like finding a job and like just a general occupation of some sort where it's sustainable without just making you miserable, it can be harder, but is more important. I find, at least, and I think that's true to depression. I think that's true that anyone struggling with mental illness, but speaking on behalf of like someone with chronic anxiety, definitely, I know the level to which that has made normal jobs very, very difficult for me is legion. I like having a job where I can make a genuine impact. Yep, I can clearly see the results of my work. I don't have that at my current job, but I'm hoping to get a research position. Good. Yeah, and it's also relative, right? Like some people just want to be able to do something where it's a paycheck, like they work to live, right? It's not about living to work. Some people, it's, you know, like me, I live to work. But it's also like about what counts as contributing, right? Because even if you're doing, you know, what's treated as like one of the more menial things, like just you know, service industry in general, it's very easy to undervalue that, but it is a thing that can matter to people's day and can be beneficial. But that doesn't mean, if it doesn't feel like it matters to you and you need something that matters, then it isn't that, right? It isn't what you need. By the same token, I can imagine someone being like, hey, you know, like you do, you know, one of your main things is streaming and making videos on YouTube. It's not really making a difference. But for me, working on this community, trying to give you guys a space for 14 to be fun, for like to feel like you're a part of a bigger, you know, a community of some sort, is to me doing something of value. It is doing something important, even if it's not on a large scale of the world. But the point there is less about whether it is or isn't. It's more about, for me, it feels like it is. So I'm happy, you know? Also, my old boss wasn't the nicest. Hopefully my next job will be better. I hope it is for you too. And I bet it will be. I hate slowing down on those dogs, but I've had so many people accidentally take the aggro of one of them off me. Would you say like this run, for instance, V, right now is your average for like Troya, or would you say it's faster or slower? Or...
Feels a little slower still, but this one's probably on average. I'd have to see how we do on the rest of the bosses though.
Okay. Because I'd say this is pretty average for me.
See, my average, like a while ago when Troya was new, was like people burning through this like crazy fast, but I'd say this is probably closer to average lately.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting, right? You'd think it'd go just get straight faster because gear.
Right.
But because I that's why I genuinely think what it is like the people who are like, gotta go fast, zoom, zoom, zoom people stop playing or like aren't doing dungeons.
Yeah, they're just like
right?
not, at least not doing the roulettes anymore and stuff like that, yeah.
Can I be mad for a second? They named the new tombstones, right?
Uh-huh.
Complimentary tombstones. I thought they were saying, hey, head on over there and they'll give you complimentary tombstones. Or complimentary Manderville variety.
Wait.
And I'm like, oh cool, I don't have to earn them.
There's new tombstones? Did I missed this?
Not tombstones, the Manderville. The Mandarite.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I just said the wrong word. Yeah, complimentary Mandarite. And it's like, awesome. And then I got there and I had to buy it. And I'm like, this ain't compliment. This is, you motherfucker. Someone on the localization team needs to be
I had
fired.
to pay for this breakfast? What?
I've been thinking about using my art to make money. Yeah, issue is me not being able to draw humans. I feel like that will cause issues with my plans. Or you just find the niche that works for you. I mean, like, here's a couple things, right? One is you find a niche that works for you, or two, take the time to practice it and improve. You know? Like, I feel like with art, as someone who really struggles with 2D art, I've experienced a lot of my friends are wonderful 2D artists, and what I'll say about them is that all the ones who have gotten, after a certain threshold of skill with drawing, all of them, it was just about putting in the time to improve. So I would bet money that if you spent the time, you could get where you want with humans, and if you don't want to bother, yeah, just find your niche.
Be like, I
feel like
I was just gonna say, my groups that were faster would usually kill the boss before the gazes even went off anymore.
I've never even had a fight where we didn't get before the gazes went off.
That sucks.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, like, honestly, that's really interesting to know, because, like, I considered what we just did was faster than normal I experience. So that's I also wonder how much your place in there matters too, because of you having Bisgear.
I don't know. I don't feel like my damage on Sage or anything was particularly well. Okay, it was like, you know, I guess you know, for a healer it can make a difference when you're doing 1,000 or 2 more extra. But
well, right, and I'm just like imagining, like, it might be like, oh, I'm only doing like 10% of the damage, whatever. But then, like, most healers are probably doing like 4 to 6.
Yeah.
So like it's like, you know, it doesn't seem that much, but it actually is a big difference from the average.
could be.
Nope. Crap. Trying to get that last one, but it was on the bottom of my list and my chat was blocking it.
I probably need a Laura to tell me how badly I'm playing White Mage.
Are we clearing? You know. Also, I mean, like, really, in a lot of ways, White Mage is glare in dungeons is glare. Is the tank okay? Glare. They're not stunning anymore. What's the only DPS options I have?
Pretty much still just glare at that point, right?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, throw up your dots. I mean, if you want to play like the min-max, White Mage it's like, okay, maybe try to get your dots on all the different enemies.
I do try, actually, so I guess.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I have failed if I do not have a dot on every mob.
Finally. Oh, nice, Hunter. You got a healer to 90? What healer? The Warrior Cat fandom often paid lots for characters to be drawn. I'm not surprised that the Warriors fandoms is like that. I can try there, or drawing people pets until I get good at drawing humans. Yeah. I would just say, hey, put yourself out there. Also know that sometimes it's hard to get people to, like, as someone who has owned my own small businesses, worked in jewelry, cosplay, and all sorts of stuff for selling things, hardest thing to do you can possibly do is get to the point where people will, like, get people to buy, like, find buyers sometimes. So don't let that ever discourage you. I would just say go for it. Take the time, keep improving, and keep at it. And know that tenacity is often like one of the biggest things. More than like raw skill, more than like it's not about just talent. It's not just about the ability to keep going even when you have rough days or rough patches. Really is so much of it. White Mage, nice. Yeah, White Mage is a good time.
Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying White Mage. It was like so bad, like pre-60, but then once you finally start getting some of your
60 is
your OGCDs and other useful utility, I was like, oh my god, this is so much better. It's still GCD hell, but at least it like has some really cool tools and it's fun. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, Lilies makes all the difference, right?
It does, yeah.
But no, I totally know what you mean. I think the other thing about White Mage is that, like, if you're coming off of, like, Sage, playing a lot of Sage, White Mage, you're like, oh, this is so light and breezy in terms of, like, ease of play in some ways.
It really is.
It's just so straightforward. There's no, like, interactions. It's just, like, I pressed the button, and the thing happened.
Like, you mean I don't have to think 10, 10 chess ahead of the boss or something? What?
Yep. And I mean, like, part of it's because it's, like, berry healer and pure healer, but also part of it's just because, like, the design. Ooh, good easy pattern. God, I really appreciate that they've been doing a lot of fights lately. Stuff like this in bosses, so I get to use Passage of Arms. Ugh, I will never not love that. Final Fantasy IV battle theme is such a jam. It really is, like... I do have a confession to make. For the past week, I've been trying to draw you, Elios, again. Been struggling with the pose. No worries. No, look, again, and I will always admit this. Part of it's because of vanity, but I will always appreciate art drawn to me. Like, so. I will always. I really struggle with drawing. I have a really hard time taking 3D and putting it in 2D space. I just always have. So to me, like, whenever people draw stuff, it's like, it almost feels like magic, and I really enjoy it. And then, again, the vanity kicks in, so. That's why I have the board behind me of all the art people have done. So yeah, if you ever finish that, I'll make sure to put it up on the board. Okay, yes, okay, that should be enough to be able to continue on the Manderville. I'm so excited to see the next step. Do you want to look like you doing a lower talk in a classroom, or rather be an epic battle pose? Oh, that's hard. I never actually had a thought to think about it. Because I feel like in character, right, it's the lore talk. I feel like when I would want an epic battle pose is if I was like getting a picture done of like me and our static finishing a raid most of the time. Although a funny thing would be, because like Elio is technically a blacksmith as his canonical job, so what would be funny would be like him and Manderville or Godbert teaming up, a la like what just happened.
Do a super chat. Like Elio said, weird shit with the voice because it makes Deadpool happy. It's true. He does this little smile. So you get him excited, right? And he's like sitting there, he looks at you, dead in the eyes, like this.
It is really funny though. Deadpool, like, if you sitting there with him, he'll just stare at you and he'll just like, he just smiles. It's so cute. And sometimes he does it because he's panting, to be fair. But sometimes, like, whenever he's panting, he just looks like he's smiling. But like sometimes he's just like, when he's happy. And it's when he's happy too, so. Alright, the furnace is rolling and ready. Let's have them new space rocks then, eh? A rare form of chondrite contains spheral groupings which greatly amplify ethereal conductivity when synthesized with mandarium, an advanced process which demands heightened state of battle based in light. I mean, on one hand here, I kind of love that they're making the Manderville weapons really, really easy, and it's just like, hey, go do whatever content you want and get tomestones. But also, I'm kind of sad that I can't. Well, I don't want to say can't do multiple things at once, because again, anything I'm doing is getting me the required materials.
Yeah, I feel like I shouldn't complain. This is like my first Relic grind ever, so it compared to the other horror stories and the other ones, it seems like, oh, this is easy, but I kind of feel somewhat cheated. I was expecting like, oh, I need to go grind some dungeons or something. I thought, I don't know. I feel a little bit cheated, like this is too easy, and I don't know.
You should just go back and do Baja and then just like then curse its name and like get it out of your system, and then you can just like put all your negative feelings into Baja collectively.
That's fair. That is what I'm doing. And maybe someday I'll get back to the ARR grind, but oh my god.
Oh, no, just don't. As someone who has 3 of those, I shouldn't have done 1. Like, the only reason I did 3 of those is because I did 1 when I first started playing before I got to Heaven's Word because I really wanted a cool weapon. I really loved the Paladin one. I got the second because I played Shadowbringers and I needed Artbird's Axe. And then the final one was for, we were doing community streams and stuff, and so we had to like, you know, do the, like I had to pick one and start working on one. Right, send for his lordship as we can break out the hammer and tongs. That is not what I would have expected, but I love it!
Does it look
V,
nice?
have you seen... Okay, I gotta come show this to you.
I'll come over there.
Success! Our collaborative masterpiece taken to new heights. The amazing Manderville sword and the amazing Manderville kite shield. Oh, V, I gotta show this to you. It's so pretty.
Well, I'm seeing it on stream now. It's very pretty.
What did I tell you? 'Tis the undeniable results of your martial awakening. That was wrong, boys. I still have me doubts on the front, but 'tis a thing of beauty nonetheless. Manderville. On top of this masterpiece, Landry, should you desire to refine any other Manderville armaments in your possession, then pray call upon my artisanal protege here. He too has found enlightenment in the crucible of battle and stands ready with a clear mind and steady hand.
I love how they have to justify Godbert not standing around in Razat-Han all the time, so that's the only reason this guy exists.
Yep.
You need 1,500 to get phase 1 and then another 1,500 to get phase 2, Yukio.
Aye, well, I'll be around as usual to make sure all the all the ends meet their needs. To make all the meets me demanded, to make sure it all meets me demanded standards. Are you pleased with your weaponry, new appearance by the by, or you may have more enamored with its previous incarnation? Oh ho ho, I do understand the attraction of simple elegance.
And there's the replica vendor.
Which is why we begun offering a line of Manderville weapon replicas. I'm opening a storefront here on a trial basis, so please do bless us with your patronage if you feel so inclined.
Yeah, I'm sure the video is. If I didn't make a different kind of content, that's probably what I'd do. Oh, that's interesting. It changed the color of the shield itself as well. Does that always happen in the second phase? I always know the second phase adds a glow, but I didn't realize it also changed the appearance of the base thing. And I thought Rowena was a glutton for commerce.
Our work is aesthetically pleasing as it is practical. 'Twould be foolish to leave such an obvious business venture untapped.
Merchants talk aside, how much longer until we properly perfect your ancestors' creation? I got a feeling we scarce scratched the surface.
An excellent question, and a difficult one to answer. In breaking the cipher, I've come to realize that the manual is but the first part of an incomplete set.
The replicas are for glamour, Yukio. So if you want to get the item and put it in your glamour chest, for instance, you would need a replica. Otherwise, if you put the normal one in, you won't have the normal one. So if I wanted if I wanted to take the weapon I'm wearing right now and be able to put it in my on like a glamour set, I would get a replica, go put that in the glamour set and the glamour chest.
Incomplete. You can't be serious. Where's the bloody rest of it then? Presently unknown. Finding the continuation of Godbrand's guide shall consume my waking hours.
Bah, then I could keep on a table at the Mayhem will become soon mine. You're lucky they've got an impressive selection of spirits.
Once again, I do apologize for the interminable delays. Fare thee well, my friend. I shall depart on my quest without further ado.
I also drank too much coffee and ate too
Raven.
much candy. Regrets. Oh, Raven. What you're equipping now, so Yukio, imagine if I had wanted to upgrade my the shield, the phase 1 shield, right now. But I had put it in my glamour chest, I wouldn't be able to upgrade it. But by putting a replica in the glam chest and not putting the normal version, I will be able to upgrade that. So here, I'll show you an example. So right now, so if I go to her, any of the things I already have, I can get a replica of. So I could buy multiple copies, and then I could go put these in the glamour dresser. But they're replicas. They'll always say whatever the thing is plus replica, and those are the ones you want to put in the glam chest. Okay. Oh, it matches my glam so much too. Oh, V, look at the. Oh, yours are like that too.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if they all have the same glow.
I think so, because the first one was all blue, right? I think for the most part.
Yeah, very blue themed for all the different weapons. Some of them weren't, but most of them were.
Yeah, these are cool. And the dye on these new lists is weird because it only like dyes the like middle part, but the rest stays red. So it's kind of interesting. So I'll just leave it the natural
Yeah.
one.
Well, interesting. I'm gonna see what the dye on.
Yeah, what does the dye look like on yours? And make sure to draw the weapon because it like looks very different when it's drawn versus.
Yeah. Oh, okay. The dye for the shield looks awesome.
Oh, that is pretty cool.
Oh, there's a lot of good choices here. Kind of like it gold. I think I'm gonna have to come up with a new glim. Like honestly, my current glim actually works amazingly well with already, anyways. But I kind of like want to like come up with a. I've been meaning to come up with a new glam for forever. Yum, raspberry for our cherry favorite weapon. This isn't cherry, right?
No, I feel like this is like a strawberry flavor.
Yours are definitely strawberry. Yours are definitely. I feel like mine's a little bit more red.
Yours
than
might be
though. Maybe
cherry
just 'cause-
flavored. It does kind of look cherry flavored.
I feel like. Am I crazy? Look at this. Am I crazy? I feel like the sword's cherry, but I feel like the shield's strawberry. Am I crazy? Are you serious?
I would have said it the other way around, honestly. I felt like your shield was more cherry.
Interesting. Interesting. It feels like the sword's darker though. Here, like look at the shield.
Maybe?
And look at it. I don't know.
The sword feels darker to me.
Yeah. Yeah. The sword does. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
The sword feels darker.
Okay, yeah.
Sword's giving me cinnamon vibes. Oh yeah, especially with the little like black
Ooh,
tendrils.
cinnamon is good, yeah.
Yeah.
You got some big
Okay,
red
I got
gum.
the cherry shield and this. Yeah, cherry shield, cinnamon sword, and you've got the strawberry. I mean, they even look like little floating
They
strawberries.
do, kind of. It would be adorable if the dye actually worked on the like back part, because then you could make them green, and then they would definitely be.
Oh, dude, that would be hilarious. But also, like, look at the sword with it dyed.
Oh, I
Like,
missed
you can
it.
dye it.
Oh, very pretty. Yeah, the gold looks really good on that.
I'm thinking I'm gonna do gold, red, and like black might be the colors. I'm gonna have to like look at all my options for glam. My problem is there's just not a lot of options for like paladin glams that have like the sort of like cape-ish thing, pauldrons, like the tank-ass tank look that aren't like. The problem is the one thing that did it perfect. The one thing that did it perfect, I can never have.
The PvP
and it
gear.
hurts my soul. Yeah. Have you ever shown it to you?
I think you did. Yeah, it was very sexy. And that was like a seasonal thing, so you can literally never get it again, right? That's what you mean?
It wasn't even just seasonal. You also had to be the #1 on your server for the feast. So, like, imagine that if you had to be the #1 ranked player in Crystalline Conflict as well.
You should have asked them on the forums
For-
to add that as like a mod station item.
Oh, I have. I have. It's the only forum post I have.
Oh.
The amount to which I was like, I want it so bad. Does anyone remember what it's called? I'm forgetting its name. So we cannot put the glowy ones in the glam chest. No. Yes, you can, but then you won't be able to wield them.
Yeah.
Yukio.
Because, like, if you
So-
wield them, you already have the glam on, so you wouldn't need them in your glamour
Right.
chest.
Exactly. And then also, there's no reason to wield any other weapon instead. They have the best stats in the game.
I don't know. My Abyssos ones are actually they're basically the same stats, same eye level. So I'm just keeping my Abyssos. But
Yeah, Abyssos might be the same.
Hashtag rating privilege.
Abyssos might be the same, but also once you clear P8, what else are you worrying about anyways? Are you gonna go do top? Like, I should actually check what my materia I need to equip for them are.
Maybe if Jade will teach me / carry me.
I don't think Jade knows how to do top. But also, I will definitely do an ultimate with Jade. I'm definitely gonna sit down and do Uwu with Jade one of these days. Although Ubu's not quite the same. You're allowed to throw things in the glam chest, save it to a plate, then remove it the item safely. Oh yeah?
Yep. You can do that.
Well, there you go. I know why the system is that way, and I know that that's actually... It's better that it's that way, but boy, is that a weird, a weird system. I never got a relic weapon due to fear of what is needed to gain one, unless it's easier. Raven, it's so much easier than what you're thinking. In fact, let's run through it right now. So literally, this is the easiest they've ever been, by far. All you need to do, go do the Manderville quest. Congratulations, you're done.
Yep. And have a total of 3,000.
Yeah, yeah. I will explain something. Literally, go do all the Manderville quests, you're done. Then, once you do that, once you finish all of them, this lady here will unlock, and you just trade in tombstones for these items, and then you go buy the relic. 3 of these tombstones will get you 1 relic.
3 of the items, which are 500 each, so 1,500 for each stage. So total, it's been 3,000 tombstones.
And you can get them by doing almost anything. Like if you do your 90 dungeon roulette every day, you'll get enough to buy them. Buy one in like 10 days, basically, and maybe even sooner. But that's just if you do only that. If you do expert, if you do frontlines, if you do other things as well, you'll earn it in no time. You could easily farm, like, just get what, if you wanted to, you probably could sit down and get all of them in one day.
Yeah.
Or at least close.
If you want to show too, because like I think if you stay on a level 90 class, I think the Alliance Roulette gives you like 120 tombstones.
Yeah, it does.
You basically get a ton of tombstones for everything on the roulette list. So if you did your entire roulette list in a day, you'd get a whole bunch. And then
it's also worth you also get more. So like for instance, for your expert roulette, right? You'll get a bonus reward for doing your expert roulette, but also the different dungeons. Also, just for doing certain dungeons, you get some. So also, if there's like a glam, let's say you wanted to farm the Starbird from the dead ends, you could also just hit the dead ends over and over and over again, and you would still get tombstones for that.
Yep, and these tombstones have no weekly cap, so farm forever.
Yep, you can just go ham. I've just been passively building up enough to like get it on all the jobs that I wanted. So I have all the tanks, have all the different ones. If they don't have them, it's just because there's a glam over it. Then I have like Reaper. I'm really glad I have this PvP. Oh, actually, you know what? This PvP code I may now use for Paladin too, since it like kind of really works with it. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's. I feel like the gold wouldn't work well for it. Also, that's funny. I think I used to have a gold, red, and black version of that coat was what I used to actually use for... This person just clapped for me. Or if you do maps, hunt trains, you get tombstones. Yeah, speaking of, like, Raven, you've joined us sometimes, right? If you do maps, whenever you do maps, you get a ton of tombstones for it.
Yeah, which we should be doing tomorrow, I think.
Yeah. Would it be too much to ask our server if we can do DSR? Yukio, we can't do DSR. I'm going to tell you right now, the average skill level and the amount of people... You're talking... You know what? Here, let's pull up like a video of DSR or something. Like, go watch an actual video of what DSR is like. And then remember, you can't mess up at all for like 20 minutes. Like... We could someday, if you wanted to get 8 people together who wanted to like hardcore grind it and it's all that we were doing for the better part of like a couple months, yeah, we could do that. But we're not gonna have like, that is, you need to find 7 other people who are dedicated to doing that and are gonna be willing to put a lot of time, effort, and energy into it. You're talking about what is effectively the hardest thing that this game has ever had to offer other than maybe top. And by amount of degrees. Like, most people don't do extremes. Most people don't do savage, right? Uwu is on a level above that, and Uwu is like malms easier by most people's standards than DSR. So if you're talking about like normal things and then EX, okay, some people struggle with EX, but EX isn't that bad. But some people think it is that bad. Then you go to Savage. Okay, Savage, you know, it starts to get really hard. It's like, it can be, but we're talking about, you know, a couple steps up from there. Okay then, after I must needed rest, I'll do that. Sounds good. Yeah, Raven, you definitely should. It's very easy to do. So have you done, if you've done all the Manderville stuff, you literally just come talk to the Tombstone Lady. We'll need to use look for group to get friends to help me farm them, me being bad with random strangers. Yeah, you're always can use the looking for group from the Discord. You know people come join you. I'm sure like Dest and Bean and V and me and all sorts of other people have come and joined you before. Oh, you're looking closer at the weapon? Oh yeah, totally. If you want, here, I can also show you. This is the warrior relic weapon. Gunbreaker. This is dyed, but this is the Reaper one. Do I have Black Mage? Black Mage. I think Summoner. Yeah, Summoner. Dancer. Did I pick up Machinist? Yeah, Machinist. Dragoon. I don't think I picked up Monk, because I don't ever use Fist. White Mage. I think that's the way. Yeah, Manderville. And then V's already got the Sage new list. However, I have. Oh no, that's actually Glam, so never mind. You want Reaper one? Yeah, well, it's super easy to get. It's like literally you just go enjoy doing all the Manderville quests, and they're really fun and a good time, and then get 1,500 tombstones. And the cool thing is too is you can just come back here and like if you just are doing other stuff, you can. I have all of those, right? The only one that I bothered saving up to get and like was like trying to go hard on was Paladin. Beyond that, I've just been passively buying all these as I go along. So like whenever I'm about to cap my tombstones of astronomy, I just go and spend them and go pick up 4 Manderite. When I spent all my tombstones this morning on the Relic and after Eureka and the roulette, I'm already back over 500. Yeah, see, V's already a third of the way to another Relic. Here, why don't we watch the video? Why don't we watch the video of what all of them look like?
I still just want the Eureka skin, so I gotta farm a lot of that.
I honestly, I want to get every relic weapon in the game, so I'd be glad to farm Eureka with you in order to get that. And I also want to just do more Eureka because I want to feel like I've finished Eureka and like I need to do Baldesion Annex. I just never got around to it. And I desperately would want to. Sorry, give me one quick second. I just need to pull that up and display capture. There we go. Oh, and this is who is it? Desperious video. Who does a lot of great Final Fantasy 14 content. Dude, I love that they swapped the Paladin and Dark Knight. That the Dark Knights is white and blue, and the Dark Knight and the Paladins is red and black. I like that they swapped it up. But also that would be like if I was still playing maining Dark Knight, that would be like my perfect suit.
Very much.
That is loud. Oh, so they swapped it. So everything that's red and black, like the Sage and Paladin, is red and black, and then the other ones that were red and black in the first stage are now blue and white. So all of them swapped.
Yeah, I gotcha.
The warrior one's real good. That shield's good.
Oh, the Gunbreaker one is so sexy.
It's literally in my mind, I pictured what my perfect version of the upgrader gun would. In my brain, I pictured what was the exact perfect thing, and they are fucking doing some kind of inception or something, because that is literally it. That is the, as far as I'm concerned, I'm kind of sad, honestly, because there's never going to be another gunbreaker gun I'm going to want in the rest of the game. This is it. I'm done. I'm out. This is like the perfect. There is no, it's never getting better from there. It can't, because this is literal perfection incarnate. Holy fuck, I need to go get this right away.
It is very nice. It's good then that Gunbreaker was next on my list already.
So good. Oh! Oh, that Dragoon Spear is sexy! Oh, that katana's real good.
Oh, man.
That katana's real good. Oh, these are so good. They're so vibrant yet elegant. Yep, daggers are real good. I'm sold on katana. That is, I think that may be the best katana in the game. It's because it's also, it doesn't have the huge Suba too, so it's like, it's very naturalistic. Cool. I'm never gonna be a huge monk weapons fan, just because like, I'm always just wanna go bare fists. Yeah, Des, you're very happy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I...
It's that...
I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think I agree on the monk weapons. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's a tragedy, because I think that a lot of them are great, but...
mm-hmm.
They're never just gonna beat like, the fantasy of, like, the bare fists.
I mean, those, I just feel it's so weird when your hands turn into dragon faces. It's kind of weird.
Oh, that's a sexy. I hope when you die, it dyes the bandages. And also, this is exactly kind of the schema I was going with the armor. I mean, I did red, but like I wanted to have the blue part of like your blue energy, so this is perfect. This will help define what I'm going to be going for my glam. Oh, I love how elegant that pistol is. I love that it's not like overboard. Honestly, that's what I have to say about all these, is even like the scythe and axe are big, but they're supposed to be big, but all of them are very elegant. Yo, that's a gun! Exactly. Good bow. That's a good... That is the sort of bow I would consider using. It's a good one. Well, there you go, Aubrey. And it's dyeable, too. Remember, so you can personalize it. Ooh, I love how subtle the chakrams are.
Those are so pretty. I want them.
I love how subtle. So far, I think every weapon I've been very excited about is also one of the ones that I got. I think the only one that's not the case so far has been, I think, Machinist. But then again, I don't play much Machinist. Yeah, I love how these chakrams. I love how subtle these chakrams are. You know what I was making that joke about earlier when I was talking about how, like, you know, with Palace of the Dead, about how it used to be that, hey, the thing that made something like, oh my god, that's super amazing fancy, came out of, like, the World of Warcraft era of, like, make it glow with the, you know, fire of 1,000 suns. But I love how, like, more and more it's about making things elegant. And with some ostentation, but, like, just, like, elegance is more of, like, has become more and more a focus in 14. That's a good... Love it. It's very good, very good. In case you wanted it to be a blue-red mage. Bean's so excited.
It is very fancy.
Okay, this is not that this is super hype, but I love this one because it's just like enhancing what's already there rather than adding something huge on top of it, which I always think is best for like the summoner books, which is just like a slight enhance of what's already there. Yeah, that black mage's stab. That's good going.
Also how it's literally your thing, your whole TikTok thing in like a symbol.
Okay, that's cool. I mean, like, you know, that'd be cool for like a spirit weapon-ish, like the ghostly, ghoulish green light. This one's only being hurt by the fact that I don't love it as much as others. Like, this is still better than many other relic weapons. Like, this is still very, very good.
I love the effect on it, but yeah, it does feel very like, you know, ghosty ghouly. I'm curious what the dying looks like on that.
Oh yeah, I wonder how much that you could do cool stuff with that. You got your Mulus, and is that what else do we got? Astrologian, Scholar. Okay, yeah, we still got some more. Ooh, I'm interested with the Astrolabe, what that's gonna look like. That's a good, yeah. That's real good. I love that you have the double circle with the card circling and the like laurel circling. I mean, there's not been a meh one in here. Oh, I like the Scholar. That one's I really like that too.
Oh, that's very pretty. I think I like the Summoner Wings a little more, but that is very pretty.
I feel like everything on here, the lowest thing on here is probably a B+. And I think like at least half are S tier. Do you agree with that, V?
I do. And oh my god, I'm gonna have to farm way too many tombstones.
Well, hey, you know, if we do Eureka Orthos every time we get from 1 to 30, we get like 106 or 120 of them or something. So
You get a bunch
you know.
if we do the post 30 stuff. Do you get anything?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. If anyone knows, I just know it said that if you do 1 to 30, it gives you, it's like, I think it gives you like 20, then 40, then 60 for every 10 levels or something.
Nice.
I don't want to look at like the different paladin clams out there. I must have them, but I need to wait. Oh, right, because you're PC. Yeah, they all look so good. Which one are you guys all excited for? Like, I mean, Bean, I'm assuming you're most excited for Red Mage. Are you gonna make your blue mage well, I guess because you have your Bean outfit, you don't necessarily have to worry about a glam color coordinating as much, but are you gonna make like a blue red mage? Damn it, Square Enix, I didn't want to get all the Manderville weapons, but now you forced my hand. They're all so pretty. I mean, it's a good place to be though, right? To desperately want a thing and have the ability to get it, but you just have to be willing to put in the work. Better than like them not having anything good or them having good stuff, but like you can't get it or, you know? And also, it's so tight, like, you can do almost any content in the game and be working towards them. Harpo? Interesting, Sarah. And here's a question to any of you guys. Was there any weapon in there that you're not, it's not your main job, but made you want to play that job more because of how pretty it was? Umino, good to see you, glad to have me. Have you. For me, it's Gunbreaker and Dancer ones are so sexy. Yeah, those Gunbreaker and Dancer, I think are... Gunbreaker, Dancer are the two that are the ones I want the most. I also want Dark Knight. The problem is I have my Dark Knight clan that I love that I can't ever, it's so sentimental to me at this point. Because I played through so much of the game in it. Like, I played through Shadowbringers in it. But, yeah. Honestly, but part of me one's like Dragoon. I also want, just because I thought that their like base one was great, but like that glow made it sexy. Or like Reaper. It is indeed good to see you and glad to have you. I'm gonna go call about job position. They wouldn't listen to me when I said I wasn't interested in a position they were offering. Sorry for the small rant. All good. On the bright side, that's not the worst place to be in, right? Be able to tell them to fuck off. You're good. Post 30, yes, you do get tombstones more than pre-floors 130 since they are presumably taking longer. Okay, well that V. I mean, let's just do one. Let's focus on doing our 1 to 100 runs.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're excited for Sam, Dest, we all know. A bounce around enough that I don't feel like I have a main job. This didn't make it any easier. I mean, again, like, it's a problem, but one of the better problems to have, right? Summoner. Red Mage, still for the love of God, still don't know how to balance my cage. You can talk to Bean, or you can check out the balance.
Hey, balance to balance. The Reaper one was nice enough that it makes me want to play it for sure. Once I finally get 90 anyway, yeah. All the tanking weapons, soon I'll fully feel comfortable. I just need to be brave. Yeah, and again, Raven, if you want to sit down and need any help learning any of it, happy to do it. Yeah, dark is sexy. I'm always a sucker. I love like tanks with like blue, white, and silver, or like blue, white, and gold. I love that. Love that shit. So many tombstones. Emerald, good to see you, glad to have you. For you, it's Black Mage. You're new here? Well, welcome. Glad to have you around. Hopefully we'll see you for future streams as well. And also, if you'd like, you can also join the Discord if you want to be able to socialize, talk with people like me and others like Bean, V, and Umino, and Hunter, and all those good guys. And many others besides. And also, if you want to join in for like events and stuff, because we do a lot of different community events, like maps and all that good stuff. Sorry, that wasn't just meant to be a pitch only for you. That's more, I was also, every couple of hours or so, I tend to have to, I want to make sure that anyone who's hanging around in here. But yeah. How are you enjoying 6.35? How is everybody enjoying 6.35? I mean, so far we've gone through all the content for it. I mean, we haven't finished Eureka Orthos. We haven't done all, obviously the Loporrits we haven't finished that storyline currently. But, you know, it's a 0.5 patch, so it's not like a huge patch, but it's good shit. And now a bunch of you guys have something to do for the next 2 months as you get all the tombstones you need to get all the replicas, you know? It's a good focus. I just need to start going into duties as a tank. I keep hovering over the duty finder button, yet get too scared to back off. So, Raven, I'm going to say something that's probably not going to be super helpful, but what I would say is just stop thinking about what other people think for a second. Ask yourself, do I feel like I know what to do, just in general, like in a vacuum? Do I know what to do as a tank? If the answer is yes, press that button and just do that. And if you find out something new that helps, awesome. But other than that, just like focus on that. Or do dungeons, or selectively choose dungeons you know. And just go ahead and pick those. And like practice that first. If you answer yourself, no, I don't feel like I do know what to do. Then instead of just saying, I don't know what to do, ask yourself, okay, what is it I don't know? And is it, I'm afraid that I don't know what I don't know? Okay, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go ask someone who you know, who knows how to tank, like me. You'll just be like, hey, I'm worried. Can you just, I'm gonna run through what I think I'm supposed to do. Is this right? And then once you've done all your due diligence, at some point you just do, and you know you've done your due diligence. You let that, not whether or not you're perfect, but whether or not you've done your due diligence to get to the point where you're like aware of what you should be doing in at least in concept. That's the first goal, right? Not being perfect. Being perfect is not the first goal. As far as what I'm interested in, 6.35 has more interesting things to do than 6.3. Really? Okay, so let's see. What did 6.3 have altogether? You had Alliance Raid, MSQ. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of other stuff. But okay, do you like doing deep dungeons, Umino? So we got deep dungeons, tribal quests, and farming for tombstones. So Tataru. Oh, right. Obviously, Tataru's Grand Endeavor. 9 out of 10 times, I've also found that telling the group you are new or learning can help. They're usually supportive. Yeah, yeah. The other thing that's important about talking about due diligence, right, is if you go into a dungeon and you say, hey, I am trying to get better at tank, I'm still learning, that is part of due diligence. If you say that, it doesn't like say, it's not that like, oh, no one can be like, kind of like, okay, you know, still want you to try to do your best, but it sets the tone of like, if there's a mistake, it's coming from an honest place and a place of trying to improve, right? Also know that a ton of people never even think to look at anything up. So if you've done any amount of research, you're probably in a good spot compared to many. Yeah, you have to remember that if you're comparing yourself to the top like 90%, right? To the top 90th percentile, that's not comparing yourself to the average, right? 50th percentile is the average. Definitely, yeah. Ditto to what Death said, yeah. One thing I'm worried about is duties with more than one tank, like who should be main one and who it's Raven, it's really this simple. Hey, do you want to be main tank or do you want me to? Or if you don't want to be main tank, if you'd rather off tank, you can say, hey, Elio, do you want to be main tank? Could you, or hey Elio, could you be main tank? At the beginning, that's all you have to do. And the other person will go, oh, sure, yeah, and then turn on your tank stance. Or they'll be like, I'm super terrified, oh my god, I don't know what I'm doing. Could you do it? And you'll be like, okay, I'm gonna stress a little bit, but neither of us does, and it's okay. We're gonna figure it out. The thing is that tank switching, so like, oh my god, not tank switching, what's the term? V, help me.
Tank swap?
Swapping out. Tank swap, thank you. Thank you, tank swap. The whole thing about tank swapping is that that's a very mechanic that you're not gonna need for most trials. And again, what you can do is go do dungeons until you feel confident with your job. Then, when you go into trials, just know that like, okay, the one thing you're trying to learn is that thing, right? So it's not a huge amount of things, it's just one thing you're trying to learn. It's that simple, but it's just breaking it down. So there's things that are to approach rather than just panic and anxiety, right? When in doubt, if they turn it on first, they got it. Yeah, that's another great way to put it. If the other tank turns on their tank stance before you do, just assume they're main tanking. 99% of the time, someone else wants to main tank. Yeah, like me. Like, I'm always going to prefer to main tank if I'm going into a dungeon, or going into a trial. And there's nothing wrong with not preferring to be a main tank. I mean, I feel like the only thing that's wrong with not preferring to be a main tank is if what you're actually doing is you're wanting to play a DPS, but you want to level your tank, and you don't want to bother to learn how to play a tank at all. Because the problem with that isn't even that just conceptually. The problem is that if you are needed to take over, and you don't know even like the basics, like of like how to provoke, then that can be a problem. But I know you know how to do that. And if you don't know how to do that, you just say, okay, here's what you need to know. There's an ability called Provoke. It makes it so the boss automatically starts focusing you. It puts you at the top of their enmity list. Yeah, base X point boss north most of the time. Most of the time, yeah, pretty much. Done. Yeah. Turn on your tank stance. Point the boss north so that people can attack. The reason that you try to point boss one way and try to keep him facing that way, other than if you need to dodge mechanics or move the boss for certain reasons, is because you want people to be able to do their positionals. May I ask how long you've been playing? Yeah, of course. I've been playing since 4.x. Since sometime in 4.x. Sometimes between 4.1 and 4.3. Like which patch or expansion? Yeah, so post Stormblood, this would have been circa what? Let's see. 4.3 release date. May 2nd. Shadow. But what year? That would have been what? May 2nd, 2018, I think? It would have been probably 2018. Sometime in 2018. I feel old. But I mean, we have a lot of people in our community that have been playing, some from ARR, some started in Endwalker, you know. A lot of just people very different experience, like all over the place. What about you? When did you start playing? Also, I'm sorry, how do you say Amara? I'm not sure how you learn, but watching Elio play definitely helped me in honing my tank skills. Yeah, and like, you know, Raven, I had played the game a whole bunch, but I also didn't know how to play hard for shit. So what I did is, as I sat down, I turned to Dest and I was like, hey, teach me how to play. Like, how does Bard work? And then I sat with Dest for the better part of like an hour or two, and then we went through it, and every time I was like, I don't understand this. Is it like this? Is it like this? I would just like ask questions and try to, until it made sense. Right? Because the goal is figuring out how it works and getting that in your head and getting it down, right? The goal is not to look smart immediately. The goal is, and ask questions, whatever you need to, because the point is to learn. Not to look like you've learned. Should I try dodging all attacks, or worried I'll move the boss around too much? So you want to dodge attacks that are dodgeable, obviously. So for instance, if the boss is targeting you and there's no like orange thing on the ground or anything, the thing that they're gonna hit you with, like with a tank buster, isn't dodgeable. But if you're talking about like an orange cone on the ground, yeah, you should be dodging every one of those. But just remember, you can dodge out of the way just enough to be out of it, and then move back to facing him north. So let's say you're standing him with him facing north, right? Let's say I'm the boss, you're the boss, and I'm fighting you, right? Okay, let's say you do it a line in front of me, all I have to, yeah, so just stay still. So if there's a line in front of me, let's say you're doing a line attack in front of me, so like there's a big orange AoE thing. Okay, I'll just step to the side. You'll turn a little bit to face me. It'll go off, and then I step right back and move you right back into position. Because unless I pull you far enough away that you start moving, the boss will only rotate. And so it's very easy to rotate them back where they're supposed to be. It's like Pokemon, so Amora. Okay. I started reading that like Japanese Amorera, but like Amora. Okay. I started around the end of Shadowbringers, I believe. Cool. Is it pretty common to eat ground attacks to keep boss trash from moving? My first instinct is to weave like a DPS and get the feeling I annoy DPS. No, your first and you should be dodging. Your first priority is to dodge them. Second priority is to DPS. Because if you go down, that's a problem. And also, remember that if they miss one GCD, that's a lot worse than the healer having to make sure you're alive and spending all their resources on doing that and not being able to help with damage. So yeah, you should be moving as little as possible, but you should be moving out of AoEs. You should not be just eating them. Now, sometimes you can know, hey, we're almost at the end of this battle, and I can eat one of these and it's gonna be okay, and it'll be a little faster to do it, right? There are times when you can risk it because you know it's gonna be fine, but if you like pull a big pack and you're just starting, you shouldn't be eating them. So I started as a tank with Gladiator Paladin, was comfortable for a while, but I had 3 really bad runs, made bad decisions after another, and have since been gun shy. Well, Canes, is there anything we can do to try and help make it so that you feel, get you back to a place where you feel good about it? The boss most times doesn't move when it's doing a cone attack, so you move out, wait for the orange to disappear, move back into place, and boss doesn't even move. Yeah. I've been playing since 2.3. Nice. Nice. How have you been feeling about the game over the intervening, what? 2.3, 20, 13, so about a little, around a decade now. Yeah, sure, go ahead and use your flamethrower. That's a good idea. So like, see, I could like step out here and then come back in. So like, let's say the boss while they're doing that can't, they can't attack because they're like stuck moving and doing their job. And then they just move back in. So it's also, the thing you have to understand about the pointing boss north, you're not gonna fail a mechanic if the boss isn't pointing north. Pointing the boss north is your fundamental best practice. First step is don't die and don't get everybody else killed. Facing them north means that there's a consistent expectation of which way it's facing that everybody else can rely on, and people who are doing positionals can also do those. It makes things simpler, but also there are times when, first and foremost, the most important thing is to, like, not get hit, Outside of level 5 some cast room dungeons, I'm always gun shy. Let me know, Canes, if we can sit down and there's anything that I can do to help, because, like, tanking's fun, guys. I gotta say, like, tanking is a lot of fun, and if you like to, like, not only improve and get good at things, but you also like to be able to, like, go fast in dungeons or something, being able to control the pace can be a lot of fun rather than just stressful. And in some ways, you have a simplified DPS rotation, and then you just have mitigation, but mitigation can become second nature in a really easy way. It's very more straightforward than it might look. As a melee main, there will be times the boss moves out of range position, and it happens. That's why we have True North. All you need to do is not consistently run circles around the boss. Yeah, exactly. Melee have a way to not have to worry about positionals for a short period of time. Also, melee positionals don't really matter in roulette, so it's not the end of the world if a melee misses one. Yeah. And keep in mind, so much of this is guidelines, not rules, so don't overthink. Important thing is to keep threat, if main tank, and mitigation. Threat is making sure that they're focused on you as the target, in case you're unaware. For me, moving enemies when dodging was more of a concern on a wall-to-wall pulls than bosses. Yeah, because trash starts to spin and aims cones at people more. Yeah, so decoy with that, that's why you clump them together in a group and then you, like, move in a consistent circle, because you won't be able to necessarily... In large groups, you can't always avoid that just because they'll clump up in weird ways. But what you can control is it being clear which direction you move in for your group, which allows for consistency. I definitely want to be good at tanking for when my mom and other friends join, so I can join them in duties and be a tank for them. Yeah. Raven, I'm happy, again, I'm happy to help further that. In fact, why don't we, you know what? Here. Why don't we go ahead and do one together? Because then I can... Let's see, what job do I have that I know how to play at this level at 90? I guess it doesn't have to be 90. Raven, do you want to switch to... Because this is just to, like, what we're going to do here is we're going to do a 50, 60, 70, 80. We'll get into one. And we're just going to go through it. If you mess up, don't worry about it. Because imagine this is just about, like, oh, okay, hey, you're doing everything perfectly. There's nothing you need to worry about. Or, oh, hey, here's this super simple thing, you know? This is just about, let's get you to some tone zones and let's test it. And then I'll also be a summoner, so if you go down, we have multiple people who can res for you. Okay. Throw up a ready check. My hotbar is a mess on this character, Paladin. Do you want to fix that real quick, or do you also is Paladin the job you want to play? I can give you a second to fix that. Does this Lalafell know us, or are they just hanging out with us? Or are they checking out the weapons? I have on a high level. Okay, cool. Yeah, take that second to do that. We'll get on in just a moment. Have a good night, Yukio. Thanks for joining in. My advice is what works for you. So if you want advice based on, like, me, I can tell you what works for me. It does not mean it will work for you. It's good. I like that I saw the changes to game-inducing gameplay. PS, TP sucked. Oh, Amora, I played when TP was still around. TP fucking sucked. You guys are so lucky you didn't have to deal with TP. But what I'll say is, so if you look at my bar, right? So one quick thing I'll also say is that fundamentally 80 and 90 Paladin are pretty much the same. But here's how I have mine. I have 1, 2, and then I don't know why I prefer it like this, but I have 1, 2, and then I have my Goring Blade here, and then Royal Authority and Atonement. Really, what would make more sense is this to do your Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Royal Authority, and then Atonement, like in 1, 2, 3, 4. I just happen to not prefer it to just be weird. So I have that. I have my Expasian and Circle of Scorn together. You're pretty much always gonna be pairing these together. So you're almost always gonna be doing one and then the other right away if you can double weave. If you can't double weave, you'll be doing one, then a GCD, then the other. But the important thing to just remember is that these two are basically a pair. So that's basically, you have your melee combo and you have your magic combo, right? You have your Requiescat. So your Requiescat is you'll use this, and then you'll be able to cast, at 80, you'll be able to cast Confiteor once, and then Holy Spirit. So it's basically, you'll get to that, and you'll get to a couple blasts of Holy Spirit. And basically, all you're doing is going through your melee combo until until your fight or flight window is up. So what will happen is, if you, here, we'll go to a training dummy real quick. Also, Raven, I don't know if it was you or Val, but I sat down with someone and showed them how to decrease the, like, visual noise. One thing I would also recommend is doing that. It can help a lot for tanking. So, like, turning off nameplates that aren't your friends, or turning off numbers if you don't really care about them. I know to Des that's sacrilege, but, you know, it can be very useful. I do not miss TP. Does anybody miss TP? I'm sure someone does, but I can't imagine who. I also just like asking streamers and other players because I like getting their state of mind for joining at a different time than I'd. Mora, I totally get that. I'm like that too. I like love understanding. Hey, I only have my own perspective. Like, what is your? But so if you pay attention to my thing, right? What you've got Fireflight. What this does is increases your damage by 25%. So it'll be a big buff for 20 seconds. So what you want to do in that window is you want to use your Requiescat and you want to use your Goring Blade. So the Goring Blade is like just a big damage boost, right? It's just a big damage hit, which means if you're plus 25%, that's going to be a huge amount of damage. So it would look something like, this isn't the perfect rotation, so anyone who knows the perfect rotation of the balance, forgive me, but. So I turn on Fight or Flight, I go into the big damage hit, and then I turn Requiescat on, which means I get access to my, the Confiteor. So that you're gonna do that about 4 times, and then that's your magic stuff. Then you go straight back into your 1. You know, you do your 1, 2, 3. And then you basically just keep doing that until Fight or Flight comes back up. The one thing I neglected to mention is that when you first use Fight or Flight, like when you use Goring Blade, you're gonna use Expasian and Circle of Scorn. And if you can double weave, which means you can use both of them before the next ability is up, you do that. And it will allow, you'll be able to get those off within the window. And then basically those will refresh. You're just gonna use those off cooldowns. You're just gonna use those at will. So basically it's gonna look like, you know, you do your 1, 2, 3, 4 constantly up until fighter, you just keep doing that. You're doing your melee stuff. And then Fight or Flight's back up. So I'm gonna go like Fight or Flight, Requiescat, and then Blade of Faith and Expasian. Then Requiescat, and then you're just gonna do that. And then once that runs out, you go right back into your melee. Naspa, good to glad to have you. Paladin's the only reason I play this game. It's so poggies. I love Paladin. I love current Paladin. I love having an actual burst phase now because it means that I don't have to fight for fucking aggro at different times. Blade of what? Sorry, Circle of Scorn. I said Blade of Faith, I meant Circle of Scorn. So Expasian and Circle of Scorn. You can almost treat these like they're one thing, basically, because you always want them to come off cooldown at the same time. Is any part of that been confusing so far? Oh, the other thing is to weave intervene. You always want to keep one charge up, but remember that it does damage, so you do want to use a charge every now and then to just like do some extra damage. And no, Des, I don't do the curse. Also, I can help with dungeon run if needed. Amora, yeah, if you want to join us, we're in Crystal Curl. You're more than welcome to come join us so that we have a 4-man squad that'll allow for Raven to be to not have to stress at all. Should I join Force? Yeah, Raven, actually, that's a good idea. If you go into join party, and then I'll bring you into the stream chat. I started rating this tier when it came out, show him what real tanks are, yeah. I do, we could use a little buff, a little bit of an extra buff in terms of slightly improve our party mitigation or slightly improve our damage. Because right now we're not the absolute best mitigator, and we're the lowest damage, but I'm so much happier with Paladin is now, having played it as my main for about 2 years, 18 months-ish. Paladin, 1, 2, 3, 4, flight of flight, magic plus goring. So you just under voice channels, Raven. So you just go into party 1. There's Amora. I miss old. But also don't forget about Circle of Scorn and Expasian for within your fight or flight window. Naspa. Forgive me. Really, that's your server? Well, welcome. How fortuitous. Let me invite you to the. Oh, I just had it up. So you just go into voice channel in the Discord, Raven, and you just pick one of the voices. You just click on it. It can be general, AFK, party 1, party 2, raid. Finally back to Curl for good, baby. Yeah, welcome back. I forgot. Don't forget that if you've been wanting to move to Curl to be part of the FC, and to be able to easily spend time with us, right now, Curl is no longer full, so you can move over to it. Now's your chance. Now's your time. Yeah, thank you, V. Yeah, Raven, you won't see us right now because we're in a stream that's locked out. I have to manually bring you into it. So if you just go into a different stream, I can pull you in. If you enjoy the stream and aren't a member of Discord, why not come join us at https://discord.gg/Asian archives. Yes, come join us. We do lots of things like PvP events, map events, Baja, helping each other do dungeons and raids and all sorts of stuff. Cool. In party 1, let me bring you in. Oop. That was not the button I meant to press. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so do you understand the basics of like the fighting the damage rotation?
Can you repeat it one more time for me? Make sure I got it in the
Yeah, absolutely. So there's the think about it. It's 2 parts. It is the part where you use fight or flight and do your magic and a bunch of heavy damage real quick, and it's just doing your 1, 2, 3, right? Your 1, 2, 3, 4 basically. So. The damage part is every 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds, you'll use fight or flight, and then you will go into Goring Blade. You'll use Goring Blade, and right after you use Goring Blade, you'll press Expansion and Circle of Scorn. They may have different names for you right now because they have different trait names. I think Expansion is called something else at this level for you. It'll be called Spirits Within. Spirits Within is what it'll be called right now. So right after you use Goring Blade, you'll use Expansion, or you'll use Spirits Within and Circle of Scorn, while your GCDs are cooling down.
That's probably why I was
and
confused, because they had a different name for me.
Yeah, that was my bad. I forgot about that. And then you're also going to use Requiescat. So Requiescat, you'll use that, and then you'll get access to Confiteor. And for you, you'll use Confiteor. And then for you, instead of getting the Blades of Faith thing that you might see on my screen, you're just going to use Holy Spirit 3 times. Because you get the multiple casts of Confiteor basically at level 90. And then that's your burst phase. That's when you do your most damage. So it's all about getting your Goring Blade, your Requiescat, and your 2 OGCD things together off.
So should I have Goring Blade at the beginning of it then? Or...
Yeah, so if you want, I can look up what technically the optimal rotation is in terms of it. Technically, okay, part of the reason I'm saying don't worry about it right now is because there are better habits you may want to learn later, but to do them is A, not going to matter until you're 90, and B, probably easier to not worry about the specificity of what is perfect right now rather than the general practice, if that makes sense. So for now, what I'm going to say is may not be the absolute 100% perfect way, but it's probably going to be the easier way for you to learn. And that is to just do fight or flight, then Goring Blade, and then while Goring Blade is cooling down, use your Spirits Within and Circle of Scorn right back to back with each other, like right away. Then after those are done, do Requiescat, Confiteor, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit. 3 Holy Spirits. Make sense?
Yep, hopefully I got them in order.
Yeah. So I'll just say it again, just because in case repetition's helpful. Fight or Flight, Goring Blade, Spirits Within and Circle of Scorn back to back, then Requiescat, Confiteor, then 3 Holy Spirits. After that, you're just doing your 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you have Atonement at... No. Yeah, yes you do. So yeah, you're doing your 1, 2, 3, 4 because you have Royal Authority, and then Royal Authority gives you 5 stacks of Atonement. So you just use Atonement a couple of times. And then you keep doing that.
I'm looking.
And then you keep Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What Confiteor is called?
I'm sorry?
I found it, never mind.
Okay, cool. And basically you're doing your 1, 2, 3, 4 until Fight or Flight comes back up. Once Fight or Flight comes back up, drop it and just focus on doing your Fight or Flight again. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I got it if I'm doing this right.
I can't see your abilities because I have so much of my UI turned off for I don't see other people's stuff, but it looks right. It looks for the most part to be right. So that's it. That is your fighting thing effectively, especially at this level. The thing is that the difference between 80 and 90 is basically instead of those holy spirits, you get 4 shots of Confiteor, and your spirits within becomes Expasian, which is it works the exact same. It just has a different name and is slightly better. So beyond that, like 90 works pretty much the same. Actually, can you tell me? Can you answer a question for me? Do you, when you use Royal Authority, so like you're 1, 2, 3, does spirits within light up for you?
I want me to try.
Or does Holy Spirit light up for you?
Yes.
Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're basically gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you're gonna use your Holy Spirit. Then you'll do you're gonna do 1, 2, 3. Then your Holy Spirit. Then 4, 4, 4, 4. Then do 4 5 times, or 4 3 times. Does that make sense? Because you'll get basically a free charge of Holy Spirit and 3 charges of Atonement. Now there is a best practice of like what you can do with these in terms of like when you should use the Holy Spirit versus like doing the Atonement. I'm gonna tell you right now, don't worry about it. Just get these basic things down that we're talking about, and I can show you like tips and tricks once you feel comfortable with this. Dez, good to see you. Glad to have you. Divine Might is pretty wonderful. Oh, thanks, Amora. Yeah, this is what we try to foster with like the tea community as a whole as well. It's just about like trying to be helpful towards each other and well-meaning, though we all have our moments, you know. So Raven, does that all make sense so far?
Yep.
Does it feel comfortable?
Good.
Okay.
If my sleep deprived mind can understand it, that means I think I'm good.
Cool. And at any point we can stop and we can review it again. Here's the question. Do you feel like you understand your mitigation tools?
You mean the stuff that keeps me alive?
Yes.
I don't know what order I should do them or when I should do them.
Cool. Let's talk about it. Dez, thanks for the 5 memberships. Astriel, enjoy your Archon. Enjoy your emotes. Dane, enjoy your emotes. Chetty, enjoy your emotes. John, enjoy your emotes. Hydra, enjoy your emotes. Okay, so let's talk about... So, you don't necessarily time mitigation based on like just, hey, every 30 seconds use X, Y, or Z. But here's some general rules. For Paladin, you have Divine Veil. Well, actually, let's see. At your level, do you have all these? Yes. Okay. At Paladin, you have Divine Veil, Sentinel, Rampart, Reprisal, Bulwark. Well, Arm's Length and Sheltron and Sheltron. Holy Sheltron is just a better version of Sheltron. There's some more to it, but basically Sheltron. You are using Okay, I'm going to give you some rule of thumbs. Don't think that these aren't necessarily best practices. Divine Veil is, hey, everyone around me is going to be taking some damage. So like if a raid wide is coming out, an attack where a boss hits everyone in the raid, Divine Veil is great because it gives you and everyone around you shields. So you want to use that right before about a couple, 3 to 5 seconds before a boss is about to use an attack that will hit everyone. Or if you are in a group attacking a bunch of enemies and you want to give armor, like a shield to you and all your allies. Sentinel and Rampart are just don't take any more damage. You like take 30% less damage and 20% less damage. You do not want to use Sentinel and Ramparts together. You never want to use, because the thing, here's why. With tanks, with tanking mitigation, and mitigation just means anything that mitigates damage. All of this is multiplicative, not additive. What that means is that when you use a reduce damage by 30% and reduce damage by 20% together, it does not reduce damage by 50%. It reduces damage by much less than that, because you use Sentinel and your damage is reduced by 30%. Then Rampart reduces 20% of the remaining 20% of what is left. So it's 20% of 70%, not 20% of 100%. That sounds like a lot of math. All you need to know is what it means is you don't want to overlap mitigation unless you have to. So from there, what that means is that, let's say you're going into a fight with a bunch of people. the thing about a tank is you're running a marathon, not a sprint. You don't want to pop all of your mitigation all at once. It's like, oh cool, I took no damage from that one boss attack. Wait, why is that boss winding up to attack me again? You know? So what you're trying to do is pace yourself. So you let's say you run into a group of enemies, you throw up Sentinel. You've already got that on, which means you're definitely not going to throw up Rampart. Okay, let's say you're taking a little bit of heat, you want to take less damage. Use your Sheltron. Because your Sheltron you've got your bar that you're constantly building up, right? If your bar's at 100, you want to go ahead and use your Sheltron because it means that you won't have to worry about, because you don't want to overcap on your there's no reason to save more, right? So if we like went into a group of enemies, like here, let's go into this. Let's just pull. Don't kill this turtle, but I'm gonna attack this turtle real quick. So I run into these two turtles, right? I'm gonna put on like Sentinel, so like I'm a baseline taking less damage, and then I'll throw up a Sheltron. And maybe for this fight, that's all I'm gonna need. So I don't want to waste any of the other resources if I don't need to. If my healer's got me, I'm noticing my health isn't going below like 90%. I'm not gonna like bother wasting more resources than I need to. That's the fundamental philosophy. However, sometimes you might pick up a group of like 20 guys, right? And you're like, okay, I know that we've got some downtime after this fight, and when we get to the boss, and I don't have to worry about mitigating as much. I'm just gonna make sure I use all my resources now. I'm gonna do things like throw Sentinel and Rampart on just to make sure I'm good for this fight. Or sometimes what happens is you might pull 10 guys, and that fight takes like say like a minute to finish that fight. Well, Rampart only lasts 20 seconds, and Sentinel only lasts 15 seconds. So you want to like use Sentinel, then right as Sentinel's about to run out, use Rampart, right? And right as Rampart's about to run out, maybe throw a Bulwark, because you're trying to like eke it out, because you're trying to make sure you do as much as you can to reduce the incoming damage so that your healer can keep you alive. Your goal is keep the enemies on you, survive, and also try to reduce as much damage as possible. However, reducing as much damage as possible means over the course of the fight, not just in one moment. So, Veil is protect you and your allies by giving everyone a shield. Sentinel and Rampart are, flat take, decrease in damage. And Sheltron's the same. Reprisal, the weird ones you have as a paladin, well, this isn't a paladin. The weird one you have as a paladin is Bulwark, which makes it so that you block all incoming tank attacks. What that means is there's a special thing that paladins have, which is called block, because we have a shield, which allows us to reduce incoming damage. What Bulwark does is basically, hey, do I need some extra reduction of damage right now? You can combine Bulwark with any other ability, and because it's block and not a percentile mitigation, it doesn't overlap. So this is basically, ooh, I'm taking some extra spicy damage, I'm gonna toss this in too. So, the remaining two to explain are Reprisal, which is just throw it on a boss before they're about to do something like a big damage attack, whether it's on you or everybody else, and it just reduces the damage that they do. You can also use it if you've got a big pack of enemies on you. You can throw up Reprisal and it'll decrease all their attack by 10%. It's basically, instead of you take less damage, enemies do less damage. So you could use Reprisal and any of the other things together. Make sense?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
Give me a minute, my family's being a little bit loud.
You're good. Fee, thank you for the membership. Oh, Bean, thank you for the memberships. Naspa, enjoy your emotes. Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't let us select individuals. Yeah, it's all random. V, thank you for the memberships. Amora, Momo, Trevor, Kadao, Rachel, Des. The numbers ever aired with you. I thought block was at level 90. Is it? Nope, 52. A 20% MIT before anything else. Is it not multiplicative? Yeah, so block is considered separate. So it's not, it's as far as I know, it's not multiplicative. Let's double check that though. Yeah, you're good. Take your time. The problem is block hasn't been around for a long time, so maybe they changed it. The problem is that here, let's look up block FFXIV. Because I know that block is slightly different. She determines how much damage is blocked when the parry is successful. Use the same values block rate for Paladin. So block strength is a separate factor, so that tells me that it's probably not a flat 20%. Parry is something everyone has. Block is Paladin's a little bit stronger. Everyone can parry. You need a shield to block for all intents and purposes. This means only Paladins can block. Blocking works on both physical and magical damage, and the damage reflects depending on your block and shield. In Shadowbringers, it's 20% for most of the expansion. Currently in Endwalker, the highest high level shield blocks like 18%, but it wouldn't be unreasonable to guess. Oh yeah, that's because it averages out because of block strength tends to be in like Shadowbringers 20%, but it varies based on eye levels and like the corresponding what you're fighting and eye levels and all that stuff. Yeah, 20% 90. Well, so it's not about level though, because it's about gear. It's about your block strength for your gear. Yeah, but when you do block percent damage, block is 20%. No, but it's not block 20% currently. It's 18%. It's based. It's relative.
I have returned.
It's different. Welcome back. Since YouTuber contractually obligated to say like and subscribe, please no licking the like button. You cannot stop me. It started earlier. I think it's already been said, but I find Warrior to be most approachable tank for new tanks. Yes. So here's the other thing. If you ever want to switch, Raven, a lot of people find Warrior easier than Paladin or any of the other ones. I will say, I don't, but I'm weird. But the conventional thing. So if you ever want to switch off, that definitely is worth doing.
The thing is, I like the shield.
Yeah, if you like the shield. I will say Paladin's isn't that bad, especially with the changes. It used to be, explaining Paladin used to be a lot worse. The recent changes have helped a lot. Fell cleave, yeah. Yes, but right now. Right, but right now I don't know that it is for all fights, because it's, right now, unless the eye level has synced up for all fights to be at max. Like, because once we have, like, max level tombstone gear, yeah, it'll be 20% across the board. Like, once we have, like, whatever the final is for 6.55, right? But currently, it's not exclusively 20%. But what I'm trying to see is, I'm trying to double check if anyone can for sure confirm. And I don't mean just like, can you tell me it is, but can someone like point to a resource that explains specifically whether or not it is multiplicative with block? I don't think it is. Parry and mitigation. Let's try parry, because... Okay. Effective mitigation including parity is... This means yeah, every percent of extra mitigation is highly valuable at this point. If your chance to block is 30% and your chance to parry, if you don't block, it's 25%. You have 40% chance to block. I assume, because you can stack parry with Gunbreaker, like, I assume that it must be. Yeah, no, it hasn't. Right now, if you are level 90 with min eye level. Right now, if you are level 90 with min eye level for level 90, it's 20%.
Question.
Yeah, what's up?
Just in case I'm too cluttered, is there anything on my ball I don't need, or do I need everything on my ball?
You don't need cover. If anyone wants to tell me I'm wrong, sue me. You don't need shield bash. Again, if anyone wants to tell me wrong, sue me. You don't, for right now, You don't need shirk and you don't need interject. You will start, or shirk or provoke. You will start needing them and you will need to learn how to use them, but you don't need them right now. For this dungeon stuff that we're doing. Prepares lawsuit. Cover and shield bash are the two that you can really get rid of. Low blow, yeah. Low blow, because so here's what shield bash does. Shield bash is a stun. And so you can repeatedly use a stun, that's great, but you can only use it on a single target. And the problem is that low blow, bosses are designed so that you should be able to stun them with low blow. If you use it at the right time, it should be coming back up by the time they're going again. So shield bash doesn't, the only shield bash has is at low levels in early dungeons. There's some benefit that you can have out of getting out of it, but again, still, it's really just not worth it most of the time. You missed flashing people. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah. Okay. Your bar looking good? Do you have any questions, Raven?
I think my ball looks good. It doesn't look like a cuddle panicked mess.
Cool. The other thing you're going to want to use, so arm's length. What arm's length does is you don't get knocked. You're not pushed back when someone does a pushback attack, right?
Yep.
Do you know that about arm's length?
Yeah.
Okay. But the other thing it does is it slows all the enemies around you. So it causes them to attack slower. Not bosses, but regular enemies. So when you're going through a dungeon, if you've pulled a really big group, you can also use arm's length to decrease their damage that they're doing. So it's also a useful ability. And you also know about your hollowed ground, right? Your invuln?
Yep.
Okay.
So when should I click?
Then that should be everything.
When should I click Hallowed Ground?
So there's two schools of thought. One is you use hollowed ground when you're getting close to death and you don't think you're going to be able to survive something. The other school of thought is if you know a dungeon really well, like if I'm running a dungeon, I will use hollowed ground on the second mob pull because I know that it will come back up for the final mob pull right at the end, and I won't need it for a boss. What that's useful for is it lets the healer DPS more because they don't have to heal me. Don't worry about that for now. Save it as a oh shit button. It's a oh I think I'm gonna die. Press hollowed ground.
Okay, so that's my panic button. I see.
Yeah. The thing about it is that you want to remember that a panic button is not good in this game for pressing right as you die. You want to be thinking about 2 to 3 seconds ahead of time, because it takes time for things to go off. So if you think I'm about to die in 3 seconds, press it then. Press it right away. Make sense?
Yep, and what's the rule about tanks healing themselves? Is that also for only panic situations?
Yes. And that is partly about knowing your healer. You're not going to have to use clemency with this group. But the thing to understand is clemency is a wonderful, wonderful tool as a paladin. If you're using it, something's gone wrong. I love using clemency, but you want to avoid using it if at all possible. Also remember, 50% is not a reason to use clemency. 30% is a reason to use clemency, potentially, if you're really worried about your healer not being able to get to you. But a healer's job is not to make sure you're at full HP. A healer's job is to make sure you are not that you don't die.
Yeah, because I hope with someone that some healers get annoyed if you use heals on yourself and you're not near death, so.
Yeah, well, so remember, when you do that, it can mess up them and what their plans are and their ability to know. Okay, because a couple things. One, if you're doing that, you're not doing your damage, and you're better off doing the damage and getting through the fight quicker. But also, they are planning around their tools, their resources, their mana, and when you do that, it can throw them off. So it can be a great help to make sure you don't die to toss into clemency, but it's not just your job is not to be a healer, right? Your job is to be the tank. Clemency is useful when, as your job, your job is to not die. It prevents you from dying, but it's not your job to heal yourself. Okay.
Okay, I think I'm ready.
Cool. V, are you gonna be our healer?
Yep.
Okay. Then, Amora, could you hop on DPS with me? I also need to get out of the battle. This is the one problem about having a UI where I don't have my, the enemy thing.
Okay, so go to settings and change what?
Settings for what?
For accruing stuff. You said that I should, like, you know, change stuff in my settings to make it work better for me.
Yeah. Okay. So here's some simple things that might help. Go to character configuration, UI settings. Let me remember where everything is because I don't mess with this that often. What's it under? Hey V, can you help me? What is like the damage numbers and stuff under?
Oh goodness. It's been so long.
I'm sure someone in chat will tell us in a second. Oh my god, Elio's playing a DPS. I know. It's shocking.
It's under UI settings, HUD, display flying text at the very top. I believe that is it.
Okay. So what you're gonna do, Raven, is you're gonna go to HUD, display flying text, and you're gonna just click that so that it's off. And then you can do that for pop-up text as well.
Okay, I turn both off.
Cool. We're just gonna start with that for now. We can help figure out more later. But what this can do is, like, it can be nice to see big numbers, but unless there's something that specifically is being done with it, that it's just more visual information than you need, right? Which shield bash was OGCD, so risky compared to low blow. Yeah, I mean, like, but the thing is, if it was an OGCD, you would just weave it with everything all the time. The problem is, like, if you did that, you just make it mandatory as part of, like, hey, congratulations, you're blessing 1 low blow, 2 low blow, or 1 shield bash, 2 shield bash, 3 shield, because, like, it would just be, there's no reason to not try to throw a stun in on everything. Okay. And here we go. And again, Raven, don't stress. If you're struggling with something, just pause and ask me, and we'll figure it out. Like, the point... oh, I'm still a tank. The point here is to learn. Oh, interesting. Hell's Lit, I have not done this one in a while. Oh, right, I got some Carby.
So you want me to do big pulls, or should I be...
Yep.
Okay.
So we're just going to do what you should do in theory optimally right now. So we're just going to pull as everyone is, you know, wall to wall. And if that's a struggle, we'll figure out why, and we'll figure out what we need to do. So make sure that, remember that you can't just AoE them once. You have to, so you're gonna have to AoE them and then AoE them with the second part of your combo, because you have to do enough damage to keep them on you. You can't just run through them, because all the other players are gonna be able attacking them too. That's interesting. Okay, just 1 second. So let me look at. Pull it, pause. Okay, no materia. That's probably part of it. Okay, but so here's how the order of operations would have gone. So let's go back here real quick.
Yep, so I got the...
Yeah, so V, thanks for calling that. So when you attack those guys, you know on the left side of your screen how you see like their names in like a little bubble, like a colored bubble next to their name?
Yeah.
You always need that to be red. It has to be red. Red means they're attacking you and no one else. If it's orange, it means they're starting to attack others. If it's yellow, it means they're attacking others. If it's green, it means they're not on you at all. So like what would have happened here is we'd go from here, we'd run through, you'd get to these guys, you'd do like, you know, first part of your combo, second part of your combo, then like keep running. Then you just like keep running. As you get better, you can start to do things like throw shield lobs behind you, your range attack, but you basically just keep going. And you're gonna pull them to the very edge of wherever the very edge is. So in this case, you're just pulling them all the way to here. So, you're the tank, so feel free to...
down here.
They're just walls. You can't control where these guys are. So these guys, sometimes when a boss is static like this, you can't do anything. You're just DPSing and mitigating. You do want to make sure that all of them have you as your target, though. So you remember, you're gonna have to hit one. You can't AoE these guys. You're gonna have to hit one, then hit the others. One thing you can always do is go attack one of them, and then remember, you have a ranged attack, your shield lob. And your shield lob does a lot of enmity. What that means is it makes them focus on you more. So you just go attack one and then shield lob the other two.
Want me to jump down there then?
Yep, you're a tank. We're following you. Cool. I guess other three. So remember, you got a shield lob. All four of them, you have to make sure you attack. Your first priority, you gotta attack the other ones too, Raven. Like all three of them. Your first priority is get all of them to attack you. So you shield. So here's no, you're good. So like here. So like I'll attack this guy, right? Let's say I was the tank. I'd attack him, and then I would while standing here target the other three, and I would shield lob and then shield lob and then shield lob each one until they're all attacking me.
I kind of messed my rotation there too.
Yeah, so remember, rotation doesn't matter for shit if you're not the focus target. Because your number one goal is making sure that no one else is being attacked. Your rotation is not your priority, having them attacking you is priority. And remember to keep moving forward. So as you see, there's more guys ahead of us. You don't want to just pull two guys.
The line was in the way.
No worries. Naspa, if you're still here, do you mind helping me better understand then about the calculation for mitigation for block? Because I thought it was more relative based on the current by eye level. And I didn't think the eye level was currently high enough, though. I'm assuming what you're saying is that if you're doing current normal dungeons, not something like Savage.
Did I do better with that round?
Yep. Yep.
So I point the boss north, right?
Yes. North is the default. Technically speaking, you could port him any direction, but people just do north as the, like, safe one. And remember, as you're running at the boss, you can throw a shield lob. So you can throw a range attack, so you don't have to wait to get his aggro until you're in physical range. So turn, move a little bit to your left, because right now you're pointed a little bit northwest. You want to be pointed due north. Do you see the arrow? No, don't move back. Just rotate to the side.
I didn't mean to move back. It kind of stopped me backwards.
Okay. So right now, do you see how you're northwest? So get out of the AoE. Yep. You want to have him pointing due north. So like yeah. That arrow should point north. Yeah, just like that.
Am I doing my rotation right? Like.
I can't check that right now, but right now let's focus on like aggro first and foremost.
Okay.
Because the thing is, you can always practice your rotation on a dummy, whereas, you know, aggro is kind of like unique circumstances. So like, did you see that attack where he was spewing lava and he chose me as a target?
Yeah.
That's an example where like, that's not about like, you don't have the aggro, it's just that sometimes some attacks will not target the tank. Like right now. So in those cases, you just do what you can, best you can. And good job.
Well, I'm not dead yet, so I'm doing something right.
Well, let's treat this as the first step up from there, right? So like, not being dead is step one. This is step two of like learning better aggro management. So think about it in that direction. So yeah, so you always want to be pop and sprint. You want to be ahead. So before we run in here, just 1 second. Like, pop back for a second. So here's like what you're gonna do is you're gonna run at those 2 guys, right? And you're gonna do your AoE, and then you're gonna target that one on the left and throw your shield lob. So that way you don't have to run over to that one guy. Well, okay, it's too late now that. Oh, okay. Yeah, just go ahead and AoE them. Yeah. Perfect. And then you can keep moving forward. Like, once you've done that, keep moving to the next group. Left. Yep. And just remember that you have to pay attention to the guys behind you as your allies may be attacking them as well. And if you lose aggro on them, you're going to have to make sure that you get it again. And I'll watch for... So make sure that you have at least one of your mitigation up right now. So Rampart or Sentinel. When you're pulling a pack that's like bigger than a 1 pack, always make sure you start with a Rampart or a Sentinel. That's like a good baseline of just like, you want at least a certain level of mitigation out. And also remember to use your Sheltron, especially if you're capped at 100 on your gauge. God, I hate Hifrit's Hardcast. Don't forget to use Sheltron. And Rampart's gonna be done soon. Make sure, try tossing up arm's length. Perfect. Do you see how already that's doing that? Like that collectively does a lot, makes them do a lot less damage to you.
You want me to pull?
Yep, you're the tank, you lead. I'll try to give you a lot of forewarning if, like, for instance, I specifically... So remember, like, when you're running at him, throw a shield lob to make sure he'll attack you so that... Because otherwise, everybody else is going to run in, and... Because you have to run north, right? So there's going to be a delay between him attacking you and attacking everyone else. But if you shield lob him from far away, he'll definitely attack you first. And literally, you can just toss at him while you're running at him. You don't even have to pause. To the window, to the wall. Yeah, exactly. Remember, try to point the arrow true north, so you want it to be directly pointed north. Don't look at the boss's head, look at the air. Use the arrow. Because the boss's head may be sometimes off-centered. So this is another good example of aggro. So you want to make sure, yep, you want to make sure you got the aggro on all these guys. Oh boy. I think it's good over here. So a time you could use clemency, right? Let's say there's a time when the boss is doing something and everybody's damaged and you can't attack the boss. That could be a time you could use clemency, right? Because it doesn't matter, you've got downtime. So there's lots of moments with like tanking and especially Paladin where like you have the potential to have like different minutia and like there's like little things that you could like tweak and improve on or figure out a best time to throw something out. But, like, remember, that's different than the baseline skills you need. Yep. Perfect. Keep on it. And remember, you don't have to AoE that guy. You can just do a shield lob. If there's one target, you just, target that person, then shield lob. Because AoEing is much slower. If you want to AoE if it's a group, but only if it's only one target, you want to shield lob. Yep, perfect. And keep going. Keep going. And then, yeah, perfect. And then do me a favor, hollowed ground. Perfect. You've been perfectly responsive when I've like had stuff, so you're doing great. But so, like, do you see, like, this is like a good time to use hollowed ground because we're right at the end of the dungeon. You're probably not going to need it for the boss because the boss will do probably less damage than this group of guys together. And it means that the healer can focus on killing these guys rather than healing you. So you don't have to use any mitigation, and we just clear them right through. And in my opinion, as long as the boss is within 45 degrees of true north and not constantly moving, it's all good. You're right, Umino. You're right. I am being a little particular. That is fair. Cool. Got their aggro. Also, if there are two enemies, if you don't want to use, you only want to attack one of them, or you only want to attack one of them. Your AOE attack is only better than your single target attack in terms of DPS you're doing if it's 3 enemies or more. So if like we're in a situation like this, you want to make sure that you want to attack one to make sure that you've got them both on red, right? But you want to use single target. So like make sure you're stacking Stillwind. Yes, it is technically a loss because of the amount of potency it is if it's less than 3. Unless they changed it. Here, let me double check that. Maybe
Hey,
it's
I'm
changed.
right that and need to be right back.
Yep. The perfect timing. I mean, I could be wrong, V, so we'll check it. Everything I'm seeing is said that I'm not running the numbers. Everything I'm seeing from different people is that mathematically it seems to come out that 3 and more is better. But other than that, it's better to just do 1. Highest potency, retired potency, single target. AoE is multiple target to take potency. AoE.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. One moment.
All good.
Bards and machinists tend to only need 2 targets because they're strong AoE. Some people are saying Dark, and some people are saying that Dark Warrior and Gunbreaker. But that shouldn't matter because they're... Well, we'll just run the numbers. We'll just run the numbers after this. That's fine. That'll be easy. You having fun? Good, Amora. Val, good to see, glad to have you. Learning instructive environment is different. I get it. Yeah, you're teaching how to be excellent tank. Yeah. But, okay, so... We should be good to go. Pull whenever you're ready. But before you do, remember, Raven, as you're running towards him, to throw a lob.
Okay. Does this boss have any mechanics as you know of?
Not really. And again, even if you go down, we've got you.
Okay.
So right now, like, number 1 is just focusing on tanking and, like, dodge and moving out of the stuff. If, like, you mess up something that's, like, a core thing, don't sweat it.
Want me to go yet, or?
Yep, you're good. You're totally good to go at will. Perfect. Don't forget to throw out a rampart or a sentinel. You can pretty much always start a fight with those. Not both of them, obviously, together, but like one, and then once that one goes down, you can go probably switch into the next one. Again, not always true, but for dungeons, that's pretty safe bet. Oh, right, it goes in order, that's what that is.
What do I do?
So look at the arrows. So just stand with me. Stand on this one with me. So basically, what will happen is it'll get one of those arrows will get charged, and then the arrows point in the direction that the water floods. So I did that wrong that time, so don't mind it. But all you have to know is the principle of what it's supposed to do.
It would seem a more stringent test is in order.
Okay, all we have to do is kill the gate. And get off of the glowing platforms.
You were warned, warriors. Survive if you can. Come, blessed waters, to frolic and blow.
So see that water orb? That water orb's gonna follow the arrows. So it's gonna... Perfect. I've always wanted to do this. So that's what it feels like. Ta-da! Good job.
So it's
This song does, yeah. The Heaven's Word battle theme slaps. Sorry, go ahead.
Did I do okay?
Reason, what's up? Yeah. Again, remember, I cannot emphasize this enough. The point is to get you to a point where you feel confident about it and feel secure in it. The goal is not to start you feeling perfect, right? Like, the point is you want to learn and get good, which means you have to start from a place of, you're not where you want to be, but you have to get, but the goal is to get there. So yeah, no, you did good, definite improvement, and definitely like, but importantly also, anytime I was giving feedback, you were implementing it, which is also a huge step in and of itself, right? Because it means that you understand what I'm asking. When I said throw out a sentinel, you did. When I said get out an arm's length, you did. Like, you didn't have to go like, what? I don't know what that, and that's selling. Good, I'm glad you're having fun and more raw emotion. Yeah, Umino says you're looking great with the tanking Raven. Okay. So, let's see, what else? Why don't...
I hope sweeping me is entertaining to people.
Yeah. Why don't we quick... I'm going to switch over to Paladin. What we'll do is we'll run a normal raid. And do you want to main tank or do you want me to main tank?
Probably best if you main tank so I don't mess something up.
Cool. But this will just be like, even if you mess up again right now, it's going to be fine. The point more is just like, this will be a good example of what the what it's like, and if it's a fight that does have a tank swap, I'll call it. But so do you understand what I mean sort of about with Sentinel and Rampart, where like at the beginning of that fight you can kind of just throw it on to begin with, because it it's going to take 120 seconds for it to come back up, and you might as well start to get that going, and it'll also mean that you can prevent some of the early damage.
Why does the duty always commence right when I'm taking a drink?
Just to spite you. Okay, I'm just... Oh, it's fucking this motherfucker.
Oh. Does this have a tank swap?
Okay.
Or... Oh no, it has
No.
anti-gravity action bow.
So I just messaged in chat. Hey Raven, you okay if I maintain this one? Like that's like what you'll see or what you could say, and then all you just say is like, yeah, and then it's good.
Like that?
Yep, that's it.
Did I mention that I'm new to tanking? Oh, nah. Is it good?
If it's relevant,
So, should I?
I'm sorry, what's up? Think of yourself right now as another DPS. So there's two ways to be an off tank. One of which is see yourself as kind of another DPS and kind of stack a little bit close to them. Another would be to stack on the side of the boss, in case you needed me to switch in. You basically want to be somewhere between me and the everybody else. So right now, if everyone was going to take a bunch of damage, let's say see that evil sphere attack? You could throw out Divine Veil and you'd be able to give me armor, right? Or give me a shield.
Oh, don't we click the little?
So use the anti-gravity gimbal, the item
I
thing.
only have issues in this dungeon because of that. Oh, I have to attack with it on. I forgot that too.
Don't stress it too much. I'll call it out. But so if he uses like another attack that's a raid wide, you can use your Divine Veil. So use your Divine Veil now. Okay, so like, see, where everyone's gonna do a stack mechanic, so I'm throwing out my veil so everybody gets some armor. But see, so like I'm at max health and I'm not taking a lot of damage right now, so I'm not using too much mitigation. I'm like kind of like saving it, holding it a little bit. But but making sure to like throw out a Sheltron every now and then, or it's all about learning to balance when to use harder mitigation versus softer mitigation. Like when you need to use. So like right now, in order to not be on top of the like swirly guy, I am turning him around. I totally forgot everything that works in that. I'm so used to the Savage version of this, and then I've even forgotten that. So like I see anti-light, so I'm tossing out like a bulwark and a, Sheltron, right? Get on your gimbal and look away from the boss. Another evil sphere, so I'm using my Divine Veil. I don't remember the names of which ones are exactly the raid wide, but the principle basically being use raid veil if you think everyone's gonna get hit by something. Like, or there's a stack marker.
I did it with
Frag
you.
was... I just totally didn't see where the safe zone was on that one.
It's center for that.
And then I'm gonna point them away from you guys because I don't want them to fucking flash you. Okay, it's not doing the flash. Feel free to limit break at will. Learning so much. One of these days I'll be brave enough to tank a raid. Well, again, if you want to be my off tank, like you can be my off tank, and I'll gladly take you through stuff. I love main taking. Aw, Raven Val says Raven's braver than me tanking on stream. So proud. But yeah, so you know, in that case there was no off tank, so like you basically play as kind of more a backup emergency tank. You know, that a lot of times in normal raids, that's what you're gonna experience. Like you're not gonna, in alliance raids, if you're one of the other team's, you know, tanks, sometimes there may be a mechanic where all 3 tanks are needed, but sometimes not even. You know, let's do a trial next.
Give me a minute. No mind.
Oh, sorry. I can withdraw. Are you good?
Yeah, withdraw.
Withdraw?
Yeah. I'm gonna issue.
Yep, you're
Luckily not my cat, so I won't die.
good. Good. Oh, Bean, do you want to join us? I'm here for everyone, supporting everyone else. Y'all make me so proud. Aw, good, Bean. Good. Sure? Cool. I mean, anyone else is welcome to join if they want. We'll be doing this for a little bit longer than I think we'll be calling stream there, because we've been going for about 6 hours now.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, welcome back.
Oh,
Okay.
more people joined us?
Yep, just Beam. No SQ, MSQ. No. Whenever there's a patch, there's no MSQ stream.
This one, I hadn't done this one since I did it during the main quest.
Yeah, this one's pretty easy, so this will be a good one.
And you know, someone said, "Oh no," in the chat room. That's a very confident.
Yeah, that's just Amora. So you're gonna turn on your tank stance. So you're gonna take the other one. So see how I'm taking the Dreaming Castalia? You're gonna attack the other one that I'm not attacking.
Open your hearts to me.
Make sure you attack it. You gotta attack it to. I don't know.
I was attacking it, but I guess it didn't like.
Yeah, I don't know why you weren't doing enough damage to even grab aggro. Were you just doing like your 1, 2, 3?
Yeah.
Were you not using your like Requiescat combo?
Did I?
Remember that you should open with your magic combo. You want to open with your most powerful damage.
Stand off now.
No. It's fine because I can always interject off you. It's not. Just keep it up. Because if I like die in an emergency, you got to be ready to take it off me in a second. So like, see, now's a good time to Divine Veil because I've got a Tank Buster coming on me. That would be like one time you could.
No idea if I did that in time.
Your weary souls in my bosom.
Okay, Ishtola.
What do I do? Yep.
Use your item. Use your Brill.
Oh, okay.
just so that you don't get tempered as you get put into her chesticles.
What if I want that?
As a tank, it's your responsibility not to be. See, that's the thing with being a tank, is that we unlike the DPS, we can't afford to let ourselves die for the memes.
Darn it. No time then.
Yep, and
I shall free you from
that's
your
the reason you
hate.
give up on it. Come on. You get to use your grill.
Well, no one let me get any, so.
Surrender to bliss.
I don't think I'm in anyone's area.
Generally, you want to pull that off to like the side, so it's not in the melee
Let your
zone.
souls
So
weigh
did not know
heavy.
it's
If you don't, drop them.
Oh god.
Well, so also remember, though, that you also don't want it to be on top of her, even if it's a melee, because other melees won't be able to get her if you're covering her.
Did not know left turn on the ground. Sorry about that.
No, it's good. I mean,
Like I said, I had to.
dude, plenty of people have done this, like, I didn't remember that mechanic. So sack on B, use Divine Veil if you got it.
I did that too late.
You can also throw out reprisals whenever she's gonna do a raid wide. That's your purple attack ability that makes it so she does less damage.
Your souls are stained.
So now's like a good time. If you had Divine Veil, you would use it. I mean, technically,
I don't.
no, I know you don't mind sync with yours, so I know when you do and don't. Technically, intervention would be better there, but it's all good. I mean, the funny thing is, Napka and Lakshmi are voiced by the same person.
No solace.
So I got a question.
Yep.
What dungeons do tanks have to limit break? 'Cause I know they failed.
There are no dungeons you have to
No
limit break.
trials or anything. Just
There are trials. There are specific trials.
okay, so not totally useless.
No. And Singer, Alexander, Seed of Sacrifice, so the Elidibus fight. Those are three of them that I can think of at the top of my head. There may be others. Okay. We're going to call it there, though. I'm going to continue playing Eureka Orthos, but I'm going to do it off stream, so people potentially want to hang out and do that.
I should get a couple hours of sleep.
Yeah. You keep eating your sour candies.
I'm running out of sour candy, actually. It's a sad day for all.
Oh. Amora, thank you for joining us and for helping out. Amora. Of course, Nafka 1 makes sense the natural goddess would have great tracts of land. Always is a tank limit break at 1 to 3% by the time the DPS will have forgotten the limit break shamed them by doing that. That's one way of doing it, that's for sure. Okay, guys. This has been great. We had a great time. Yeah, if you want to come, you want to join our community, you want to be a part of stuff, definitely go and check our Discord, discord.gg/Eorzean archives. Don't forget that we just put out a video yesterday about the 7.0 and about a lot of the things about what where it's definitely going to take place and how maybe or not Eureka Orthos definitely tripled down on that. Beyond that, though, if you want to support us, you can support us with super chats or joining our conship, where you'll get access to emotes and also get fun. We do fun little reward things, like we've bought little Elio statues, we've done drunk streams, all sorts of fun stuff. Made streams. I won't tell you which MSQ episode that was, but that was one of them. But you can also support us by joining our Patreon, where you get fun rewards like your name, a special name badge for the Discord, and your name in the credits above my head, as well as the end of videos. But other than that, yeah, don't forget, we have MSQ streams every Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday, new videos comes out. Other than, we had video come out early because of patch this week. But Thursday is me and Neri playing Final Fantasy III. And then Friday will be work for me, I suppose. And then Saturday is our community stream, which will be doing Eureka Orthos this week. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. And to all the newcomers, thank you so much for joining in. Hope to see you around. Any final questions? Any final things? Any thoughts or anything anyone would to touch on?
W's, big thanks for good times and happy falls. Thank you, Bean.
Thank you, Bean. I'll give it 60 seconds and then I'll head on out. I'd go get Deadpool, but I think he's sleeping right now. Oh, wait, actually, some of you, the new people, haven't seen Deadpool. I'll go wake him. Give me a second. I'll go wake Deadpool. Come here. 1, 2, 3, move. What are you doing, bud? You okay? What's up? Oh, you're just antsy? Hi. Hi. Yeah, high five? Thank you. Yeah, you just want another treat. That's what's up. Theory, Deadpool is a primal and we're all tempered by him. Our collective will to see him summons him to a stream. Is that true, bud? He did just do it to smile. If it's a primal, I'm good with that. Okay. But I have been Lopporrits, and I will see you guys very, very soon. And so will Deadpool. Cheers, everybody.